So I'm actually oh, do we have? Right, oh, we should not say anything that can't be on record. Absolutely. But is there anyone? So we have 3 people. I don't see programs. No, 3. Did they not say?
Because he does for Kidilis.
No, but no, my kid, they like enough count.
But he was, I mean.
Oh,
they-
right now,
She
yeah.
didn't think.
But
It's
she's
6 in the
coming.
morning.
She's coming.
Yeah, oh, I'm sure she is. She's very. I don't know her well, but
We're very
I entirely believe in her entire punctiliousness. You can just tell she's not a person who does things wrong.
I mean, the wrong way, but not the.
No, yeah, exactly.
And not ethically wrong. Never.
Right. Right.
Может, я просто сюда уже пересяду?
Давай. You're looking more and more like Andrei Bialis. Yeah, I'm Swayze.
I'll take all of this as a compliment. Every time when I cross screen, I think of Voloshin.
In there.
I mean, when I was a teenager in Moscow, they used to be Pushkin. They used to call me that.
Oh.
Me too. Yeah. But then it's
Okay, curly hair. Curly hair. Alex Foreman. I don't know whether you know Alex Foreman on Facebook, but he's a very impressive translator from multiple languages. He's now doing all English and Irish and other Celtic languages, but started his mother's side of the family is Russian, his father's side is African American. He got Pushkin all the time.
Yeah.
I've never been to hear one.
Вон, ты проходишь. Нельзя так приобнять, что-нибудь такое. Нет?
Мы просто рано пришли, ради завтра.
Michael Scott.
Нет,
А,
нет.
вы так просто завтракаете.
Да, мы завтракаем. Все знакомы? Борис, Марко.
Stephanie.
Hello. Приятно.
Sibyl Forrester, очень приятно.
Да, мы вас. Hello.
Серьезно молчали.
Слушай,
Это, видимо, говорит о качестве доклада.
Да.
Тут же повысил.
Все в диком восторге.
Продолжайте разговаривать.
В твоем присутствии мы даже не можем ничего
Да, очень
говорить.
Да. Я одну не нашел. Вот language I use.
There's one that's missing. That wasn't submitted. Глеб, yeah. Where?
What a disappointment. I was so eager to keep reading. I finished earlier than I thought. It was so interesting. I'm done with all the papers, all days.
Well, we expect a great commentary then.
Do we have Michael's paper? I didn't see Michael.
We have Michael. He said that they have the thing.
Where
So
do
you
you
can
come?
read it tonight. Okay. It's in there. Bachtel Payama.
I know what hell.
So Dropbox was fine.
Yeah. Yes, it were paid.
Well, with your help.
I was,
Well, some people asked me to upload. You weren't, all the Princeton representation was like.
Really? What?
Well,
So Michael asked you to
Michael.
upload as well?
You need, at
Old
Princeton,
fashioned.
you need to organize some kind of a.
What?
What?
No, I did upload. The package just about how to-
Uploading and, but you could download.
Mhm.
So that's already half the battle, right?
А можно так посильнее представить моего нету этого определенного самого бокса. Columbia University. Да. I will be. Well,
That's my mortgage.
So click on other now.
The circle.
You mean the Dropbox access, not the Wi-Fi?
Just the my phone.
Jerome, yeah. First.
No. Ah,
So our breakfast is being televised and
but no
recorded.
one, there's no audience for this breakfast. That is the greatest problem. Where are our Zoom participants?
Well, how dare they bring big guides, our breakfast performance?
But it's already time for the non-breakfast part of our gathering, and
How
so
come you had time to write it?
what do you?
I mean, it's just, I just seen you somewhere else.
Я смогла бы.
Mhm.
Такой вопрос.
It was very hard for us because we,
Oh, really?
I think 40 minutes on that
okay.
lonely station. No
Well,
time.
I actually also had a long date, like an hour and a half
Did you just come down?
yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
There came a point when we thought maybe it's, we are wrong to expect
I
that
know.
from this station, it's actually possible to take a train to New York. It is absurd.
Where were you? Where-
Northampton.
Northampton.
Oh, dear.
Oh, okay.
They have a station with just one platform
Yeah.
and no trains.
So what?
And it's a wooden platform.
This is the beginning of a poem. Was the Yeah, I'm so lucky that I can just, if I can get into Philly. Anyone ever going from New York to Philadelphia or vice versa, take the Keystone train. Because it does New York, Philly, Harrisburg, Harrisburg, Philly, New York. And because it doesn't come from Boston and it doesn't come from Washington, there are always seats and it costs less because those guys in Harrisburg subsidize it so that they can get to New York. And it's probably on time. Almost always.
Yes. But
That
much. Yeah, much clear. We don't have that. We lost Andrew.
What do we have?
I mean.
Michael.
I'm sorry.
Michael's come. I can check.
Yeah, we need
Check it.
Michael and
And Irina.
we need the people, we need
You should
Irina
have
and
Michael.
we need the people who are online.
There is.
None of them are here.
I'm betting.
I don't know. Mila told me that she's
Mila-
gonna be here for the whole concert.
6 in the morning.
Yeah, we have someone.
Yeah, she's-
We have Neil.
Oh, we have, no, there's.
Neil, do you hear us?
She said she would have to call in for the first part because she has to get the kids.
Oh, that's remarkable.
Yeah.
You can see.
So.
No, I can see her. But not.
We see you, Mark.
Yeah, I don't see any.
They're not replying again.
Молчать. Такой честный всегда.
Oh my God.
Michael. We're okay. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Grab the breakfast.
Well, I had by 6 o'clock in the morning.
So it's time for lunch for you?
Yeah, I think we're fine. Let's just start in 5 minutes. Mark will say welcome. Or not. Say welcome.
Say hello. So shall we begin? Computer shows that Neil is online, but Someone should.
If she's driving her children to
The next
school,
hour.
she'd probably mute it.
Yesterday. Lecture on Brodsky. On Nabokov. Let's see.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
come on.
what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so Neela is not gonna be speaking with us in the first session because she has, she's just on the phone, but then she will join us with the video.
Alright. All right, so probably we should start. And Mikhail, is he here?
So that's what I'm wondering.
See him
That's
again.
what I'm wondering. No, okay,
I can ask
yeah, maybe,
if he is on. Messenger.
yeah, ask him. And then, so Gleb, I'm not sure is coming to everything, but maybe we could also.
By the way, do we have clips paper?
No, we don't. He was in the middle of moving from Russia.
So let's open them. Yeah? Okay, so just welcome. It's great to have this group here, and I should say that I participate in 3 Oxford Handbook projects dedicated to various aspects of Russian literature, but this one is the most impressive by its organization and by its series of workshops. So I'm very happy to be a part of it, and also I think that on your behalf, I'd like to extend our gratitude to the Harriman Center, Harriman Institute, Director Valentina Izmirlieva, Deputy Director Alva Rachkova, Tanya Biloborodova, who secured your tickets and hotels with some difficulties coming from the side of the hotels, not from the side of the Harriman, and of course Eileen, who is around, who is our guardian angel, and who will be helping us all the way along. So I hope that this will be good 2 days, and we'll enjoy our company, and that the project will make a huge leap forward its completion. Okay.
So my remarks are similarly optimistic, and welcome. First of all, thank you so much indeed to Mark and Columbia and the Harriman for welcoming us here. This is a real treat for all of us. I want to say that this is the 3rd and final in our series of workshops dedicated to this handbook, and that these workshops have exceeded all our expectations. So you have to try your best now.
You just wait.
Oh, I know, Kirill, I know. So they've been wonderful at really fostering this discussion and kind of making these pieces alive. And even if not everything that we suggest today makes it into these pieces, I think the discussion itself is also very enlivening and wonderful. I wanted to just say very briefly what sections we've had and how we've conceived about these rubrics. So our first conference took place virtually, but at Radcliffe, and that was dedicated to the rubrics, networks and intersections. So that part was devoted to the connectedness of poetry and Russian poetry, specifically to other domains, and the connectedness of poets to other figures in the kind of poetic process.
There's Misha, sorry.
Oh, Михаил, здравствуйте.
Доброе время суток. Я прошу прощения, что-то, видимо, спутал с часовыми поясами, видимо, я прошу прощения.
Все отлично.
Вы нас хорошо слышите?
Да, я прекрасно слышу, простите за опоздание.
Нет, мы только начали, я в жанре добро пожаловать пока выступаю. So yes, so the first was about poetry's connectedness. The second conference, which took place in Amherst in May, had two rubrics, timelines and maps. So it was trying to rethink periodization, our categories of periodization of Russian poetry, but also think spatially from the kind of almost global or at least imperial to the very local. And both in terms of spaces that from which poetry comes and which it inhabits, and also spaces that poetry imagines. And so this final workshop is dedicated, as you well know, to these two rubrics, forms and performances. And I think what connects them, and I'm sure we will find a lot more to say about the connections and maybe distinctions. But what connects them in terms of our efforts at writing literary history, at writing the history of Russian poetry, is this question of how something is patterned, how it is formalized, and how it is informed by these various patterns. So we have performances as a kind of perhaps not immediately apparent category, but I think, as we've all discovered, extremely generative, and it is a category. It is a rubric that encourages us to think about poetic biographies and poetic behavioral styles as, you know, a rubric under which literary history can be produced. And then forms is, of course, a much more you know, critically available rubric to us. But I think we're also seeing a lot of new work and rethinking about how to deal with form in these papers. So I'm very excited. I hope all of you are as well. And let's start. And I think I'm actually smoothly transitioning into moderating this first session. Our performance is one, and the first paper is Ilya Vinitsky's paper on the court poet. And so just to remind you, we've all read the papers. I hope no reminder of that is necessary. So people will speak for 5-10 minutes, maybe bringing out some of the main points, but also expanding or asking questions, and then we have quite a bit of time for discussion.
I have one question. This is probably late in the game to be asking this question, but I'm wondering what reader are we? I'm going to start with this question.
Yeah, because it's true that the papers are aiming at slightly different.
It was also this weekend.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great project, and I'm very proud to be a part of it. I want to apologize for that I sent the text in Russian. I was in a kind of Turgenev's Rечка Тыкова Kasha mood. I also didn't have enough time to later to take it, but it will be in English. So my chapter essay is shorter than expected, and I was mostly concerned at this point with choosing the right form for the right readership. So the major question and the major problem, which I anticipate, is what is the targeted audience? And this is not related to my paper as well, because I read almost all other essays. So we should really think and define, perhaps not directly, but broadly speaking, whom we address. Because there is the thing which actually got from Middlebury when they invited speakers to give lectures for students. And speakers usually addressed their lectures in Middlebury Summer School either for students or for graduate students or for faculty members. And it was very difficult to choose the right tone. Like one of my favorite scholars, Marietta Chudakova, gave a lecture at Middlebury, and in the middle of the lecture she said, "Тут я сказала Натану." So no one actually realized among the students who Nathan was, but professors immediately acknowledged, of course, Nathan is man, and this is. So I'm just bringing this as an example that certain cultural references, names should be glossed, or we should think about the level of probably my chapter is a little bit simplified because I thought of a student like early graduate student or those who are interested in Slavic stuff. And I was thinking about the right form. So probably from my perspective, it's kind of short essay novella with a plot actually, and to find some case which would help me to gather as much information as possible, whether I did it or failed to judge. So I decided to choose Zhukovsky's example and using it as a focal point just to discuss 3 trends. I know that it is quite artificial because the real historical literary process was way more complex, but this is an economy of writing issue. What I'm going to add by all means. Number one, I'm going to add the information regarding the court. What was the court? The definition of the court, some numbers, how big the court was in a particular period. I also want to add, I don't know where, a couple of stories about the court, how poetry functioned at the court, but it should be very short and certainly has illustrations with one sentence commentary. There is another issue which is really important to discuss, the 20th century. So what I did now is just a hint, and probably I should remove it, Mikhalkov's steps. But I did it for a reason, because I'm not sure that we can speak of the Soviet period and Soviet, like even Stalin, poets of Stalin, as a court poet. So terminologically speaking, the court is the court. So then you can use it as a metaphor, but I don't know whether I should limit myself with 19th century and with some references to echoes of the tradition in Russia, or to add a section, I don't know where to place it, but I can probably do this on, I don't know, relationship between, it could be from Demyan Biedny, whom I just mentioned, to poets who tried to teach Russian rulers of the 20th century. So this is the question which I haven't resolved for myself. And some characteristics here are very general, so maybe I need to go into more detail and discuss Tchaikovsky's case, the court poets of Maria Feodorovna, but it depends on the reader's question again. How specific should we be, and which information is needed? Do we need to be more theoretical, less theoretical, and more just introductory, just to invite our readers into this exciting realm of literature forms and various amploirs? So this is my question, and it was a pleasure for me actually to discover. I didn't know Nikolai Gumilyov's story, and it's extremely rich. There are so many references. I just decided not to go into it. To Aninsky, to his own biography, to Anna Akhmatova. But if I go into detail, I will move away from the subject itself. So, and last but not least, once we have a general picture, like we can coordinate more, say, with Kirill paper, because you're Republican here, I'm an monarchist. So there are some really interesting possibilities for a dialogue, although methodologically it's a different genre actually, and we need just to come what we're going to do. And I will be grateful for any suggestion, critical comments based on this paper. Again, sorry, it's in Russian. It will be just like
Yeah,
Very nice Russian.
and we might also say that we can't speak here in Russian as well. Misha, Russian is just fine for your remarks. But maybe
Thank you.
before we open this for discussion, maybe we should talk a little bit about who the reader is, because it's such a good question to start with, and it does matter for how these papers are pitched, because at this point, I think we would agree they're pitched slightly or dramatic, maybe in different audiences. So
I think I have a suggestion for this important methodological question. I think that our readers should be graduate students. When Irina, Stephanie, Andrew Kahn and me wrote the history of Russian literature, we agreed upon this target audience, and I think that these handbooks are of the same kind. So they're not exactly for undergraduates, or maybe for advanced undergraduates who want to dig deep, but they're definitely a resource for graduate students who are starting the research on the given topic. They want to get the main bibliography, they get the main sort of gist of the field, and that should be our audience, which suggests that it shouldn't be too simplistic and that it shouldn't be too complicated, right? But some kind of balance, but it shouldn't be a very populist text.
no.
It should be, scholarly enough to satisfy the curiosity of a good graduate student
I
in
think
Slavic studies.
I agree with Mark's comment, but I think in addition, we might also think, in what context have we read handbook essays? Do we use them? I use them quite a bit in subjects that I don't know much about. And so in addition to graduate students who are working within our subject, I think it could also address scholars, maybe advanced scholars, but in subjects that are different from ours. So I thought, for example, Boris' paper was speaking to a general audience who are interested in formalisms, right? But don't know some cliched ways of thinking about Russian formalism. And so I think in that way too, this is a helpful project.
Yeah, I want to emphasize what you just said, because I think that will affect one of your questions, Ilya, how much do we annotate and explain? So I think that will shift what we expect our readers to know. Graduate students will know some things that our colleagues who are professors of English won't. And I think we do want to reach those audience, and it's also a matter of tone, the expectation of what people will know, or we all do this as a kind of tick to use, of course, in a sentence where we know we're saying something that's going to be obvious to one group. But that's the sort of thing we wouldn't say in trying to reach this broader.
The reason I originally asked the questions is, quite frankly, I read most of these essays truly with great interest, but I thought they were pitched to me. And I've been at this for a while, right? And I didn't think this was pitched to my graduates, it's most of the essays, so that's just something, maybe I'm just naive.
So that's brilliant, Michael. I mean, I think we are also want to reach each other, right? Because even those of us who work on Russian poetry, there are these aspects of it that we don't work on. I mean, I've learned an enormous amount in this process. But we do want to somehow perform the magic trick of welcoming in, providing enough context for a broader audience to be able to understand and benefit from what we're saying.
In previous batches, we had this problem. Some people thought that this was a chip,
Exactly.
right?
That's what we were.
And so it was very kind of flatter than we wanted some research. Right? And I think in this batch, there's some that are maybe a little too intensely pitched to scholars, right?
Yeah, I think the way we came to formulate it there was it's not about coverage per se, but it's about thought pieces that do something for, Michael and our whole collective, but which are pitched so that they are, of interest and accessible to these other readers, graduate students, and colleagues, sophisticated colleagues in literary studies. And then I was very happy to hear your plan about speaking more about the book. And I think because another challenge, and we can talk about this individually or together, is which pieces from other rubrics do we share with you to help you see the kind of repetitions and threads throughout the whole volume. And so we actually have quite a bit about the ode in the timelines and the map section, because we've got, Tatiana Smirnova writing about, 18th century, and then a lot about, in Kirschbaum's essay on an empire. So I think we should share those with you. Yeah. And I think that in this, under this rubric of performance, it makes really great sense to think not just about performance, but stages, like the context within which performances are shaped and conducted. So your statement about filling in that context, that seems perfect to do in this, under this rubric, in this essay, that will help, that will enhance the other discussions of code, which are a little more abstract, a little less rooted in that kind of behavioral context.
I was thinking about adding a section, just an example of, I don't know, performance of Petrov's ode,
Yeah.
or some kind of celebrations in Tabrichesky variants or something. Just an example with very, very brief concluding sentence. So basically, this is a conspect, and I can insert certain things, but they should not overweigh the general thing. So the key thing for me was to choose Zhukovsky and to rehabilitate court poetry in a way that it contribute to Russian cultural tradition in several ways.
Yeah.
But maybe I can place an accent on just an example of court poetry as performance.
I also don't think we have anything on patronage in those other areas.
So
I
Yes,
think
that's
I think that's-
Yeah, but then we will overlap in many ways, right? Oh no, I told you with the Republican.
But the Republican is against patronage.
Well, but then it turns
They would
out,
have taken it.
but then it turns out it's just the same story from different perspectives, right? Because I started with Державин and then Republic is monarchy. So there is this, it's not just a simple distinction, it's actually kind of the emphasis.
Yes.
And the point is, how does the ode, one of kind of my questions that I'm asking myself, how does an ode become the Republican genre? It's like this corner. So it's, what I'm saying is that we are telling the same story just from different viewpoints, not two completely different things.
And the personal Притворный поэт, so I placed an accent on poet, not poetry.
Yes, that's what the section really is.
Yeah, so
about.
it allows us at least to use cases related to concrete figures and to incorporate some biographical information which culturally matters. Social information, that's what I want to insert into the text.
When we first started this, we were also thinking of the way that these rubrics are organized as going from the macro to the micro. So timelines, maps, then I'm a little bit, what's next? Forms or no, maybe networks, forms, intersection, and then we get to performances.
Right.
And then the very last section is rereadings where poets do close readings of texts or other poets from the past, right? So the idea is also to think about this rewriting or writing of the history of Russian poetry on these different scales. And so what you're saying, to focus on the figure of the poet is exactly right. It's a kind of biographical focus that allows for a historical narrative to unfold, which is precisely the structure of your piece, right? We zoom in on Zhukovsky, but then Zhukovsky allows us to say a lot of things about other things.
Yeah, and for me, it was important, it just came out, I think, to incorporate Slova Balku Igoryevi Bayan. The text, Zhukovsky translated Slova Balku Igoryevi, but what was important is that perhaps this is the first instance of court poetry, a proto-court of poetry. So maybe I should expand on this, but there should be the balance between zooming concrete texts
and discussing.
I was going to suggest, I had one comment and one little tiny sunshine.
Yeah, sure.
And the comment was, are there examples? And Bayan was one of mine,
Mhm.
of court poetry, mythological, the court of King Arthur, where you have the minstrels or the bards or whatever in the various treatments.
Mhm.
But are there, and maybe the Sublime Court, are there Austrian, French, German courts where the royal family was known as patrons of the court poets, but on the other hand, the court poets get to play a role of not just entertaining, but elevating the entire discourse there. It sounds as if there's a lot of that that you could quickly mention in passing. And my little zammichania is that Thomas More is Irish. It's interesting that he's
Irish,
perceived
yeah.
as English. You could say Anglophone Irish poet.
Yeah, of course.
Perceived as English by Russians, but there we are. It
Mhm.
happens with
Yeah, we should be very careful.
every kind of subordinate culture.
Yeah. As for the, thank you, I would have,
Mhm.
correct, the Prussian court, and I mentioned Navalis, and I probably just over quotation from his tract, The King and the Queen, which actually serves as the justification for court poetry
Mhm.
by the romantic author. As for King Arthur, I don't know. I don't know. Say bards, the bardic tradition definitely mattered. But King Arthur, I think it's a little bit late. Correct me if there were any references to it. I can actually add something on King Arthur and Western court poetry, just to make the argument that Russian literature did not have court poetry because it didn't have similar tradition forms like medieval and Renaissance poetry. So in most cases, court poetry and court poet is a metaphor. Because the only court poet we know, like official court poet, is Simeon Polsky. Yeah, all other poets, including Zhukovsky, he was a придворный чтец, but not a poet, and we cannot say
Was a bibliotheca.
exactly. So they all they may performed the function of the court poet, but there was no such an official status.
But neither was Simeon. His title was not a poet.
Astrologers and yeah.
So the writing of verse was a major part of what he did.
Yeah.
That was not what he was paid for or hired for or transferred for. That was just part of the skill. He was a court scholar,
Mhm.
right? But also not the poet. And I'm not sure that I also not sure that the court poet in that sense that you mean ever existed anywhere.
Oh no, it did. I just read a couple of books regarding court poetry, like medieval court poetry. So there were people who were appointed. They usually use court scholar, actually. Even actually in Schwartz tale, Schwartz calls the character court poet and court scholar. So ученый, even реплика, ученый or придворный поэт.
But I think this needs to be brought out, right? That an important dimension of what it is that we can think about as the court poet is the scholarly, right? That the court poet performs a kind of knowledge function, right? Or history generating function, right? And Zhukovsky is certainly a figure like that, right? And I think Karamzin could be brought in, right? And although not in the not quite like Zhukovsky, not quite as a poet, right? But you know, there are ways to manipulate this. So that could be because you have these wonderful strains, right? So that could be one more, perhaps. And one other thing I wanted to say is that what our handbook doesn't have a lot of is early modern poetic history. Right? We have a piece. We start with a piece by Mikhail Odessky, which is you know, on the early modern as a category that makes sense, right? So he does do some 17th century, right? But we don't. I don't think our other pieces mentioned Slova Polkuigri. So
Yeah,
we were very happy that this was there, and if you have more to do there, that would be really good.
What about the 20th century? Because honestly speaking, I cannot imagine like the word poet notion even addressed to Mayakovsky.
Because
I
it was not
understand.
what,
Maybe you should check.
metaphorically speaking, which kind of port is,
This is where, sorry. I just lost. Price, patronage concept,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
That's the connection between the 18th century and the 20th, which is much stronger than in the 19th. So so the question is, if you want to bring in patronage, that's actually, this sort of Bukowski period is an odd period, right? Because yes, there were instances, but in the 18th century, everything was, or most things were being funded by the court. That's why people wrote odes, right? And in the 20th century, one could make a similar comment, not necessarily about the court, but about the funding.
And you might compare it to the poet laureate, the figure of the poet laureate. I only know Brodsky's case and then the case of the UK with who were they picking? What does it suggest? But that might be a thing to.
So to follow up on what Michael said, Mandelstam's poem Arios, right, is about patronage, court patronage specifically, how it like this,
as a thief,
sorry?
as a thief. So Mandelstam, you cannot call Mandelstam the court.
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, like we established, we cannot actually call anyone a court poet. It's always a floating concept that we choose to use to highlight some of those things. So it's not about Mandelstam as an author, but what he does in the Rios is that he revives this world of 16th century Italy as a period of cultural revival, but also as a period which is politically dark, right? And then applies it to the Stalinist Russia. That is what it comes. So it is a comment on patronage and poetry as features of horrible dictatorships, basically. So for him, there is there is a parallel, right? And Надежда Мандельштам writes, мы все бегали кому-нибудь, meaning we all had patrons in the party apparatus. So sorry?
Мы бегали к Николаю Ивановичу.
Мы бегали к Николаю Ивановичу. Yeah, exactly. So there is a system of patrons, and there is this kind of cultural analogy, and this is what Gleb Morev brings out, right? By at the side, right? This whole kind of myth is being invented.
Yeah, but maybe I'll try to do this, but it will move away from the concept of poet per se. So that's the problem.
But I think it's a fantastic idea to have it at the end, so almost as a kind of afterlife or spillover of this concept. And it helps people understand why conceptually the framework that you're establishing, even if it doesn't then work to describe the modern period, should reorder a little bit the way we think about the modern period, because Kirill's example, and we would not have thought to go to Mandelstam.
So I thought of going to Mandelstam as anti-court poetry. So I was considered ending this piece with a brief analysis, but just very short quotation and analysis from anti-Stalin poem, which Mandelstam planned, according to Gerstein, to read aloud at the Съезд Комсомола, something from Большой theater. So basically the theater, Stalin and everyone there, of course it was, maybe this is a myth, but in this case it would sound as not just an afterlife, but anti-court poetry.
Yeah.
And it would resonate.
That would go into my chapter.
Yeah.
No, my chapter. That's an orator poet who is like doing the Republican virtue thing, right? And sacrificing himself.
Yes, but the performative pattern. So if this evidence is correct and she didn't make it up, so he did plan to recite the poem, чтобы на трибуне действительно и все будут говорить и петь, исполнять этот this anti-Stalin's ode. So it may resonate with the beginning of like Gumilyov's critical but ironic portrayal, but this is a very passionate rejection of court, but he still uses the same function as addressing to the monarch or to the leader of the nation. But it will be like a poetic license of everything.
I can, to continue the conversation. In my opinion, the closest to the court poet is Demyan Biedny, whom you mentioned, because he actually lived in the Kremlin. So he was there, and he fulfilled the purpose until 1930. But On the other note, I think what is very interesting in your analysis, and I like very much that you place romantic court poet in the center and show the buildings going in both directions. But you basically show the genre evolution, right? So it's not only the old, but also the chronicle, the love poetry, etc., etc., etc. But my question, it's just a question, and I don't know the answer. Maybe what is, of course, Kirill uses Tinyanov's article about the old quite profusely, but there is this idea that Kirill doesn't address about the old as the elder genre, starship genre, right? Maybe that would work in your analysis, despite different genre forms, the old remains as some kind of a starship genre that somehow affects all these different forms that the court poetry takes. I don't know. It's a question.
It could be because I can use a funeral ode, which Zhukovsky wrote, dedicated to Princess Ekaterinburgskaya. And that's what Zhukovsky showed how he switches from the traditional ode to the romantic sentimental elegy. So he elegizes the ode, and I can show that this is also part of the German tradition of court poetry with court almanacs, with all those texts which were used as templates for poets to follow. So it's not that original. So from this perspective, I can create a bridge between the ode of the 18th century and the romantic reinterpretation of the ode, which still is around and a very important genre, but it's different, and it can be considered within different and broader than Russian context.
So kind of what I think is hugely interesting in how you organize this is that what we see is that there are different things that a court poet should do. There are different kinds of court poetry, right? There are different functions that can be fulfilled. And I think it's interesting to distinguish between them. And one of them is the court privacy, right? The intimate, what you've been kind of so expertly writing about, the intimate spaces of the court, right? The purveniga, this language of the inner circle. But that's not the only function. Another thing that you also mentioned, and I think it's important to see that it is also there and is also different, is a public projections of sovereignty. Right, so the court poet is somebody who voices the majesty of the monarchy, not as an intimate, not for the intimate circle, but a projection for the whole polity, right? And I think the central interesting text, if we are starting with Zhukovsky, is Pir Alexandra. And if we're talking about traditions, right, Dryden is a very interesting figure to be translated from, because Dryden, among other things, was a court poet. Right, he was the parts and bits and pieces in which he wrote odes for the Restoration Court for Charles II. So there is a tradition there, even though the major tradition of Louis XIV Versailles. Let's just mention it, like that's the paradigm, right? That's always present. But so there is this function of projections of sovereignty, and then the third thing that is sort of also there, which is also I think is different from the previous two, is the speaking truth to power, the parousia, right? I am the advisor who is gonna tell truths that are not great truth, right? And that is also part of the setup. Right, in Zhukovsky, this is what Pushkin found in Послание к Александру, right? Quoting it in the letter to Bestujev in 1825. This is what he appreciated about the court poets, right? Zhukovsky in Державе, right? I'm going to be telling the truth. And this is in Державе, Гласителем и судьям as an example of that, right? A very harsh text, which still fits into the court semantics. So I think they're kind of those are different functions of court poetry and then different traditions. Yeah.
Absolutely. But what I can do, I was thinking about this, I mentioned this because there was no such a thing as the court. There was Большой двор и Малый двор. The case of Zhukovsky is interesting and perhaps productive because Zhukovsky tried to be both the poet for the Grand Court and the Molgot, the feminine, as well as masculine Alexander or Nicholas the first portrait. So I can, since in the beginning I will introduce the court as a cultural phenomenon. So discuss two kinds of courts and socialize, institutionalize as different branches of court poetry as exemplified by Zhukovsky, who always tried to sit on two chairs at the same time. Probably this is the cause of his hemorrhoidal disease. But this is exactly the case which made him funny or inappropriate or more Republican oriented audience, including Pushkin in 17 to 18.
I dare you to mention.
Hemorrhoid. Mention his hemorrhoid. In a footnote.
It's already written.
I just wanted to say one thing because I don't know if our Zoom participants know that you should just unmute yourself if you have commentary and just speak. Because we would like to have you as much around this table as we possibly can, but Sibylla.
Yes, I just wanted to, coming off what Kirill had to say about the one who speaks truth to power, what is the Russian tradition of one who speaks truth to the Tsar?
Exactly.
Food. How does that impact for Zhukovsky?
And
But
commenting.
the Russian tradition should is not
It's
what
not
it is in
the
European.
Polish, it's not the
No.
No, that is a really delicious story when Zhukovsky, who introduced this tradition at Verwenige, для немногих, was sitting in the little courts parlor with his student Alexander Fedorovna, Princess Charlotta, and Nicholas, Grand Prince Nicholas entered. He received a letter from Alexander the First, and Zhukovsky said, "Could you read it aloud, please?" or something there. And Nicholas looked at him with despise, and he said, "Это не для многих." So they always had this difference, and it's definitely an illusion, a utopia to be a court poet, because court poet can say what can teach me if I allow him to teach
my child.
yes, and my child within certain limits. And once he defies the rule, that's what actually happened to Gubilov's story. He was immediately fired because he wrote a good poem, which is not tolerated. It de-automized the tradition of ritualized poetry. So what is allowed, what is prescribed, and what is not.
And this might. So just the two last things, and I'm gonna just shut up. So this might actually be taken from Pushkin's Путешествия is Moskva-Peterburg, which talks about Lomonosov, where he says that he was this Academy of Sciences in one person, but the poet in him was not a poet, but an official responsible for producing verses, right? So no true inspiration. So Gumilev might be working with that, and the whole Pushkin-Lomonosov connection in the 1830s is a whole different topic relevant for this. But what I wanted to say is that it really kind of emphasize the point that you just made is that it's really no one is a court poet, and it's an illusion. It's a cultural projection always in all cases, right? So it's.
Or the bunch.
And in a sense, it is an attempt to make your poetic capacity valid in a particular social context, right? And it's always unfinished. It's always an experiment that can always fail. 17th century, I don't know about the Middle Ages, but 17th century, 18th century, I've looked through this French and German and English cases. It's always unstable. So what we are dealing with is not like hard historical facts. This is somebody who has a court poet written on their paycheck. But as the title of this section of the handbook goes, performance. Court poet and different kinds of court poet is a kind of poetic performance, which is always has kind of attention with what actually really is, right? And in that sense, the court itself, as you said, the court itself is a projection. There is no such thing, right? There are different things. Sometimes Peter the Great didn't have a court, and we have contemporaries saying that. Nope, it just didn't exist. No court at all. And then it kind of emerges and reemerges and it changes. So it gets us back to the fact that it is about imagining a court, creating it through poetic capacity, and this is what Zhukovsky is doing. And there are different ways of doing it. Yeah. And going back, my last point on the 20th century is that when I'm thinking about the court, the analogies to court poetry is really in line with what Mark said. So no one was probably a court poet except Demyan Biedny, but the whole revival of the ode, right? The whole Stalinska Oda, Mandelstam, Mayakovsky's revival of Lomonosov Stopos described by Mikhail Vyskov very convincingly, right? The whole imaginings of sovereignty, imagining of the ruler. This is also part of it, right? So this is one of the things that the court poets do, right? So in that sense, I think this is why I think kind of Mandelstam found it relevant to emphasize this parable, right? Because it's not about a court being part of a household, a poet being part of a household, but it's about a poet taking a particular function in relationship to the sovereign that has to be glorified.
But the easiest way to fix this, I don't know if that's what you want as editors, to rename the chapter not court poet, but poet at the court.
But
So-
that's precisely what we don't want, right?
Yes,
That's not
because-
right.
Yeah, because
That's
if
what
we,
the
but if
performance-
we do poet at the court, then I can expand on many other things. But Prидворный poet is more interesting.
Yes,
because it's like
absolutely, don't rename
the
it.
Russian poet self-fashions himself as court poet without court poetry as an institutionalized phenomenon in Russia. So court poet is self-fashioning and court poetry is an illusion. In line actually with Navalny's idea of poetry, which creates this fable, this fairy tale of the court as a manifestation of the pure, the perfect taste, which serves as pattern for other imitations, which go like down the ladder to more democratic reader.
Yeah.
Yes.
Можно?
Даже
Можно вопрос?
Да.
Вот такой, может быть, вопрос, реплика отчасти по вот первой части обсуждения и в связи с Ильи статьи, вот, может быть, чуть-чуть сместив вот ход обсуждения, меня некоторые вот сейчас вызвало такой вопрос, да, что поэзия первой, ну, условно, 3-19 века, да, как бы представлена придворным поэтом, да, а вот будет ли у нас, например, поэт-гражданин или там поэт-гедонист, не знаю, да, поэт там либертен, вот, потому что это время все-таки очень такое фактурное, да, где как раз вот таких фигур очень цельных, да, поэтов целая была конкуренция, да. Вот, это очень интересная тема, да, но и действительно такой я тоже должен выразить свое, конечно, огромное удовольствие от этого чтения Ильи, но вот поэт-гражданин, который наоборот, да, который выступает напротив страны и очень, ну, как бы вполне узнаваемый образ, да, и соединяющий личность и поведение в обществе, да, и поэзию. Вот это у нас как-то не будет присутствовать.
Ну, у Кирилла как раз об этом, по-моему, было.
Да? Да, вот я, может быть, наверное, что-то пропустил. Наверное,
Но поэт либертен это было бы очень здорово и очень легко попросить, скажем, Веру Проскурину.
Нам надо уже быстро сдать.
Да, но я думаю, что не готово.
Но я бы хотела одну вещь сказать, что важно, да, что эта секция, эти performances, это не периодизация, да, поэтому это не идея, что именно эта эпоха представлена у нас придворным поэтом. Да? У нас есть другой раздел timelines, да, где вот как бы такая историческая периодизация, да, и какие-то попытки ее переосмыслить. Поэтому, но это очень показательный и важный вопрос, да, на самом деле, что Жуковский здесь не фигура или не только фигура начала XIX века, да, это как бы такой центр, от которого отходят в разные исторические концы какие-то, да, то есть вопрос мне очень близок и понятен, и безусловно, да, либертенов у нас это на самом деле,
было бы здорово.
вот именно, да, это,
И весело
конечно,
читать, и
конечно, да, да,
и,
не знаю,
смех потом поездки, можно было бы
да, я
сделать.
знаю, нет, это совершенно вообще какой-то легкости, может быть, нам не хватает.
А можно сделать, ну, проект Либертен, а дальше точка, нецензурно. Эту поэзию не печатали.
Юрбееге. Закрытый лист. Да, как бы только паспорт протектор. Юрбееге.
But it's an interesting issue, right? But I think what maybe bears saying, possibly in the introductory piece that we write about the section or to the entire collection, is that these different rubrics function differently in terms of how they conceive of history, right? Of literary history, and some of them precisely want to create these pathways of burrowing, right? Like through
Scenarios of poetry, not scenarios of
yes,
power.
exactly, and that's in fact precisely how poetry and poetic history works, right? Because poets don't think chronologically when they invoke intertextual reference, right? It's associative in these other ways, and so that then becomes. I mean, this is not to say that we don't need the light poetry tradition, which is actually a kind of a problem.
Well, I guess my comment goes in the opposite direction.
You want it more serious?
Yeah. I felt that if you are talking about Simeon poets, now talk about these figures who are sort of poets, certainly mentioned Prokopyevich because he wrote occasional poetry. He appealed to Peter with Epinikion, and maybe wasn't really that interesting to Peter as court poet, but certainly then wrote occasional poetry in different contexts. So if there was a court poet under Peter, that was Stefan Prokopyevich.
It's a state poet.
No.
So to convey the ideology, to promote certain ideas, to find the best formulas for certain political reforms. Is it court or is it ideological, political, interchangeable, depending on the definition?
Well, it's up to you, but I think so. Kind of, he seems to belong in that.
Yeah.
In that tradition.
As a mention.
Yeah.
It's a very good
Honorable mention, but more generally, I felt that somehow, well, Zhukovsky is not just somebody who's sitting between many chairs or on many chairs, or is a center. He's also a kind of a museum, which, well, all these strands are preserved in Zhukovsky, but he is a weird kind of yes, and that doesn't really seem very to a reader, say to our colleague from the English department, that needs to be conveyed somehow, the uniqueness of Zhukovsky. When you say закат смеяния этой традиции связан с утратой в 40-е, 50-е годы двором статус законодателя, well, that seems a bit too late to date закат смеяния to the 50s.
I think that well, it depends on how we consider this.
So just
I consider the decay of Nicholas I's reign, the crisis, and which actually happens in the 40s. It's still the age of court, like Harriman, but in the beginning, is poetry, but he denounces the court. Pushkin's death in 1837, and the accusation of the court in killing the court. That's why I was thinking about this particular historical period as the potential end of court dominance. And it resonates с главой Михаила, как в 40-е годы как раз уже происходит вот эта трансформация. Но так процесс, конечно же, начинал, можно найти и в 18 веке уже кризис придворной поэзии и насмешки над двором.
И про музыку тоже мне показалось, что вы поздновато. Вплоть до конца 19 века в музыке, особенно опере,
Я думал,
Ну, не, да,
Чайковского балет, наверное, не опера, наверное, балет.
Да, как бы на самом деле демократическая традиция, республиканская, если вы говорите, Мусоргский, Торгомышский, Римский-Корсаков вообще ненавидел царскую. То есть,
Деньги шли.
а в основном
вот,
итальянскую любили
из
оперу.
придворного
это самое.
театра.
Итальянскую любили оперу, а не русскую. Да, то есть, действительно, это вот только Глинка, первая опера Глинки, а потом уже они теряют интерес к этому.
Ну, Чайковский невероятно тесно связан с двором, и балет — это искусство, которое
Да.
больше То есть я думаю, что, может быть, лучше конкретизировать и заменить оперу здесь на балет, потому что балет требует, помимо театра, огромных финансовых вложений. Вкусы балета — это вкусы двора, потому что это те же самые феечки на сцене.
Балет, ладно.
Но главное, что балет, кто ходит, аудитория у балета. Да. И Некрасов, который осмеивает балет, и для поколения 50-х, 60-х годов балет — это уже красная тряпка. То есть для них все эти самые балеты «Лилия Долина» там, или не знаю, что еще, это нарушение всех и всяческих социальных принципов поэзии, которые они
Про
оставили.
балет будет хорошо, потому что если будет что-то в стиле Вортмана про конец 18 века и про какие-то спектакли,
Да.
то как
Что это на карусель?
Да, он
Именно на карусель.
именно.
Two things that I wanted to emphasize from what we just said. First is that Lake Pushkin is really and this is kind of the big unspoken here, right? Is that Lake Pushkin is an attempt to become a corporate.
And Katenin's critique.
Yes, and all of it, this whole revival of Lomonosov, the whole argument that Lomonosov embodies dignity in ways that contemporary journalists don't. He tries to become a court poet, and we have particular texts like Pir Petra Perova, right, that as Vera Yurina has shown, it's like an attempt to be a court poet, even as he is publishing a journal which is supposed to be for the open public and so on. And this attempt fails, but this is in that sense, his death also represents this threshold, because this is like really sort of the last attempt before Demyan Verny. I guess the last major attempt. And then back to Feofan Prokopovich, I would actually disagree with Borя, because as far as Peter the Great is concerned, I think that Feofan is not a poet at all. I mean, he writes poetry, but Peter doesn't like poetry. And that the reason for that is not Peter himself, but the context that Peter doesn't like the court. Peter ran away from the court as he knew it. He destroyed it, this whole Muscovite setup, which already had a theater and a poetry. And he sort of started recreating it in the late before his death in the 20s, but still not in the way that it reemerged under Anna Yanovna. So he doesn't want court, he doesn't want poetry, he wants other kinds of discourse, and Feofan provides them. Feofan writes the sermons, Feofan writes the laws, so that is what is going on, right? So I would say that there is a point where there is no court, and it's also important if you look at it as a dynamic situation, not as an institution that is always there somehow, but as things that appears and disappears and transforms. There is a very clear Petrine anti-court setup.
Yeah.
Different attitudes from the court itself.
Yeah, from
So
the
what's needed
Yeah.
for the
Yeah. The question is, too many names will also like harm,
Yeah,
because they
yes.
need to think
Right,
about
Yeah,
the
and
right
as I
balance.
mentioned in the introductory remarks,
Yeah.
lots of things will be thrown at our authors, and then you decide what needs to be there.
I have a very quick question for me, because in many actually more like popular histories of Russian literature, they refer to Trylikovsky as one of the first court poets. Can we speak of Trylikovsky as a poet, and in which sense? And I was thinking about the famous like Anna Yanovna's performance, maybe, which makes sense to incorporate it here as a fresh and interesting material for the potential reader. Or not.
Right. I would say that his conflict with Walensky probably is an interesting case where he actually resists.
That is.
An attempt with Walensky,
Mhm.
arguably to order him to write whatever court requires. So, but how he saw himself, in relation to court is like probably difficult to say. Yes, of course he is there, but he is, переводчик, academy translator. That's how the position.
I think that for this genre, thinking about the readership, just a quick remark, it's important to incorporate. Even though you might want new cases and new examples, it's also important to incorporate what has been part of the myth of the court code. And I think Tredyakovsky and Walensky is absolutely that example, right? And it becomes new because you place it in this piece that does so much new reorganization and rethinking. So I think it's good to give these and to mark them as such, right? This is a famous case, and this is not a new case. So that this is for graduate students, definitely, right? So that the graduate students then get oriented in this space, right? Here's what this piece is doing that hasn't been done, and here's something we know.
But stylistically, do you allow kind of irony in the text? I think something.
Do I allow?
There should be some kind of, not technical standard, but there ain't.
I don't think you've been writing enough.
No, I try. I'm actually fighting now with a certain editor because in one sentence I added parenthetically the word "oi" association, and he wants to delete this "oi," but I said this is my condition. You publish the article with "oi," or I take this away.
Yeah, no.
Oi stays. Oi stays.
Commenting on the Tredyakovsky and Walensky conversation, that brings us to two things. And first, Laveshnikov's novel, which figures Tredyakovsky as a buffoon, but there is a like Gumilyov's story, there is like disparaging fictionalization of the role of court poet, which can be brought up, right? If we are writing about the 19th century, right? It's
and Pushkin like disagreed.
Yeah. So that's. But speaking of Tredyakovsky himself historically, so there is a short moment in the 30s when he is like 1832, 1732, 33, around that time when he comes back, and he tries to do that. And so Yezda Vostoklubi is something published with the patronage from the Prince Kurakin, who is obviously a member of this diplomatic elite and that sort of thing, and it's dedicated to him. And there is a text which has been republished, which is very important. I have a PDF, I can send it to you. It has never been published in full. And it is really a first attempt to set the paradigm of, okay, so my role as a poet is to praise the empress, as opposed to those Republicans of 1730 who wanted to take sovereignty from her. So in that sense, I would say that in that moment, Tredyakovsky is obviously working as the paradigm, as a paradigmatic court poet. And if you look at his early odes from that time, he does everything that Lomonosov does then over 20 years, because Lomonosov just keeps rewriting the same ode for 20 years, because he's just doing his thing, and Tredyakovsky invents it all. But then I absolutely agree with Irina, and then the relationship grows very complicated, because it turns out that Anna doesn't really need this, is not interested, and you cannot be a court poet if the court is not interested. So it all pulls apart as a project. And his translations are indeed, as Irina said, are very successful and are appreciated by the rulers as well. So it's never simple, it's not stable, it doesn't produce any stability, as Zhivov also showed. But there is this moment where you can clearly see him as a paradigm for poet, and he's consciously inventing that role, yes, for Russia based on Western models.
So you think that Yezda is the kind of court project?
Or Salon, because Salon opposed itself to the court.
This is Lotman's reading of it. So I
sense, at least to agree.
So my reading of that would be that what is being invented with Yezda is a kind of privacy. There is an invention of privacy which is driven by the court, right? Because one of the things that Ilya shows in later stuff, that one of the things that court poetry does is it develops private spaces, right? Ekaterina as a private person in Tilitsa or whatever, right? Maria Fedorovna as a private person in Zhukovsky. So the voice of privacy becomes one of the voices of court poetry. And that I think is what is happening in Yezda Vostoklubi.
Okay, we're gonna take a very short break between this comment and your next comment.
Sorry.
This was not without irony, was it?
And thank you so much for very, very helpful comments and suggestions, remarks.
Oh, this was great.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so,
let's
so,
move
so
on.
maybe 5 minutes or so. Finish our- 35-й, 35-й.
Через как бы вот 30-е годы это отношение поэтому порой
Пушкин возражает на это, правильно?
Да.
Я говорю, там вот эта полемика Пушкина против этого, это как раз это пушкинский придворный момент.
проблема просто как все это слишком много нот, это тоже
Да.
в разные стороны ходить, а слишком мало для тебя просто подставляешь.
А слишком много нот, это же тоже придворная. Придворная самое.
Божественная
Знаете,
книга
отличная история,
Джейк,
что
я
там,
сегодня делал доклад вам.
значит,
Вот в этот
была
день я
записана
пришел бы
легенда,
и
что Мария Терезия сказала.
в данный момент как
ну,
сейчас, да,
Нет, соседней
недели
эпизод,
было, уже понедельник.
она сказала дочь Швайнерай. И это ходило к мемуарам, а потом кто-то пошел, это был какой-то источник опубликованный, чьи-то мемуары, потом
Да,
кто-то
но
пришел,
жизнь по большому молодцу,
пошел
я
рукопись
надеюсь,
этих
не
мемуаров.
поговорить.
И там было написано не Deutsche Швайнерай, что просто
Её не обижайте,
а
это
Deutsche
её
Sauerei.
Нет,
Нет, Sauerei в смысле кислятина. То есть это как бы комментарий все-таки от музыкального тона получается. а не просто-
Да ладно, перестань.
Но на самом деле,
Кошмар.
Sauer- Илья это Sauer.
Все понятно.
Sauerei, кислятина.
Через все тексты
Sauerei.
на берегах
я
Ну, узнавай, это же такая когнитивная модель, да, это она представляется.
вот чисто терминологически был, безусловно, придворный стрелок, так? Был,
Безусловно, не было.
ну а как он себя считал? И
Кто?
Грандин.
А вы Мишину статью видели последнюю?
Миша.
Вележева про вот это
Последний?
этот расклад. Ну, Мишин есть некоторая статья про записку и отношение к
Да.
12 Александру. И он это показывает, что нет, Карамзин очень неустойчивое положение
Не, я
Александра.
имею в виду терминологически. Был ли такой титул?
Придворный историограф.
Да. Потому что, когда говорят о Карамзине, придворный, например, придворный капельмейстер. Придворный капельмейстер.
Да, конечно.
Да.
Функция должности не было, моя в этом тезис, что
Вопрос такой, была ли должность придворного капельмейстера в России? Придворного композитора?
говоря, была ли в России должность придворного композитора?
При капелле любовь. Это вот то, что спевческая капелла, вот там был действительно Котелем туда посадили, кажется, Глинку не смог, было невыносимо, было долго. Это вот то, что
я имею в виду, лейб
на композитор.
доктор,
Да,
лейб не знаю, композитор.
это очень правильный вопрос, потому
Там
что
были ли
да.
вот эти титулы? Потому что маленьких немецких принципиалов, да, были. Насколько я
Знаете, кто был первый официальный, единственный, может быть, русский придворный поэт? Это либретист, который итальянец Банекки, который выписал Елизавета. Вот у него был контракт. Он был при опере про-итальянский, вот у него был контракт придворный либретист.
Ага.
Он должен был поставлять по либрету.
Потому что придворного поэта такой должности нет.
Нет. Вот только в этом
Да.
случае. Тут она была. Я вам могу дать ссылки,
Тогда
у нас
это-
есть эти документы.
Тогда это очень интересный случай получается, что то, чего нет, то заполняется поэтами в соответствии
Да.
с собственными интересами,
Да.
задачами,
Да.
и создается вот этот салпаж.
Но вопрос про музыку очень точный, потому что по моим ощущениям действительно это происходит по модели музыкальных должностей, которые есть. Потому что придворный музыкант – это должность, они есть,
Да.
у них есть снаряжение, оборудование, ставки рабочие. А поэтому не полагается.
Хочу посмотреть книжку Агеевой, может быть, но она немножко более поздний период, она рассматривает Павловское царство. Придворный.
Нет, у нее есть про Елизаветинское, где ссылался, по-моему, да.
Вот искать через дверь, то есть придворный чтец. Это просто как бы мы тебя называем придворным чтецом.
Нет, он читал,
или-
Петров читал.
Нет, сам был ли ранг? Была ли должность, официальная должность зарплаты
Петрова была,
как придворный кто?
чтец.
Придворный чтец.
Да.
Либо тогда можно сказать, что чтец это эквивалент поэта.
Нет, потому что когда Екатерина плачет над Фелицией, и Державин в этот момент, замечательно же Елена Анатольевна все описала, что Державин в этот момент думает, что вот, он схватил, вот сейчас он будет придворным поэтом, у него есть письма, где все. А она ему посылает какую-то одну табакерку, и все, иди служи. Потому что ей тоже не нужен придворный поэт, она как бы, она не хочет эту функцию, она не очень заинтересована. Поэтому это такие всплески и как бы постоянная игра. Да.
Да, я просто попробую найти информацию о.
Но в какой-то момент Державин, в какой-то момент Державин без придворной должности, конечно, как бы вот певица это некоторые центральные.
То есть это заполнение лакуны.
Да, который,
С одной стороны, сами императоры не хотят заполнять,
да,
а поэты хотят.
Да.
Самовыражение
Да.
это отвечает вот.
да, нет, это не отличает, а там как бы так. Может, в Германии были чины, но Людовик XIV точно так же с поэтами играл неопределенность.
Mark, is this being recorded?
Wonderful to see you.
Do we want?
I think so, actually, I think we do, because
Then-
in the previous meeting,
No, it's
we-
recorded.
You did?
it's recorded. In
Yeah.
the previous meeting, we was recording Ship's comments.
So we probably should turn off the sound for breaks.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
That's my first chapter. Right now, so.
It's not, you know,
Late style. Something that happened before is one reason, but then like. Oh, well, I'm very interested. I was running a conversation. On that. There was a. Yeah, it was listed in the and some. So like it is kind of. Shared some. And we talked about it correctly, that was fantastic. And then we had a workshop. We were translating that to 3 years. So those are. We did No worries, okay. Oh, okay. Well,
That's what I go and look at when I need to remind It's on.
Google Translate ограничен
Supposed to be on.
Люба,
Мы начинаем. Давайте All right. Are we all back? I think so, right? We're all back.
I think so.
Yeah, excellent. And I'm sure Mikhail will reappear.
Attention, Colin. I want it.
Okay, next up is Kirill and the orator poet, the Republican.
Yes, thank you. Great to be part of this project. Thank you to all the organizers. I was very excited to work on this. I understand that my text might be kind of given as an example of an overcomplicated text, but my justification for that is that I really think that I thought about explaining the particular details, historical details, and not expecting too much historical background, and maybe I could do a better job. But my general thinking was that part of the goal of the essay, as I understood it, was actually to tell a story and to do it in conceptual terms, right? Not a chronologically developed story, but a story about particular functions that poetic speech plays, right, and how it works in different contexts. So yes, I understand poetic. It's my article, my essay, search for the understanding of poetic form as a theoretical object, which has to be questioned. What are the theoretical outlines of poetic form, right? And I'm proceeding from a from a formalist, but also a Benjaminian understanding of form that captures something of a historical dialectic. Again, not just in its content, not just the political views of the author, but the form itself. In that sense, the oratorical form. And the form has, in this sense, it has two functions that are in tension with each other, right? First of all, poetic form is actively creating the kind of society that that it inhabits, right? It can be utopian creation. The rhetorical form specifically creates the kind of a utopia of republic that doesn't exist outside of the kind of revolutionary seas of 1917. But besides actively creating something, right, being a medium of society, the form also captures some past states. Right, it is a medium of historical memory, so that in my case, the setup of ancient republics and popular assembly suddenly become a blueprint for a new poetry in a situation where it is clear that technically it cannot be, in most cases, technically it cannot be implemented. It must stay utopia. So it provides us some kind of a utopian horizon, right? So it provides scenarios of poetry, right? Elias said it provides scenarios of poetry that can be activated, right? So if form is this theoretical object, it includes a theory of itself, which means it includes a particular theory of interaction between the text and the public of reading, right? And the oratorical poetry is one of such one version of such theory. What I try to do is to bring attention to how the rhetorical theory, the legacy of a centuries older, millennial tradition of rhetorical theory provides a very potent model, both for writing poetry, as Tynyanov reminds us, as Tynyanov shows, but also for thinking about poetry. So rhetoric is both provides a rich, well-developed toolbox for creation of text with particular kinds of tropes and figures and syntactic forms for analyzing text, the same kind of through the same kind of lens, right? Analysis of trope and syntax, but also rhetoric includes a particular implied theory or utopia of the society that it serves, right? Rhetoric, even in the monarchy situations, in early modern European culture, rhetorical theory brings in itself this utopia of a republican public sphere. And that is something that is crucial for Quentin Skinner's analysis of Hobbes and the beginnings of early modern political theory, right? And this is something that I want to bring to bear on the questions of poetry, right? So the utopia is that, yes, there is an assembly of the empowered population, and then there is a speaker, an orator, who is talking to that assembly, and that speech is made meaningful through the context of this political empowerment, through the fact that the listeners are endowed with political freedom, right? With freedom to decide, to judge, not just the rhetorical performance, but the matter of the existence of whole society. So this verbal gesture becomes central to the existence of the power. So I see Tynyanov's article on the comparative genre as a revival of that rich theoretical tradition in a particular context, specifically in a context of a formalist attempt to conceptualize the post-revolutionary situation. And I link it to Tynyanov links the Lomonosov's and Державин to Mayakovsky, and I link Tynyanov's formulations of Mayakovsky to the particular descriptions in John Reed, for example, of the revolutionary situation of 1917, where this public speech indeed for a short moment became packed, right? People were just standing on streets and talking in groups, and that had political implications because that was the moment where the future was being decided. And Mayakovsky is, of course, a figure for Tynyanov, not just for Tynyanov, for Tchaikovsky, for Mayakovsky and Mayakovsky's own theoretical utterances, as a figure who finds poetic energy in this energy of the meeting, of the rally, of the street democracy, right? Starting with from his early things from Oblak Shtanach. And this is part of what Mayakovsky does, right? This kind of making poetry out of the democracy of streets and squares. So this is the basic conceptual outline, and then there are several subchapters in my article, and one of them kind of is concerned with, or two verses are concerned with the outlines of this tradition in 18th century and the Pushkin era, where Baratynsky's Rhythm, for example, becomes a major poem which explores this fantasy of oratory, but also, of course, the Decembrists, the figures which Tynyanov spoke a lot about. I talk about the debate of the направление нашей поэзии as a theory, following in Tynyanov's footsteps, as a theory of an oratorical republican poetry, and then I bring in Vяземский's Негодование as an example of that, where it's not just stage, but also the comment is made on how this political function actually dictates a new poetics. In Vяземский, it's called звучный строй, right? In the poem itself, he mentions that a new новый звучный строй is what he is doing. So this is the oratorical установка, orientation, which is both verbal, discursive, and political, because it is a new style that is meant to achieve new political effects, and namely create a collective of republican readers out of a collective of the subjects of monarchy. And I comment on Pushkin's Andrei Shenie as another major poetic depiction of this poetic utopia. And then my final part is on Mayakovsky himself. I talk about Tynyanov simulations. I bring in John Reed's characteristics of the revolutionary democracy of speech to highlight the origins of Tynyanov's understanding of Mayakovsky as a poet who creates his verse for the resonances of squares and streets, right? So for a very particular topography of democracy, right? Of topography of revolution, which is different from the topography of dictatorship and party rule, right? So the street democracy and not the party rule. What happens, and of course, Mayakovsky emerges as a major poet of dictatorship, and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and other points, he emerges in that sense as a court poet who is glorifying the sovereign. So that's definitely part of it. And I'm arguing, and I'm picking up versus Roy's provocative claim that the avant-garde is akin to Stalinism, and that it sees the population as something that has to be violently transformed, and that in Mayakovsky would have utterances that directly confirm that claim. But also what I am claiming is that in Mayakovsky there is an opposite side, right? Embodied among other texts by 150 миллионов, right? 150 миллионов говорят губами моими, which is where he consciously captures this, his poetry attempts to consciously capture this multifaceted, multi-vocal democracy of the streets, which is opposed to the public sphere of private leaders, and opposed to the dictatorship, to the rule by one. Right, and so the space of the rally becomes a kind of a political utopia of democracy, which is overridden by where things are going. Mayakovsky commits suicide in the end, and Boris Golos is an interesting text and point for different tensions that are at stake here. But this utopia is still fixed, being fixated by his work, right? Как в наши дни вошел водопровод, сработанный еще рабами Рима, right? This attempt to fixate the voice of the masses and to bring them to the future. And the article finishes with a suggestion by Grigory Dashevsky, who's my college instructor, among other things, on how after the mass protests of 2011-2012, how this democracy of the street, the form of the rally, the mass politics, might once again come to inform future poetry. Thank you.
I'll open this up by saying that the historical expanse that your piece opens up is truly longue durée, right? It's ancient Greece to some utopian future. But anyway.
Become a story in Azdania. In Mayakovsky's works.
I guess that my question is possibly uselessly broad, but I'm just thinking about our discussion with Ilya's paper about the function of performance in creating, in a sense, creating a court, right? You imagine a court and you create the court. With this situation, it seems genuinely utopian in the Russian context. You cannot create a republic, right, in the Russian context. What is the function of audience here? I mean, because is it the Decembers are speaking amongst themselves and creating this collective fantasy that is inactionable or unrealizable in the public sphere, right? Does that, I don't know if that element matters at all, but it just strikes me. I mean, that for me, this piece also had immense pathos, thinking about the present moment. Back to the Decembers, oh my God, this is in Russian culture. It has been completely unrealized, right? So I don't know if that pathos has any place in the discussion,
But you can create a republic. Republic was created in 1917, right?
In
We have
1917,
that there was fascinating that's not part of my paper, but there's fascinating diary notes by Eichenbaum, who is sitting there in 1917, and he's a brother of a major anarchist thinker, right? So he's sitting there in 1917 and writing down, I'm going to read lectures on the formalist method to the revolutionary sailors. He's imagining himself as this orator who is, and they're going to wake up, and his idea is that they're going to think about literature of the word differently because he's going to explain formalism to them, and that's going to have revolutionary consequences. And when he's writing, it's not completely utopian because people are talking on the streets constantly, right? So the Republic is there. So it's not completely unrealizable. It's just kind of the revolutionary utopias, they go down, they're subsumed by dictatorship. But that is kind of the Benjaminian, Marxian Benjaminian logic, right? That we need to remember those utopians that lost because they are the path to the future. This is what poetry does, right? It kind of keeps them remembered as actionable models. So as for the Decembrists specifically, well, they're not talking about themselves because the idea of the secret society is to do propaganda, right? To mobilize the whole Russian nobility, right? And this is, I mean, they're called secret, but the idea is to be public, right? And Vяземский's негодование Vяземский was not even a member, right? Because they didn't need to, people who were already on the side of the conspirators, they didn't need to formally include in the societies. So Vяземский was not a member of the December circles, but негодование, for example, was read, was kind of the copies, just as with Andrei Chenier, the copies were spread and people were reciting негодование to each other. We have those memoirs, and listeners were genuinely in awe of the sheer rhetorical capacity of this. And this is exactly what this poem is trying to do, wake up and become a Republican. So it didn't happen, I mean, in the sense that the Decembrists didn't win, but the rhetorical power of poetry to do that, right, is we have historical testimony to that. Ogarev writes in 61 when they published the anthology of censored Russian poetry in London. He writes that everyone was reading Pushkin and others because they were looking for freedom, independently of the context of what Pushkin exactly wrote. They were reading poetry because they were looking for freedom. So there is definitely not just a poetic utopia, but ways in which form itself can activate this Republican democratic potential in society.
Yeah, well, I agree completely with Kirill that the only reason why the Decembrists seem utopian is that they failed. They could have not failed. It's nothing unthinkable there. But my question, Kirill, is that is there some kind of are you looking for republicanism in the right place? Because consider these lines. Пророчество пред благоговеющим народом. Вития, это Вития ласкового народных произволов. This is Раевский. Пробудил гидру народной свободы. Дремлющей свободы. Because for them, being Republican meant basically military aristocracy doing the Roman thing. These moments are really kind of democratic moments, which take us back to kind of Demosthenes speaking condescendingly to the demos. And in the 19th century context, you don't really believe in the demos. Democracy is a bad word. Nobody's trying to create a democracy. Democracy was a kind of a but we certainly don't want that. And there's kind of plenty of work. I read that in some kind of I think maybe in Magun, that basically, yes, Republican, we're fighting for Republican, but not for democracy in the 19th century. So when you're collecting these moments, they might make, yes, some readers think that, well, it makes no sense because they actually despise the people. Therefore, it's kind of utopia. It's not utopian because it's about getting the kind of the military aristocracy together to do this collective thing. Whereas these reference to the demos shouldn't maybe be so central to your argument because they undermine the argument. somehow, a little bit.
I have a related comment, but
Yeah.
on a very
Yeah.
different topic, but I thought that the foil case that was maybe absent is the Payata Talpa topos.
Okay.
And yeah, before thinking, oh, this is not quite it, right? Well, one thing, thinking in terms of the leadership of this, right, and wanting to point to things that are recognizable, I think that would be good. But I think what you're saying, Boya, is in fact, they're not that far from the Payata Talpa topos. They're not going as far from it as you claim. I think they are actually still in dialogue with that, right? That the Talpa is the Gidra and the,
And they
it's-
need the Gidra to be reawakened, but there is no,
Control.
yeah,
control.
they are not empowered, the demons are not empowered.
Yes, so I agree with that, and the basic distinction that possibly needs to be emphasized in the text is the distinction between republicanism and democracy. Exactly as Boria outlined, that republicanism is about managing the crowd as opposed to kind of giving it ultimate authority. And I think that this is in the Republican situation of the forum that is created as a basic spread. Those are the two extremes, right? And the Decembrists, unlike Mayakovsky and the 1917 situation, are indeed on the idea of, okay, so the raider is somebody who manipulates the crowd. And I'm thinking about the Longinus, right, on the Sublime, which also kind of, how do you read, it talks about the power of Demosthenes over the Athenian assembly, and can be read, right, as interpreting Demosthenes as a kind of a dictator, right? Somebody who takes power over the crowd. So in Decembrists, that's definitely the case. But we still have the idea that this is where power comes from, the crowd that has to be managed in this particular way. In that sense, kind of it doesn't go away. It's not replaced by an idea of divine right monarchy as in Zhukovsky, right? You still have the situation of the forum that has to be dealt with, and then what comes next historically is the workers' movement, which Mayakovsky is a member of before he starts being a poet, right? Which basically turned that on its head, or to use Arendt's logic, expands the vision of ancient republics to the actual masses. So Mayakovsky is a very different case. But simultaneously, of course, the revolution itself also ends up in dictatorship. So then we have at the end, we have, for example, the image of Stalin and Mandelstam's ode as a narrator who is managing the crowd, ruling the crowd. So there is always this potential within that setup that a republic is actually dictatorship. What matters to me is to emphasize, first of all, this formal setup of the forum and the narrator, right? And the two options, that there is a democratic option in there, right? And it's present even in Pushkin, right? In Andrei, the passage that I talked about. As for the difference between the Payata Talpa and the orator poet. So this is an interesting thing I didn't think about. Pushkin's poems is obviously the inversion of that.
It's not that it's an illustration of what you're saying, but it needs to be there as a foil case, because
he is. I don't find it particularly intelligent, the poem.
But it's not just one poem. It's not just one poem. It keeps being reproduced. Just as your scenario keeps being.
Yes. No.
Okay, just a very small question. The difference between Толпа and народ. Народ сгоняемый слугами поводит, слушает певца, right? Something like that. It seems to be that sometimes there is. And
So yes, I talked in the article about how Baker actually distinguishes between I don't remember if it's Толпа, but they're two different words, right? Толпа, Chern, right? Which is Chern and Толпа are sort of a group of isolated individuals who do not have any kind of common civic cause, and then they're sort of awakened to be a narod. And that is the kind of dynamic that I see in Baker's article, and that is the Republican awakening. And then what is right in the sense that narod still has to listen to the orator. But the very important distinction that I make between Baker's poet and Charsky, and that is relevant for Mikhail's article as well, is that Tilbeki's poet is still sees himself as superior to the Talpa, but he doesn't see itself as isolated from it, as closed, as locked into his own private study. He still sees himself as somebody who walks on the forum and then manages the crowd, if you will, but still interacts with the crowd and talks to it and transforms it in a particular way, right? And that is the Republican situation. So Bori is absolutely right that Republic is not by itself, it's not a democracy. It's not supposed to be the rule of the masses, but it's supposed to kind of be rule which involves talking to them and moving them through oratory.
I mean, in the Poet Talpa Topos, what's important is that Talpa doesn't get the poet, right? And then what you were discussing, in a sense, Narod is, I mean, it's a utopian construct, right? Because it doesn't, these poems are not about what Narod gets or doesn't get, right? It's about the very situation of address, right? The very situation of a context in which the poet has a loud voice, right? Whereas Poet Talpa is a situation where the poet's voice is silenced and where the poet discovers that he maybe should do his poetry somewhere else.
So no, it's what I would like to kind of insist on is that the whole oratorical setup means that the populace has a voice. It can be silent, but it can kind of, if the orator is good enough, but it has power that can be activated. That is the threat.
Right.
That is the utopia, depending on where you stand that. But that poetry implies an audience that can.
Absolutely, but it's not a Narod who is critical of the.
So, and that in Pushkin's poem, right, what we have is the Narod who says, well, we need somebody who will talk business, right? Who will be an orator to us because we are public. And he says, no, I'm not going to do that, right? I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to you. So I'm not going to be the orator. This is like this rejection of, I'm going to be a court poet instead. And I'm going to write about Lomonosov as the embodiment of dignity.
I don't think that's what he says, but.
No, that's later. That's Putishestvy is.
But so I
That's
think
1830s.
I think it would actually make clearer like, the stakes of your case, right? To have that more familiar tradition that we all teach to our undergraduates, the present.
I understand that the range of Kirill's chapter is already too large, but I feel that there is, and especially in the context of the discussion about democracy and republic, the missing link associated with the oratorial sort of pose in the tradition of Nekrasov and Nazis, advocating, but that's exactly where democratic stand is replacing the Republican stand. And that explains where Mayakovsky comes from, because otherwise Mayakovsky just arrives with the revolution without no basis, right? So would you consider sort of inserting this missing link into your discussion?
That was the major question. There is a great article that I was honored to translate recently by Jenny Flaherty on Nekrasov, and she makes a great point that what we see in Poeta Grazdanin is a poet. Nekrasov himself does not assume the role of Grazdanin, right? There is a very complex distinction between them, where the poet is not that Nekrasov actually refuses that point of being the orator in favor of being a flawed figure, and that is his voice, right? So it's and I'm not very good at summarizing it, but Jenny makes a very complicated argument. So given the limit restraints, I thought I just sort of skip that part.
Yeah, but on the other hand, so this argument I understand, but if you look, for instance, at Кому на Руси жить хорошо as an oratorial piece, here is some kind of the opera where different democratic voices produce rhetorical arguments.
Yeah,
right?
so, but
There is no orator poet, right?
There is no other poet,
step
right?
there.
so
But
They should have asked both.
yes,
in a way,
that is exactly what Jenny's article is about.
So here we go.
Yes, but one argument that she makes and that is really interesting to me there in Кому на Руси is that so there is a scene before they start their trip, the characters, right? they sit down and they start arguing about "Говорите, жить хорошо," and then there is just a noise. You cannot hear what they're saying, they're not hearing what they're saying, so there is a huge noise, right? And even the animals are like attracted to this noise and what's going on, what are they shouting about? And generates about how this is not a figure of meaninglessness, but how this is an alternative, actually democratic voice, because this is if you look at the ethnographic descriptions of peasant assemblies, this is how it was, right? We have ethnographies of peasant assemblies from the 19th century. There was a huge noise, which an outsider did not understand. And then suddenly everything was figured out. They decided everything, right? So, and the assemblies took part in an outside setting, so the woods. So the scene in Nekrasov is actually a powerful metaphor of a peasant assembly, Mirskoy Schod. So yes, in that.
Which is direct democracy.
Yeah, which is a direct democracy,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what I was trying to ask, is this question of audience and a public. So it would be a great piece to put in there. You know, the emergence of a public in this example of the non-understanding, the sound, you know, that precedes language in a sense, in the formation of a public. I mean, maybe you could just put it in there and cite Jenny's essay.
Yes, I mean, I'm currently submitted another article on a poem by a peasant about peasant life, and it includes similar scenes. So I mean, if the editors give me more space, I can do a lot of things.
We know ways to cut something, but
Okay.
not cutting maybe not right away, but maybe also.
I have a thought as well, which requires expansion, and so I too raise it reluctantly. But the quotation from Grigory Dashevsky at the end, which is I think one of my favorite sentences that he ever wrote, it's really tantalizing to think then about something that's more potential. So one question that I have is why you end as you end, and why not think about, I mean, for example, is it possible to think about the period from the 90s to 1990s to the contemporary as a time when truly coming up with a democratic notion of the figure of the poet starts to be enacted?
Well, I'm not an expert in contemporary poetry at all, so maybe it's just I just don't know enough. But one thing that is missing is the oratorical situation, which is the idea of the public.
Yes.
Because of how Russian politics was structured, you do not, outside of this 2011, 2012 moment, you don't have a sense that when you read contemporary activist poetry, Galina Rimbu, Dasha Sirenka, the sense of a large empowered audience is missing. It's like lone voices shouting in the night about suffering. It's a very different setup.
Yeah, I would
What about
disagree. I would disagree even about those two, and particularly if you think about what happens during the pandemic, when you start to have countless poetry readings online, and you know, tons of people getting that stuff in real time, or the function of social media. We have all of these reactions to what people are writing. I think that so that was, to me, it was a really interesting moment in the essay, pages 8 to 9, where we quote Habermas, and there's this transition that you don't have to really be in person, it can just be on the page. And then I thought it was losing the force of the performance there. And I wanted the sense of how that's still constituted as a performance, if it is just lone people reading on the page. So I don't know, maybe this would extend things too much, but somehow bringing out this possibility in the post-Soviet period, when I think there really are significant figures who are wanting, in fact, to empower the other people. It's not just having the masses controlled by the state. There's a fantasy that we're all in this together, and that we will be able to build this future. And women poets are among those who lead it, but they're not the only ones. But you named it, great places to start.
Yes, no, they are, and I mean, I absolutely subscribe to their politics. It's just from what I saw, I didn't see it never clicked to me as this actually belongs here. But yeah, no, I will happy to look in that direction.
But even Akhmatova, when you present Mayakovsky's case, 150 million, Akhmatova in Requiem. So it's a similar, but a different kind of people. You can actually create
It might
the
actually be.
conflict
Mhm,
actually
mhm.
between what is implied under the term народ и поэт, который говорит, через которого говорит народ. They definitely have different understanding of what the народ is. But Isabel.
No, I mean, well, I hesitate to raise it, 'cause I don't know if it's massively pedestrian, but I think it, there seems to me like, especially in the second one of the piece, you did talk a lot about these kind of origin situations and actually sort of embodied, especially that last quotation from Dashinsky, and I just kind of wondered if maybe earlier in the piece when you talk about Russian public's response to Decembrists or something, maybe kind of to give more of a flavor of the situations that those poems were actually like read in. You mentioned they were kind of already shared, right? But just to kind of embody that part. It felt very theoretical at first, and then suddenly it was like the Revolutionary Street and this kind of incredibly material space that Tchaikovsky and others are still working in, and especially about great image at the end. So I don't know, kind of, yeah, but speaking of something.
So, yes, so absolutely. I mean, it's all with the size constraints, right? I thought I would kind of focus on particular kind of text, poetic text, and theoretical explications. There are memoirs about how Vяземski's poetry was read, right? And kind of I can do that. As far as Mayakovsky, the whole other direction is how Mayakovsky, for example, writes about radio and performing poetry on radio. Again, I thought I just didn't have space for that. And it's very much linked to how Benjamin and Brecht write about radio at the same time. So it's a whole conversation, right? Radio as a voice that is being transmitted all over, and the different politics of radio, because kind of in Benjamin, it's the bourgeois radio, but then there is the Soviet radio, which is a democratic medium, and Mayakovsky writes to that effect. So again, as long as the editors give me space, there is a lot that can be done here.
I thought if you wanted to hear a little bit about space, I thought that some of the quotations that are not from Russian poetry, that are from theory, from Germans, could be summarized, shortened, especially the opening, which is very good and intellectually exactly what we want, but maybe not exactly what we want in the handbook. Right? We want to get to the poetry quicker. And I think once you start working on that kind of editing, you'll open up more space for the Russian context of this. I think it's possible to set it up precisely the way you're doing, which is very, very good, but with slightly less direct quotation.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm gonna do my best, but before getting to Russian poetry, shouldn't we establish what poetry is?
You got the ode.
Yeah, but that's where I start from. And what is poetry, right?
I also think I have a couple of random comments and maybe a suggestion. The first one is a Mayakovsky thing. So when you discuss Mayakovsky very convincingly, I was actually waiting for one or two very short stories of how Mayakovsky's poetry was perceived, actually based on someone's account. And specifically, there were two scenarios which he employed. The early scenario, the futurist scenario, where he provoked the audience, bourgeois audience, Mещанская аудитория, эпатировать bourgeois, whatever. And then after the revolution, when he tried to be the voice of the audience. But I remember what my grandma told me about Mayakovsky's performances and how people yelled at him and actually disagreed with him and shouted Mayakovsky пошел вон or something like this. And there are such stories and they are recorded and published. Lavud, yes. So maybe this story will show like a performance, how this poetry, a utopian project was perceived. So this is number one. Number two, there is a missing thing, but of course there are missing things because we all like choose what not to speak about. And this is Yevtushenko part. And also I would do the same thing. Find someone, tell an account of how Yevtushenko's poetry was perceived. Like specific even lines. It is possible to find. It doesn't come to my mind which particular ones. Because in this case, you can reenact your own idea, theoretical idea, without actually references. You can make just a reference to a theoretician, or just summarize your own, what can you do? It would be easier to perceive the material. So the general impression is it's a great chapter, but it's kind of Tolstoy thing. You explain things which are evident. So the originality of your approach, your argument is evident from page 5. So when you start talking, I even say like, when you start talking about backwards page 3.
That's where I marked it.
Yes,
Again
and then you
here.
can use references because it's perfectly clear what you want to say. But you use the introduction, which for the handbook may seem as a little bit like going away. And when we start reading the exact paragraph, it's absolutely 100% clear what you want to say. So you explain something which you demonstrate.
Start with
in
Christian
the
Decker,
introduction.
then weave in the theoretical stuff.
Not necessarily even, you can actually
maybe-
reference
yeah, right.
them or incorporate them in the text.
But I start with Tenyanov because Mayakovsky.
Yeah.
Right, so that's, yeah. Well, okay, before you respond to it, there's Nila with a hand up, and I want to make
yeah.
sure that our Zoom participants are, you know, it's a demo.
I just wanted to get back to Luba's comment on kind of getting to the Russian context. So when you talk about a poet and a politician, what came to mind to me is Zinaida Gipius' essay, Политика и поэзия. And there are just some quotes that seem very, very relevant. Что политику нужно иметь в виде полюса к специальным дарованиям. Во-первых, дар воображения. Во-вторых, при широком синтезирующем взгляде на мир волевую интуицию. Ему нужно вдохновение, или иными словами, нужно знать полноту ощущения данной минуты. Но полнота ощущения данной минуты есть по Баратынскому определение поэзии. So she kind of creates that parallel, and she's very specific about what is similar about the two. So I think I thought of that. And the second issue, and that's more of an empirical issue, is to think about what a poet and politician have in common if you look at actual texts. And to me, the best example is to look, on the one hand, at Mayakovsky's «Слушайте, товарищи потомки», and then right next to it, to look at Trotsky's speech from 1905, which starts with «Слушайте, товарищи». So the beginning is the same, and then kind of to look at where it evolves and where Trotsky uses repetition and kind of repetition of pieces that are viewed as kind of rhetorically equivalent, and how that kind of is similar to poetry. But I know you don't have space, but it just seemed to me that talking about a poet and a politician, I think implies that you can show a piece of rhetoric, a piece of a speech that sounds like a poem in some way, and kind of make it empirical.
Yes, thank you. That's great. The parallel between Mayakovsky and Trotsky is exactly the kind of thing that is at stake here, right? Oratorical poetry. It's like the rhetorical apparatus, and I give references to on kind of this whole literature and rhetoric, right? There is a whole literature of rhetorical handbooks that are coming out when Mayakovsky and Tenyanov are writing. So this is definitely part of that. Thanks you for the Gipius reference. Yes, it's also it seems very relevant, and there is a lot of that. Yeah, so of course, kind of how much can you mention?
But there's something very useful also about the Gipius reference, which is the gender aspect of it, right? And this is, I think, what Stephanie was bringing up, right? This is a very masculine story, right? Which is fine. I'm not one to object to this kind of thing, right? That's not my usual way of thinking. But I wonder, you know, which elements of the story are negotiable and which are not. And is the masculine position of this orator, in fact, not necessarily a part of the story, right? Can there be a situation of this utopian speaking to the polis, which imagines a different kind of speech? So like Dasha Sirenka or Galina Rimbu imagining a
But Bella
solidarity.
Bella-
Bella Khondrovna, absolutely, right? So
It's not
so
territorial.
But she recited,
So what? Everybody
to the
recites. So everybody recites to the audience. It's not the criteria. I think that Kirill argues it's not the act of recitation.
right.
It's a certain
It would be
logic of it.
Alexandra
But-
Kolontai,
but-
but she's not a style.
But I'm thinking maybe of this example of Akhmatova, right? The Akhmatova that was brought up, right?
What's it?
Where some
It's
of
a
this,
case.
but Akhmatova
Yeah.
more so, right? Where even the things that are not publicized and cannot be are imagined as speaking to a polis or a demos. I don't know, maybe not. Well, it's interesting.
On
And it
behalf.
will
So
resonate.
on behalf,
Yeah.
but also by making it articulable somehow, right?
So,
Это будет артикулировать очень хорошо, гармонировать с главой Михаила.
Абсолютно,
Да, с
абсолютно.
вот этой частью, посвященной женской поэзии.
Right, absolutely. And I think in general, I mean, this particular panel that we have this morning, they're really robust intersections, right? So,
So yes, my kind of focus when choosing what I'm going to be talking about in the article was about focusing on the scenarios of speech that are there in poetic texts or texts theoretical that are relevant for the poets themselves. So the disjunction between experiment and reception is a whole other conversation, right? When you talk about the cases when Mayakovsky was booed at, I'm thinking, okay, so this is direct democracy. Right, this is kind of, this is what the assembly does, right? Exactly, but the gender question, I think it's very on the spot, and and I think from what I understand about poets like figures, actors like Sirenka, part of the argument they would make is that there is a kind of what they're looking for is a much more horizontal form of democracy that leaves no space for the dictatorial or which is masculine and patriarchal, right? How do we create?
Say that. Just in one or two sentences. That's going to be beautiful.
I can say that in one or two sentences, but then to make it real, I would need examples, and that would give me another page. Give me another page. Please give me another page. So yeah, yes. As for Akhmatova, again. Yes, I think this is. I'm thinking about the politics of Requiem, and I agree with what Boris said. Right? She's speaking in the name of. She's being a witness, and what she does not have is an audience of empowered readers. Maybe in the future, but there is no utopia. There is just okay. I'm gonna bear witness for somebody in the future, right?
No, there is a
But that
utopia.
was,
With the monument in there, that's very utopian just.
Yes, but then there is no audience. There is just the monument, the
Right,
figure of the monument, right?
No, she's addressing a future.
Yeah, that-
Those who are going to make the decision about the
This is a very Russian situation, like from Vladimir point of view, like Telega, Peter Lukshadyu. So the audience is being created.
I was also thinking, we're talking about late Soviet context. I was of course also thinking about the Mayakovsky state.
Yeah, that's what they would.
That seems to, and I looked at some of the poetry that was recited there, which was not by, of course, Yevtushenko comes to mind, but I also saw some.
Yevtushenko wasn't there.
No, yes, of course, but yeah, what I was saying is that I looked at some of the poetry by not so well-known poets, and there are in the Mayakovsky Chtenia, there are things that sort of fit that model directly. Yeah.
Человеческий манифест Голландского.
Yeah.
That's a very Mayakovsky line.
Oh, that's.
And that's performative, of course, reading by Mayakovsky
Yeah.
monument, despite the fact that Mayakovsky had been completely
Yeah.
co-opted by the official discourse, proves that this linkage is
Yeah,
still alive.
and creating a physical public, which is also at the same time political, right? There is a kind of other public sphere which is physically created around the monument, and that has to be dispersed by the authority.
Yeah, I guess where the ordinance is again.
The monument is a different thing. If you look at Pushkin's, I have things still to think it through, but the monument is not a democracy. It's a different setup. So if you look at Pushkin, right? Назовет меня всаксущий мне язык, гордый внук славян, Афина не дикой, which is about the extinction of the Polish and Ukrainian language. That is not, that is the monument, right? So in Akhmatova, there is not enough to, with this kind of this last monument mentioned, there is not enough to, or I don't know, enough to think properly about this as the political conclusion. It is a utopian in the sense that it projects a different future, but what is this future like?
Well, there's nobody around the monument because it's put in a place where there should be nobody standing, right? So,
Mhm.
so in
it's
fact,
like-
she's kind of made it a place where there won't be, let's hope,
Yeah.
right, a line of people.
Yes, but that I would, so I'm very interested in Requiem and thinking about it. But I would just say that it seems to me like a different situation in terms of the relationship of the poet to the audience.
Right, but I mean, it's like sort of building on what you're saying about maybe this, tradition having a slightly different.
Yeah.
I think it's about more generally methodologically about incorporating spaces of slight difference, because if you decide that all I want to look at is democracy, then it becomes somewhat constraining, and like you have to, the main gesture is to say, this is not it, right? But in fact, maybe one of the gestures could be, well, my reader could think about this as we've all done, right? And I see it as slightly different, but I will mention it here because this is where my readers' minds will go, right? They will go to Akhmatova's Requiem. And I would say, yes, it's relevant, but there is a slightly different scenario there.
There's also the idea of just a kind of delayed temporality, right? So yes, it cannot reach its audience now. It cannot be the same thing as the orator in public doing that.
Yep.
But there is a confidence there. It's in a weird way, it's almost like a gesture of, I guess, I'm preserving the poems. There is a belief that there will be a moment when this can be read, and when that happens, it will have that democratizing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes, and the whole gesture of the memory, the kind of providing memory is essential to how kind of Maioric understands form. So it definitely weaves into that.
It's
Into that
probably very
conversation.
timely to mention this in the current situation.
No,
Yeah.
it was so
Yeah.
resonant.
Yeah.
We will wrap up in a few minutes. There's Irina's comment. We'll wrap up just
Oh.
Kirill's part. So that.
Yeah, just a follow-up comment, just a name. Mark mentioned Dima Bykov, but I have another name of the poet who represents direct democracy and who is an orator as well. Someone like Хлопуша, like the городские поэты, арбатские поэты who produce non-stop, like almost like poetry. And it's a very interesting phenomenon of the 1980s and early 1990s, where someone just stood in Arbat and just started composing really deep poetry stuff. But this is a direct representation of Vox Populi, because he was so close to them. I just forgot the name, not Kalapusha. Really bad, but delicious from a certain point of view, because this is the Vox Populi, not the intellectual or the elite poet, but the one who comes from the people, like Скоморохи.
Городские поэты in Gumilev's story. Городские поэты.
Городские поэты, yeah,
Yeah,
from this
yeah,
point,
yeah.
but I don't know what they actually imply. But it would be a городской поэт. I'm sorry.
So Kirill, before you respond, let's collect some, I see that it's not just Irina, we have also Kathy wants to say something. And Mila, is your hand up from the previous
No,
comment? No,
I
or
forgot.
another
I
comment?
forgot to, no, it's.
Oh,
I-
lower, okay, so
lower
just
my
two
hand.
comments then, Irina and Kathy, and then maybe something final.
just going back to monuments, okay, the monument is erected for poets who are talking to whoever, what is his audience, right? Beginning with chorus and so on. Or no audience, like in present audience for Akmatova. Then there is readings of poetry by the monument, right? That's what Mark was talking about. Then the question whether you even need to read anything when you are by the monument. If I recall correctly, people were arrested
Just by
recently
being
who just
there.
coming to Pushkin's monument. Being there. Becoming complicated and interesting. I don't know how much of that we can.
And is a monument, does the monument serve a kind of oratorical function without any
Yeah.
oratory being produced, either from the monument or from the?
Well, if you
You're
look at,
voting.
if you look at just kind of going back to what Mark said, right? If you look at the function of the Mayakovsky monument in the Soviet situation, right? Yes, there is this monument to the officially canonized poet, and suddenly it becomes a core for some kind of new public sphere when you didn't expect it, right? So there is this utopian potential inherent in it, right?
Yeah.
And then the Pushkin monument in the Putin situation, right? It's not even about reading poetry; it's just about a meeting place for a political rally. And there's still the idea that a community can rally around. I'm just unfolding kind of the question, can rally around and needs to be stopped from being able to do that if you are having a dictatorship, right? So there is this potentiality of a politically active community that can speak.
Which is so important to your piece in
Yeah.
general,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
makes it the most optimistic piece potentially in the handbook.
Well, I just wanted to emphasize that I think that the model that you developed, the theoretical model, is so generative. I think that's why you're getting all these responses. And it's generative in a way that allows us to think about the sort of famously political character of Russian poetry in a new and really exciting way. So I know that you're getting a lot of suggestions, but I think it's because it really does allow you to think about the politics of Russian poetry in a really productive way that does take you all the way up to the present.
It's a beautiful way to conclude. Very generous and
Generous and
way to conclude a generative discussion. Do we need a couple of minutes break, just to switch our mental gears? So Mikhail, maybe in 5 minutes, we will then,
Okay.
okay, great.
That having on the studio is completely true. I've been writing about freedom and contemporary poetry for a very long time. And I found what you wrote totally inspiring. It's not this. I'll be there for
Not this
and
copy.
as
Yeah.
in the, which is not spoiled me, like to.
Yeah.
It's not what I would have written for. It's like you're already.
Yeah, I mean, I believe have some killer.
But I love our earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
They say
Yeah.
it doesn't.
I was at a
matter because
meeting
only
by,
your body only makes that.
Stefano.
So if you had at least three. So my
Kuznets
or whatever.
Berlin in
That will do it.
2017.
Then you need to take it about an
It
hour.
was the century, anniversary of the revolution, and what was absolutely striking is all the people said there should be no revolution. There should be no revolution, because revolution is going to be massive victims and like that. So it was a completely like an erasure of potential agents. And I think Van Island was the vote and Churchill read the vote dealing Yeltsin as the counterweight to Putin as an alternative model. So I did President Trump as an alternative model for a dictator, but no public service. We also erased because of Stalinism that ends up. So that was I thought that it was.
Я
And then the connection was set.
Конечно, мета.
Ну, а он действительно, он, кстати, совмещает все зоны.
Это верно, да. Структурно это все очень.
Я же не говорю, что он гениальный, он просто эклектик, он как бы хочет сидеть вот действительно вот на всех студиях, быть всем одновременно.
И тем самым он как бы
Заканчивает это дело. Он как бы решает это, какой бы то ни было
при
содержание.
этом он шут гороху. Понятно.
То есть там это должность, а у него это чин. Вот сейчас я такой вот сильно, а вот тут для моих гостей. Другое,
Да.
лучше не консультировать, на мнение оставлять.
Это я где вот сейчас вспомню, я смотрел какое-то интервью типа Душа, причем все равно, когда телевизор не стал
Помойкой.
Помойка. Это можно сказать разные вещи, иногда он смеется. И он беседовал с каким-то как бы интеллектуалом. Может. Нет, это был самый другой телевизор. И очень какой-то ужасный совершенно цветастый рубашки, это такие хорошие вещи в Китае делают, хотя считают, что там делают поспех. А речь шла о его любови многочисленной. И вот, как же так, как же вот сначала один, потом другой, потом еще. Вот, они подразумевают. Они все у меня тоже, я фотографию.
Зачем совершать? Можно просто переходить как бы из одной комнаты в другую. Нет, я сам удивился. Я же пытался сказать номенклатуру, а потом кстати, кто происходит. Я думаю, вот там туда. А этот...
Здорово вообще, что не увлекательный, очень увлекательная глава.
У меня перформативность мало, у меня штатное расписание.
Вот я не очень понял, как была ваша глава, а потом ведь потерял там как бы разные периоды, а там кто-то советский период. А, вы не
Я такой же участник. Я просто дам случай.
потому что понятно.
Нет, прекрасно. Нет, я не знаю, как это. Ну, думаю, забыл глава. Перформанс. Мы говорим о том, как это относится. Надо посмотреть.
Oh, but we don't have to change. So, oh, no, we have. Okay.
Ну, если вам легче,
Ну, уже надо хватит. Но они еще не готовы.
Хочешь читать, а у нас современные пишут очень.
Okay,
Повес.
let's get back to our work.
спасибо. Что-нибудь подарю, интересно.
Да, пожалуйста. Я не просто так вас говорю.
Надо было записывать.
Okay, so we're all here, right? Yes, good. So our next speaker is Mikhail Makeyev, who will talk to us about the Nekrasov poets and the anti-Nekrasov poets, or the non-Nekrasov poets. Misha.
Спасибо. Я прошу разрешения говорить по-русски.
Да.
Я как очень... Мой язык очень пассивен, к сожалению, английский. Я просто буду эффективен более, если буду говорить по-русски, с вашего позволения. Да, не против?
За.
Спасибо, спасибо. И я тоже хочу начать из выражения и удовольствия, pleasure and honor. И честь большая для меня принять участие в этом, конечно, замечательном проекте. И я постараюсь коротко. Да, и, конечно, тоже принести некоторые извинения, да, за то, что несколько в сыром виде поместил статью, да, вероятно, может быть, и это я сам считаю ее главным, основным недостатком. Она, видимо, многословна несколько. Может быть, ощущается, что автор думает, когда пишет, и что-то повторяет, и что-то по ходу переформулирует. Вот, наверное, это затрудняло чтение. Я поэтому приношу, значит, извинения. Но я, да, видимо, сразу, наверное, название, конечно, является недостатком. Я думаю, что надо его переформулировать, но, может быть, вот здесь вы мне посоветуете. У меня что-то вертится в голове вроде поэт действительности. Поэт действительности или поэт там, плебей. Вот какое-то такое, может быть, название. Так, в данном случае это немножко громоздко, конечно, звучит. Я свою задачу увидел в том, чтобы вот попытаться понять, как мог и может существовать лирический поэт, да, как вот можно быть лирическим поэтом в ситуации, которая сложилась в конце, в 50-е, да, в 60-е годы, в русской литературе, да, и культуре, вот эта ситуация победы этого направления, да, ну, которое называют по-разному, реалистического, да, действительность, да, и вот именно в варианте действительность низкая, да, действительность как изображение прежде всего низов общества, бедных, там, униженных, оскорбленных, да, вот как можно быть поэтом лирическим, именно лирическим поэтом, вот для меня это чрезвычайно важно, да, то есть поэтом, который говорит о себе, да, о своих чувствах, о своем опыте, о своем, да, своем переживании мира, и своего существования. И в этом случае поэт как бы более сложном положении, чем прозаик, да, чем автор, лирический поэт, чем автор эпических произведений. И вот в качестве такой модели, да, которая мне показалась очень удобной, да, вот я взял эту классическую пушкинскую, да, ситуацию из египетских ночей, да, импровизатор и Чарский, да, два типа поэта, которые мне показалось, что очень информативно, очень так позволяет как бы схватить вот эту, да, эту новую ситуацию в поэзии. И вот, ну, то, что в результате у меня получилось, да, это, я думаю, что можно свести примерно к такой дихотомии, к такой оппозиции, что поэт в этой ситуации, да, либо избирает путь показа себя, вот, причем такого показа без всяких прикрас, да, с установкой на предельную откровенность, показа своей действительности, да, того опыта, который он переживает. Но это возможно при условии, что эта действительность, которая, да, окружает вот этого конкретного поэта, она соответствует вот этим новым критериям действительности, да, новым критериям литературности, так сказать, да. Вот. Это группа поэтов, которые себя показывают свои, так сказать, рубища, да, свои страдания, сообщают о своем трудном детстве, о своей бедности. Это вот, условно говоря, некрасовские поэты, да, и они очень сформируют вот такую действительно такой тип, новый тип поэта, да, новый тип бедного поэта, плебея, страдальца, с устойчивыми довольно чертами, с похожей биографией и такого поэта узнаваемого для читателя хорошо. И это один путь, да, вот такой поэт действительности, поэт некрасовского типа. А второй путь это поэты, вот тех, которые условно называют поэтами чистого искусства, да. Я употреблял это словосочетание, да, хотя, конечно, оно очень такое клишированное, да, может быть, очень слишком поверхностное, да, но я вот как-то не нашел до конца. Или пушкинского, да, по пушкинского направления условно. Но ну вот оно называет в согласии некоторый круг поэтов 50-х, 60-х, 70-х годов. И противоположный путь – это путь сокрытия. Это путь, наоборот, такой отказа от представления себя, да, от создания какой-то своей личности, своего образа поэтического, или очень выборочное, да, очень аккуратное такое использование своего конкретного там социального, в частности, опыта для лирики. Да? Ну, пределом такого поэта, конечно, является Фет, да, где мы видим вообще полный отказ от какой-либо конкретизации собственной личности, собственной там, судьбы, биографии, чего-либо вообще. Да? Такой полный распад образа поэта, лирического героя, да, и сведение его к таким сиюминутным проявлением эмоций. И особенно мне вот в этой ситуации интересно действительно показался, может быть, я здесь вот, ну, сбежал на чужую какую-то территорию, вот именно поэты женщины в этой ситуации вот меня вызвали такой особенный интерес вот в этом требовании действительности, в требовании предъявлять свой опыт, да, свой социальный опыт, свой опыт там, эмоциональный, да, вот насколько это трудно, насколько поэту женщине, да, соответствовать вот этой ситуации новой, насколько для нее это чрезвычайно, для таких, как вот Ростовчина поэт, да, как Каролина Павлова, насколько это трудная ситуация, да, ну, я не буду, я попытался описать это, да, в самом тексте, да, причины этой трудности и насколько они, и Ростопчина, и Павлова, насколько блистательно с этой ситуацией справились, да. Вот я думаю, что примерно такой очерк, максимально коротко. Я вот в данном случае не решился, да, сосредоточиться на какой-то одной фигуре, да, например, на фигуре Некрасова, ну, в том числе потому, что сам Некрасов, ну вот, такой парадокс, что он не соответствовал той фигуре, тому, что он создал. Да? Некрасов создает для такого анализа, ну, как бы слишком много дополнительных проблем. Да? Он задал такой образец, да, вот каким должен быть бедный поэт, там, да, которого хоронят на самом бедной части кладбища, да, но сам этому образу не соответствовал, конечно, да, и поэтому здесь вот одним Некрасовым, например, конечно, ограничиться было невозможно, нельзя, потому что, вот, а с другой стороны, сделать так, чтобы Суриков был главным героем или там, Никитин, то тоже было бы, на мой взгляд, некоторым перебором. Так же, как Фет. Да? Фет – это такой крайне гиперболизированный случай, и он не может представить такого типичного. Поэтому здесь вот потребовалось такое количественное все-таки, достаточно большое количество поэтов, да, которые вот избрали тот или иной путь. Вот, пожалуй, то, что я, наверное, мог рассказать.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Ну, давай. So Russian or English, ты была.
Тогда спасибо большое. Доклад был очень интересным. Но я хочу сказать, что вы, я думаю, выбрали не тех женщин, когда хотели писать о другом опыте женщин-поэтов в то времени. Павлова и Растопчина гораздо старше мужчин, о которых вы в основном пишете. Павлова старше даже Полонского лет на 12. И если их сравнить с кем-нибудь, лучше бы с Лермонтовым, которого уже нельзя было нападать в живых, что было бы интересно очень писать о том, как эти новые поэты нападали на старших поэтов, поздних романтиков. Вы это уже немного делаете, но ваш пример, что относится к женщинам, это выдуманная женщина, и Панаев написал ее шаблонные стихи. Так что я думаю, это все часть их проекта, ну, скажем, перетащить поэзию из салона, где у женщин была какая-то власть, какая-то важная роль, но никто не мог деньги зарабатывать. И установить ее в редакции, и составить свою как-то большую публику. И, может быть, было бы, хотя, я думаю, интересно, как они нападают Павлову, но Павлова уехала в начале 50-х. Интересно, особенно, как они нападают на Растопчину, но Растопчина умерла в 58 году. Так что это уже больше, я думаю, не актуальный. Может быть, лучше было бы говорить о Надежде Хвощинской, которая родилась в 1824 году, и о ее успехе или неуспехе как опубликованный поэт. Что-то вот короткое.
Спасибо, да, это очень важное, конечно, замечание, и я готов принять его во внимание, но я все-таки вот на самом деле, может быть, я в принципе готов отказаться, да, от этой части, но мне показалось, что как раз вот эти поздние, да, поздняя позиция той же Растопчиной, да, это все-таки позиция по отношению вот к этим новым, да, поэтам. И вот ее публицистика, это, вот, она это вводит, да, грязная литература, да, там, все-таки, да, они сформировались в более раннюю эпоху, но вот это все-таки часть их творчества, но, на мой взгляд, принадлежит все-таки полемикам, дискуссиям 50-х годов. И очень, вот в том-то дело, что она очень показательна для этого времени, да, что она вот.
Может быть, лучше в том случае перенести обсуждение Растопчиной и ее позиции на то место, где вы обсуждаете Фета, например. Потому что очень странно, я думаю, просто оставить женщин до конца и потом выбрать именно таких.
Ну, просто кого еще, да, ну вот Хвощинская, да, но вот все-таки во второй половине 19 века очень мало женщин-поэтов, вот таких, которые я об этом написал, да, что женщины печатали стихи, да, что женские имена попадаются в журналах, но вот такой, кто бы был заметным поэтом, да, Хвощинская все-таки тоже как прозаик прежде всего, да?
Конечно, прежде всего, я думаю, что это результат именно политики наших Некрасовых, которые…
Безусловно. Я с этим
Это вообще
согласен,
интересный
да.
вопрос, да, что насколько эта секция о женщинах, она отдельно должна быть в этой статье, она как бы, будучи отделена, она помогает нам что-то увидеть отдельно, безусловно. Что
Для меня, во всяком случае, это было некоторой неожиданностью. Вот то, что это такое заметное именно место в 50-е годы вот сыграли эти поэты-женщины. И настолько они вот действительно вписываются именно в этот контекст. Вот, во всяком случае, мне так показалось.
Боря,
Нет?
да.
Спасибо большое, Борис Маслов, за интересное чтение. Я как-то прочитал ваш текст после текста Кирилла, может быть, поэтому я подумал, что как немножко не хватает мне. Вы упоминаете Тыняна и Эйхенбаума, но ощущение, что вот как-то теоретически было бы интересно, если бы немножко об этой традиции подробнее сказали. Именно отношение личности поэта, образа поэта, как мы можем соотнести эти категории не строго каузально, да, например, категорию установки. Потому что вот такой как бы каузальность у вас появляется несколько раз. Например, вы пишете, женщина поэт неизбежно идет противоположным путем, такой немножко даже детерминизм, потому что в принципе женщины не могли получить образование. Или Случевский, вот у него именно такая поэтика, потому что это реакция на что-то. Вот тут у меня возникает иногда ощущение, что может быть как-то, вот не знаю, согласится мной Кирилл, но вот все-таки формалисты нас как-то учат немножко вот эти ряды, да, соотносить иначе. И вот какая-то поэтика, она нацелена на такие отношения автора и текста, и вот другая иначе. Не знаю, вот такое критическое замечание, которое может быть просто связано с тем, что мне как-то казалось, что Кирилл много пишет про формалистов, а вы как-то совсем походя, и это теоретически как-то дает вот такой немножечко. Или вот, например, не имеет почвы и уход в философские проблемы, а вследствие этого невозможно то-то и то-то. Или этой поэзии не удалось соответствовать требованию времени, предложить социальную лирику, ставящую проблему, в первую очередь волнующую читателя. То есть, как бы, какое-то немножко ощущение чуть-чуть такого детерминизма. Надеюсь, это не слишком...
Спасибо большое, да. Нет, я даже чувствую некоторый подтекст, да, я бы сказал, что это такой почти упрек в вульгарном социологизме, я бы сказал. Да, в чем-то в этом.
Что не говорит?
Больше формализм.
Да, больше про... Вы знаете, если вот на первую часть, прежде всего, конечно, для меня ориентиром является Лидия Кольна-Гинзбург и ее работы, и в первую очередь о лирике, да, ее книга. И вот именно вот эта часть, да, именно этот период, как мы все помним, да, очень у нее слабо освещен, да, она как раз его коснулась мало, но вот сами соображения во многом вот об этом, проблема личности, да, и поэзия действительности, вот я во многом на ее, и, по-моему, я все-таки на нее ссылаюсь. Вот я боюсь, что это, если я не ссылаюсь, то это вот недостаток вот этого того, что я с чего начал извиняться, да, за что. Если там нету ссылок, то это, я прошу прощения, вот связано с вот этим таким сырым, просто сырой текст. Вот. Ну, а здесь я просто боюсь, что мне придется остаться при своем. Вот. Меня, я должен сознаться, упрекали в том, что я вот, ну, в частности, в рецензиях книжку на Фета, мой коллега Андрей Михайлович раньше меня упрекал тоже в социологизме, значит, в таком детерминизме каком-то неправильном, да, каком-то не... Ну вот я боюсь, что я в данном случае вот как-то не готов отказаться от такого типа детерминизма, экономического, социологического типа. Вот. Мы можем поспорить, но мне кажется, это просто спор слишком принципиальный такой методологический, да, был бы спор.
Ну, давайте
во многом,
тогда-
мне кажется...
Можно я? Вы, как часть специалист по Некрасову, вот я хотел просто действительно узнать у вас. Вот вы пишете, Некрасов когда-то был привлечен в литературу совершенно другой моделью, в которой поэзию создают избранные обыкновенные гении, которых меценаты осыпают золотом.
Да.
Неужели Некрасов стремился в литературу, потому что вот эта модель работала в Пушкинскую эпоху, например. Она же не
Она
работала.
не...
неужели
Возможно,
он-
я выразил. Ага.
Это как-то мне показалось тоже слишком даже хронологически, но вы специалист, поэтому я хотел уточнить.
Да, я, конечно, видимо, выразился здесь действительно неясно, да, но речь шла о том, конечно, об иллюзиях, которые Некрасов питал, да, которые он извлек как провинциал, да, который в Ярославле начал писать в Ярославской гимназии, да, стихи, и узнавал о том, что такое литература из литературы же, да, из Кукольника, там, из драм, да, из Бенедиктова, да, и вот и такой образ, который рисовала сама поэзия, да, но, во всяком случае, я в книжке, вот, речь идет не о реальной модели, да, не о реальной модели, в всяком случае, я здесь от нее, как бы не вдаюсь в эту дискуссию, а вот о том, какое было впечатление, да, у такого молодого человека, как Некрасов, да, из провинции, вот, что значит быть поэтом, да, как осуществляется литература, да, откуда поэт берет там деньги, да, вот. И это я имею в виду, видимо, выразился значит, тоже, значит, не точно, да, неверно.
Спасибо.
Но то, что такая иллюзия у него была, это вот для меня несомненно.
Я совершенно не хотел вас обвинить в вульгарном.
Нет.
И первая часть статьи невразительно увлекательная, вот про умирание и смерть это просто блеск. Совершенно там нет никакого. Вот иногда появляются такие моменты как ближе к концу. Так что я не имел...
Спасибо. Да я-то совершенно, это шутка, конечно, с моей стороны, но я ясно, что тоже никакой не может быть. Нет, наоборот, спасибо большое за
Марк,
замечание.
Кирилл, давайте, да, Майкл. Так, что в этом, Марк?
Спасибо большое, мне тоже очень понравился текст. У меня вопрос, мне кажется, самое интересное, для меня самое интересное место было там, где в конце 3-го раздела говорите о том, что вот поэты, условно говоря, чистого искусства, да, у них нет собирательной личности, да, и они создают Козьму Прудкова, как такого как бы квазизаместителя этой собирательной личности. То есть по этой логике получается, что собирательная личность, как некая социальная мифология, да, она и есть то, что переформатирует поэта как бы, в том или ином виде. С Некрасовым в таком случае парадокс, мне кажется, просто более ясно требует разъяснения, что он переформатирует социальную личность, которую вы описываете, да, хотя его собственная, так сказать, личность к этому социальному образу отношения не имеет. То есть
Да.
мне кажется, это очень важный, мне кажется, теоретический момент, что объектом перформанса является не собственное бытие, да, а некая обобщенная социальная мифология.
Но это все усложняется,
Случай-
нужно репрезентировать действительность, да? Мне кажется, это
Что такое действительность, это вообще нам неизвестно.
Да, но мне кажется, это именно то, о чем Михаил говорит, да, что одно дело перформативность, но когда все вокруг тебя кричит действительность, то как бы что-то очень неудобное в этой перформативности есть. И каждый раз...
Ты усложнила вопрос, поэтому Михаилу, я думаю, надо отвечать.
Ну, вопрос с Некрасовым, мне кажется, здесь понятно, что такое, мне кажется, должно бывать и в других случаях, когда тот, кто создает вот такую матрицу, да, он сам сложнее, чем эта матрица, да, он сам сложнее, чем эта модель, он сам противоречивее, да, и его, те, кто ей пользуется, вот они проще, да, они легче в нее вписываются, да, они легче, так сказать, ну, как эпигоны отличаются от, да, ну, как бы первооткрывателя, от открывателя путей. Вот, да, да, конечно, у Некрасова, но Некрасов был все время, да, он, я бы так сказал, что он был все время объектом вот таких обсуждений, да, действительно ли он так живет, вот, а если он так не живет, да, то есть он находился все равно внутри вот этой такой парадигмы, да, где обсуждали, живет ли так поэт, вообще правду ли он говорит, искренне ли он, да, и Некрасов как бы вот сам это сам породил, да, и это же его ну, не убило, да, но создало ему очень самому же серьезные проблемы, да, для его вот восприятия у читателей, да, ну, мы это знаем, да, все эти, ну, двойственность, все, да, которая вот Чуковским так воспета, да, двойственность Некрасова, которая в этой, только так вот и может она возникнуть, да, родиться, вот из этого требования. Потому что если мы это требование уберем, да, и искренность и все, да, то и проблема исчезнет, правда? И вот сам этот Некрасов, так сказать, вся двойственность исчезнет, вся специфика Некрасова исчезнет без этого, да, без вот. Поэтому, мне кажется, здесь вот ну, такое противоречие, конечно, есть, я согласен, да, но оно вот внутри существует как просто часть этого, да, часть этой матрицы, часть этой парадигмы. Нормально. Если я правильно понял, может быть, я отвечаю на ваш.
Правильно, конечно, правильно. То есть мне кажется, вы говорите вот сейчас о том, что, собственно, само это противоречие является ну, как бы важным источником поэзии для Некрасова. Он постоянно к нему возвращается.
Ну, в том числе, он, конечно, к этому уже с подачи читателя. Он, на самом деле, вот я как раз думаю, что он вот оказался заложником самого себя, своего собственного образца, так сказать, мифа, как вот
описывает заложник собственной темы.
Вот в данном случае заложник собственного, да, вот собственного образа, да, собственного требования.
Кирилл.
Да, спасибо большое. Но там есть, с другой стороны, опять же, аргумент Жени о том, что поэт, потому что Некрасов на самом деле артикулирует, что он не тот поэт, который... То есть он куда-то входил, но он об этом не написал. То есть там постоянный зазор между, как раз есть между тем, что он артикулирует, этот зазор между тем, что он пишет, и вот этой моделью гражданской поэзии, которую он же и воплощает. В этом смысле это становится самым по себе важным моментом, по-моему. Я хотел действительно продолжить этот же разговор, особенно если опираться на концепцию Гинзбург, значит, о том, что да, вот у нас есть поэты, как некоторые разные типы поэтической субъектности, как воплощение некоторых публичных моделей субъекта как такового, да, которые должны разделяться с аудиторией. Да, то есть именно такой как бы публичной речи. Да, и у нас с одной стороны есть вот эта модель, которую вы очерчиваете, некрасовская, когда поэт говорит о себе и тем самым говорит о действительности, да, и действительность тут понимается как некоторый именно боевой клич радикальной критики, то есть нищета, критика социального порядка и так далее. Да? И это все очень связанная модель, действительно получается. И меня интересует как бы вот вторая модель, да, модель чистой поэзии. Да? И вы говорите, у вас есть момент, когда вы говорите, что вот поэт, который должен откинуть все социальное и вернуться к какому-то сущности своей, да, глубинной. Вот. И это замечательная формула как в качестве несобственно прямой речи, да, то есть вы как бы формулируете эту модель от их имени. Вот. А мой вопрос, как мы ее от своего имени сформулируем, исследовательского, учитывая, что вы сами же пишете о том, что, собственно, ничего не получается, никакой личности у вот этого поэта нету, а получается Козьма Прутков только, да, как пародия на нее же, да. То есть мы откинули все социальное и остались в пустоте, видимо, но при этом поэзия у нас великая из этого происходит. То есть как мы именно вот эту вторую модель поэта, антинекрасовскую, как именно мы ее понимаем в теоретических, концептуальных категориях?
Я бы не согласился, что там пустота, да. Мы остаемся вот с этим, тем, что, извините за выражение, называется внутренним миром, да. То, что называется вот с неким вот фетовским, да, там, вот, и это все-таки не пустота, да, и это просто традиционное содержание лирики, я не знаю, да. А то, что не сформировалось, да, но как это назвать, вот я думаю, что у меня нет для этого нового названия, да, и они у меня, конечно, существуют как негатив. вот как некоторый, да, как некоторый, ну, не знаю, фон, на котором вот существует эта некрасовская поэзия. Вот у меня теоретического нет названия. И в том числе поэтому я... И по-моему, никто его не предложил до сих пор. Да, вот кроме вот этих самых неясных чистых искусств, да, и пушкинского типа поэзии. Да. Вот
Мне
у
кажется,
меня нет, я должен признаться вот в бессилии, да. Вот, и как раз, мне кажется, вот это именно такая вот их разрозненность, да, их вот отсутствие у них лица, ну, в таком, да, в каком-то смысле, вот это единственная их специфика. Вот их диффузность, да, их какая-то разрозненность, она и во всем отражается, и в отсутствии, не знаю, объединений, да, в отсутствии там салонов, да, отсутствие кружков, их вот какого-то возможности им даже общаться, да, так, площадок, да, вот в этом тоже это проявляется, да, что они вот так вот и остались. Я вот не взялся их объединить, да? Не взялся назвать их каким-то именем. Да?
Перечислить хотя бы небольшой список, понять, кого, собственно говоря, вы имеете в виду под они. Я слышно или нет?
Да-да.
Нет, вот чуть-чуть, если чуть-чуть, вот мне я нельзя ли чуть-чуть, вот может быть микрофон.
Перечислить этот круг.
Перечислить этот круг?
Да,
Ну,
до
участников.
какой-то степени, чтобы понять, о ком вы, собственно говоря, говорите.
Ну, в данном случае имеется в виду те поэты, да, вот которых вот условно объединяют как чисто поэты пушкинского, да, направления, такие как Полонский, как Случевский, то есть поэты либо прямо некрасовского поколения, как Полонский, как Фет, как Майков, да, как и более молодые, как Мей, как Случевский, да, вот это такой основной круг, да, ну и там ряд других, да, вот эти поэты, которые познаются как вот некое некоторое единство, да, такое, но вот, но при этом его не составляет.
А
При
Тютчев
этом-
войдет туда или нет? Тютчев.
Вот здесь, да, я вот услышал вопрос, да, Тютчев, он очень хорошо, я вот здесь вот для меня вот как в случае с женскими поэтами женщинами, да, для меня вот встал этот вопрос, да, что Тютчев это поэт, конечно, пушкинского, да, младший современник Пушкина, с моей точки зрения, да, но он очень хорошо вписывается. Он, конечно, вот тут использует Тютчева большой соблазн. Вот еще человек, да, вот еще тот, кто не хотел быть поэтом, да, вот он просто очень такой прям действительно был бы эмблематив. Вот он Фет, вот, да, Фет с одной стороны, с другой стороны Тютчев. Тютчев может быть даже какой-то предел, да, полный отказ от какого-либо существования как поэта, да, в этом смысле, конечно. Но он вот сформировался все-таки в другую эпоху, да, и поэтика его сформировалась совсем в другую эпоху вот в этом случае. Для меня это, ну, проблема, да, включать Тютчева сюда. Вот меньше, вот я все-таки вот настаиваю, что меньше, чем с Растопчиной. То есть большая проблема. Меньше в случае с Растопчиной у меня, вот она для меня легче вписывается в этот контекст, чем Тютчева.
Майк.
Я просто хотел сказать, что мне очень понравилась ваша статья, и просто учитывая то, что написано на английском языке, и это будет, конечно, на английском, в конце концов, что это очень полезно, потому что у нас вообще не пишут даже о Некрасове, не говоря о других мелких поэтах того времени. Так что для меня фактически материал очень богатый, очень полезный, и мне все это очень понравилось.
Сразу во все семинары. Тут же. Это просто... Очень полезно. Очень полезно. Я бы хотела, чтобы мы вернулись тоже к этому вопросу о названии, да, потому что именно в этом множественность, да, или как вы сказали про начало 19 века, что это фактурность, да, которая отсутствует, может быть, у нас в начале. Она как раз усложняет вопрос названия, да? Вот мне показалось, например, из ваших этих опций, что поэт действительности — это прекрасное название, потому что оно в диалоге с Гельмом. Вот, да.
Вот я тоже к нему склоняюсь, если вы не против, по-моему, оно подходит.
Но тогда по-английски мы что будем думать? The poet of the real?
Да, да.
Actuality, говорит нам Клигер.
Actuality.
Actuality. У нас целая литература о том, что значит действительность в гегельянском языке, и это actuality.
Poet of actuality.
Ну,
И это
это как-то не очень.
Да, потому что
Да, да.
можно это самое потом. Но
Voice of the real.
для
Это
Гегеля
что
в
the real?
гегельянском языке действительность это не эмпирическая действительность.
Это вакансия.
Да.
Может быть, трус даже, вот что-нибудь ближе к правде, может быть, к правде, вот к чему-то такому.
А там получается иначе терминологически, скажи, это спор реалии.
Да. Нет, трус, наверное, это как-то к оратору будет.
А почему мы не хотим оттолкнуться от того, что у Михаила сейчас только заменить частного, наверное, профессионального поэта, профессиональный поэт versus импровизатор.
Но это непонятно тогда, в каком периоде. Да. Нет, ну мне кажется, очень важно, как раз мне Миша статья, она очень историческая, да. Профессиональный поэт — это немножко все так.
Вот уже, да, это как бы требует сюжета, да, какого-то такого более
Можно?
нарративного, да.
Professionalization.
Импровизатор, профессиональный поэт. Вот
Он более
здесь,
профессиональный. Не профессиональный
Ну,
поэт.
мы вообще, как-то, мне кажется, стремимся, во всяком случае, в названии этих рубрик, к поэтизации наших названий тоже, да, кратко и метко. И поэтому,
Вот я это почувствовал, да.
вот, да, и что же тут такое, как сделать это метко, и сделать ли, например, вместо poet, как такая фигура, роль poets, чтобы показать, что у вас такая множественность, или это не совсем о том, да,
Это может быть и в единственном числе все-таки, нет?
лучше.
Потому что единственное все-таки вот это и что есть интегральная такая, да, какая-то фигура, мне кажется, можно. В единственном числе все-таки.
Speak up.
As well as professionalizing as a process that some of them are speaking.
А сейчас это being poet.
Это был второй вариант, да.
А почему?
Ну, а большинство из них не плебеи.
We could perform the role.
Right.
Bohemian poet.
No.
For all of them, Mikhail writes about how they're
No, it's true.
Bohemians. Me, Grigoriev, Nekrasov.
But certainly not
Surikov.
Tibet.
Certainly not Fet, certainly not Tyutchev, but they are the outliers.
А почему не делать по названию заметки нового поэта русской поэзии и журналистики New Poets?
Ну, это когда что?
Не, New Poets,
В кавычках, да?
1850s, 1860s.
Ну, это...
Новые поэты.
Да, Poets, not one,
Новый.
but different
Poets
types.
in the age of realism.
Ну, подождите, у меня есть статья, которая называется, моя статья в Timelines, называется Poetry in the Age of the Novel.
Переименуй слои.
Коллеги, а что если... Ну же все, эта статья все-таки принадлежит главе о перформате, да?
Да.
Вот может быть как бы
Да.
performance of the social, the performance of the social, I don't know, legend, role, image, mythology и год. Вот как бы performing the social, я считаю, что это самое главное. То, что...
Да,
Ну,
да, я согласен.
там же есть и обратное, и performing the anti-social.
Ну да, но это как бы social, и это тоже...
Но это можно, да, включать в себя.
Performing the non-social.
Нет, social есть главная категория, от нее как бы идут все танцы.
Poets on sale.
Наверное, есть.
Социального должна быть название.
Я не знаю, мне все равно нравится действительность, потому что это не только о социальном, это именно о таком, многое из этого не имеет социального аспекта, а это о какой-то реальности, да, и
Ну, да.
и участие.
Конечно, скорее социально.
Реальная реальность, а какой?
Ну, просто действительность плохо переводима, вот как я понимаю. Да, действительно.
Кирилл.
Пару слов про действительность. Здесь про название, особенно в переводе на английский, я согласен с Майклом, что как бы там действительно создает проблемы. Но теоретически, мне кажется, что это очень интересный фокус, потому что действительно получается, что у нас есть две модели лирического, которая построена на том, что поэт репрезентирует действительность. А другое дело, что действительность сама понимается радикально разным способом. Да? В случае вот этих чистых поэтов они репрезентируют действительность, которая за социальным, потому что это и есть настоящая действительность. И наоборот, социальные поэты говорят, что это только барские фантазии, и об этом в статье как раз все довольно четко прописано. А действительность – это жизнь низших классов, и мы репрезентируем ее. И, соответственно, тут две противоположные модели, потому что об этом я уже сказал, об этом тоже написано у Михаила, собственно, в тексте, что у социальных поэтов есть четкая модель лирического героя, который репрезентирует эту действительность, и поэтому он ценен. А у чистых поэтов у нас такая, получается, немецкая ситуация, это Erlebnislyrик, да, лирики переживания, которая как раз не складывается в портрет никакой, а просто дает моменты, да, вот этот фьючер в этом смысле парадигматичен, да, просто моменты переживания, природа и все. И вот. Но все равно речь идет о том, что у нас есть общий горизонт репрезентации, да, вот этой действительности за поэзией.
Ну, тогда проблема перевода, да?
Performing actuality. Performing actuality. Много это poetic performance.
Перформанс уже есть в русском.
Ну, это
Тогда можно не перформанс, а телевизионный.
Poets of actuality.
слишком широко, мне кажется. Это бесконечно.
Но у нас есть термин поэзия действительности Белинского, который гегельянский, его надо переводить как poetry of actuality. Так, ну так гегельянский.
Ну, как это отнести к поэтам, как Аполлон Григорьев? То есть можно, конечно, избирать actuality, тогда может быть во множественном числе сделать. Не actuality, но поиграть в том, что...
Ну, тогда и poets. Тогда и poets. Если уже actuality.
Да,
Нет, можно тогда
мы
просто
очевидно
performing
не
truth.
чувствуем, что actuality это плохое слово.
Да,
Мы
да.
очевидно не понимаем полностью, насколько это ужасно.
По-моему, это real actuality.
Reality,
Как
собственно.
по мне, так ну ничего.
Конечно.
А что reality?
По-моему, да.
Reality лучше.
Нормальное слово.
Reality.
Я согласен, что это философский термин, получается непонятно. Да?
Термины при переводе
Теряются.
не теряются, а понимаются иначе.
Да.
Например, книга Гинзбурга о психологической прозе просто была не замечена, потому что psychological prose просто никак не...
Ничем не согласен.
По-другому было понято.
Да.
Это очень опасно.
Может быть, по-английски поиграть с понятием truth?
Тоже, да.
Это к тебе, к ораторам про правду. Это
Не раз не про правду разве?
Ну, не раз про правду, но остальные это не совсем.
Тоже
То, о чем ты говоришь,
Но тоже про правду, да?
Я задам вопрос про действительно.
Ирина, пожалуйста.
Некоторые из этих поэтов пишут поэзию женский голос. Что вы с этим будете делать? Это есть у Фета, есть у Тютчева. И вообще это встречается. Это встречается в любой поэзии в разное время. Но в данном случае это, значит, как бы репрезентации себя ставит интересный вопрос. Какая тут действительность, какой тут субъект, ну и так далее. То есть это, если это субъект, то он как-то, получается, повернутый, вот, взгляд на себя со стороны, там, не знаю, женщины, как голосом, которую говорит. Да, ну какая-то...
Ну, это позволено. Этот род перформанс позволен, а другие нет.
Мне кажется, что это надо как-то учитывать.
Может быть, тогда время на размышление я бы попросил.
Reality in poetic performance.
Ну, и очевидно, что мы тоже должны будем размышлять именно по-английски.
Но боюсь, что реалити все-таки, вот, по-моему, ничем не получается заменить.
У него свой age realism. Someone suggested that that might be a way to get around the problem. Age realism. Realism is a concept that these things. There are studies as against reality, which is much more
Ну, это
complicated.
просто уже в другом разделе, Майк.
And he's also not writing about, so that whatever's in the title needs to correspond with
Yes.
what's in the essay.
Right.
So, you know, period of view.
Right.
So one thing is for us to- when we figure out about translating the essay, that may help us figure
Yeah,
out.
that's probably.
Если честно, мне нравится new poets в кавычках, потому что как новый термин, если это разъяснить, column poets of the age of realism.
Просто да,
Потому что когда-
просто да.
Да, of the age of Некрасова, but new poets, because the accent will be on the
Мгм.
word new,
Опять же,
coming.
он об этом не пишет в статье, а new poets.
Нет,
Там один новый поэт.
в том-то и дело, то есть, ну, показать, что их
Да,
будет много типов
The
новых
new
поэтов.
poet.
А?
The new poet.
А вот интереснее делать как new poets, как different types of new poets, because there is есть целый рынок для новых поэтов, по крайней мере, их читателей, они представлены и описаны здесь. То есть именно plural, а не единственном числе.
Мгм.
Ну, не называть же поэты красивые, некрасивые, или чистые,
Impure poetry with an underscore between.
Attempting to perform realism.
А?
Attempting to perform realism.
So.
Но тут нет типологии. Вот сами
Да,
Да,
говорите.
мне кажется, должен быть логический. Поэт, какой-то поэт.
Да.
Потому что все выстроено на типологии разных поэтов. Да, и это как-то мне важно.
Post-romantic.
Может, поэт subjectivities,
Yeah.
а дальше добавлять уже какие-то уточняющие
Да.
части.
Да.
In Nekrasov's time, in the age of realism, in the 50s,
Yeah.
70s.
Мгм.
Involving subjectivity, 50s, 60s.
The problem, I think, is that subjectivities will immediately signal that more interior.
Right, exactly.
poetry.
Well,
as opposed to-
social.
And
But the
anti-social
Mikhail's argument is that Nekrasovian poetry is deeply intimate.
I understand, but from the title, you would immediately think this is not an article about.
Right.
You want the
Right,
title
yeah,
to.
Marketplace.
Maybe they.
Poetry on the marketplace. In the
Мне главный акцент.
Это не
Ну,
главное,
появляется,
там
появляется.
нужна именно эта фигура поэта, да? Потому что
Да,
маркетинг, что есть networks и всякие такие более социальные
Мгм.
круги поэзии. А здесь это вот фигура поэта. А сейчас что? Я
But
уже
isn't the essay mainly about,
Некрасов на это не так.
I don't know, it's
Да, это рабочее название.
biography, it's like when the poet's biography becomes crucial factor in how the poetry is shaped and received.
Well, it has to be the right kind of like.
Right.
They're
Right, but that's what
pretending
the
to-
whole essay
Yeah.
is about, right? So it's not just the
It's
social,
improvised.
it's about, in a way, it's like class. It's very familiar in contemporary culture, like legitimation by a class.
Ну, тем
What kind of a subject are you? What kind of subjects can write poetry legitimately?
У нас как проблема, а вот как термин, как назвать вот эту группу поэтов, которые называть, чтобы это вписывалось в общий контекст.
Может быть, назовем их poets after Пушкин.
Ну,
И тогда они будут как раз после
Всех,
начала.
всех.
Ну, это как-то безответственно.
Ну,
Поэт
встреча-
автом. И мои.
Кто вспоминал термин гражданский поэт? Гражданский поэт. Как это? А чем отличается civic от civil? Maybe civic and civil. Civic and civil poets.
Это не такой прям ветреный.
No, that means they behave.
Да.
Where they're not
Да.
military.
No simple.
Да, вы еще можно было бы добавить civic.
Social and antisocial.
Вот мне тоже нравится. Мне тоже нравится. Social and anti-social poets. Прекрасно. Ну, в кавычках, конечно. Asocial. Asocial.
Миша, спасите нас.
Вот мило.
Вот у меня все-таки вот реалити. А кавычки не спасут реалити, вот никак, да?
Название Все, наверное, да, да.
So there needs to be some way to realize that the conversation that we're having is itself one of the most interesting things going on in the essay. So the essay, were it written in Russian and published in Russian, would have one kind of a life, but once this comes into English, it needs to account for the way that the very different terminology itself already defines the subject. So I don't know if Phil wants to write these sentences in the version now, or once we get it translated, that we need to do some sort of back and forth. Because I think explaining to our readers exactly what we're missing by not having the right equivalent for
Yeah.
that's gonna be, I think, one of the things that clinches this. And folks at work.
Да, я согласен. Видимо, стоит это, да, стоит на это как-то добавить, да, согласен, да, что это.
Или
Нет, видимо, действительно требуется, да, пояснение.
Truth and reality, poets of truth and reality.
Poets of low and high reality.
Material poets.
Низкие, высокие поэты.
Материал.
Material and immaterial.
This is a material one.
I'm a material girl, I'm a material poet.
Материалистик.
All right, I don't know, it looks like this discussion just took over.
Dying poets.
Dead reality in the marketplace.
Все, время ланча, это чудо.
Да. We will become material scholars. Низкая действительность зовет нас.
It's time.
Миша, спасибо большое. Я не знаю,
Спасибо.
наверное, уже поздно, но, может быть, вы еще присоединитесь к нам.
Я постараюсь. Я вообще должен просить извинения, поскольку я дома, и у меня некоторые обязанности домашние иногда меня отрывают. Поэтому я буду подключаться по возможности. Да?
Хорошо.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
Окей, у нас
Спасибо.
перерыв, дорогие коллеги, на час у нас перерыв. Перекус. Спасибо.
Как выйти?
Нет,
Марк, что нам рассказывает? Нет, мы такие кяпки.
Выходить можно, но идут принесут сюда. Выходить хорошо на 6-м этаже. Там мост, там красиво, безопасно.
Там мои как?
Первый этаж.
Ну, Майкл.
Мне очень понравилось.
Это было, да, мы должны говорить, что можно
Это полезно.
получше. Это настолько полезно.
О, Майкл, я не говорил. В момент открытия на нашем аспирантском курсе.
Милый, ты можешь теперь тоже перекусить.
Я перекушу, но не в ресторане.
Хорошо, ну через час мы тебя увидим, да?
Да, через час. Я просто сейчас выключу звук, и я останусь.
Ага, хорошо, ну давай.
Проверить, сколько толстых.
Does she see? Oh, she's awake. So she was probably turning it off. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's,
It is also share.
Let's go to the next room. This door doesn't open or something, so we need to use another door.
no,
Yeah, we can leave it here. Товарищи, переходите. Пойдемте.
Yes. So I think one question for me is if I want to do this, I've done this once before, and it's a really great graduate course, to have a graduate course. The task of which is to design a course for undergraduate. Because it's pedagogical, the students love that, but then, so there's certain things that you want the graduate students to see, right, so they can understand. But they don't. Well,
graduate students.
no, but if they use.
Okay,
design a
right.
course.
Yeah. And but.
Спасибо. Oh, thank you very much. What's inside there? Yes.
Well, I was thinking.
Just published a book on 18th century poetry has been making. So I've been thinking about the article for my fight, because and then. Yeah, so I suggested the stuff because we were originally for this actually. And I suggested the word for interesting. Yeah, so yeah, and now I'm thinking I'm gonna develop, yeah, I'm thinking about. Yeah. One of the greatest. I was always fascinated by it, but it was never. I never understood myself. Avant-garde. Expert or anything. So never had a way to write about it. Like, yeah, well, as a fully democracy and media theories, all democracy. So yeah. So what is it vegetarian? No, these guys are good guys. Sorry? Yep.
Well, I know many there are. You're definitely set to. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I think that'd be great.
I agree.
Yeah.
I am. So. So Glenn, I'm glad that you asked the question about the living poets. I was like, so on the edge of that too, and I read his essay on the train, so I'm not, I wasn't, didn't have all my books, and so I thought immediately, oh my God, I just want to go back into my library, and I didn't think of questions fit, but I thought to myself, there have to be more abilities. And so I'm rifling through.
He's
my brain.
absolutely right that most of the women were writing prose. He's absolutely right that they weren't well known as poets, but that's not a reason to take women who don't work in the system and shoehorn them in.
I think his explanation for why he wanted the reactions to them in the 1850s. I think that makes sense, and I appreciate that more, but I think the real question is,
So, I
do you really want to put them at the end and separately, or as you suggested, do you want to bring them in? Or he does want that separate question. And Krasinska, it has other material too. But I also love the suggestion of bringing in poems written by men and women's voices. I think that would destabilize the gender.
Yeah, very interesting.
Later on, of course, the topic is also, but from 18th century to there, more examples of male.
Such a European. You're such a European.
No,
So
they're making plans for me now.
Oh.
And I have a temporary one, so that's why I decided not to. So there is another explanation.
No, I'm full of sympathy.
Oh, yeah, it's a long and so expensive.
Right now,
I still have a big
well, I spent a lot of time last
And
year.
because of that, I'm going to choose. Just the one. It's a 2-year mold.
Now,
It's been in my mouth almost 60 years.
Wow.
But therefore I broke a couple of them on the right, and they could have been swell, because once it's broken, oh my God, there's nothing they can do to pull it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was just lucky that it wasn't visible when I spoke.
They both work.
And I didn't really need it to chew on.
Where in Pennsylvania?
No, they want me not,
Green Mark? Oh, good. That's
not
lovely.
to chew. Because they're temporary. And then we-
There is actually train station.
You can hurt yourself or.
Yeah. Good.
Scottish Nevada.
I know.
I don't know. I'm gonna start.
How good.
I would say assistant professor. So when I had a problem with my tooth, and I was assistant professor, I preferred just express because it's too expensive. But now I.
Now you can afford it.
Yeah. Well,
It's in Brooklyn, but everybody.
My son had some gummer session. He was 30. Horrible surgery. Cut it all the water out of it, stitch it on. I felt straight. He's like,
Thank you. Sales. So.
Connected to trumpeter. So I guess he pushed the front.
Okay.
You are.
Yeah, professional risk.
And now he's really doing more. Sales, so he's the group sales assistant.
you know that Lori is a
I
professional
worked
dancer.
in a Portuguese theater.
Well, she started at Madame's.
Oh, good, so I could just see him, I just had dinner with him last week.
Well, she's American, but she grew up.
And to Cambridge, very close.
Her parents work for that. There's an interesting like mission of professors on a mission or something like this. So they go to different countries to teach. They're professional with PhDs. And she's a daughter of a couple of professors. So apparently it's very
So
well.
I agree.
It's a little bit like colloquial.
No,
She took
it
her
sounded
as well,
beautiful.
yeah, but
Sounded beautiful.
she's a very nice.
I wish we had more of their opinions. Very, very.
Yeah. she-
Helen knows her.
Oh, she-
Very. I wrote recommendations.
I think no, because I didn't say no anymore. Because I understood how we there's
Yeah.
budget things that can be. That was all from my bank.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No, you, only if there's a really good reason.
Насчет фильма «Кавказская пленница».
Что же вас рассорило?
The best.
Историю спорили, но по поводу «Кавказской
She sat down and did all of it.
мне кажется, что очевидно, что это помните, там
Oh,
героиня неожиданно обретает некую статуарную аллегории той страны, за которую, за честь которой надо отдать господину Сталин, белым. Вот.
the one
Он,
thing is
он,
she's done everything.
пользуется статью про, кажется, какой-то сборник КГБ.
Has professional qualities.
Я ее
And so that felt very good.
можно написать.
Except against
Ты же не
people.
считаешь, что там есть английский?
Мне кажется, это очевидно, но это совершенно те, кто явно был недоволен моим докладом, я полностью предложил
Yiddish, obviously.
алгоритм прочтения фильма «Рабство». Тургенев
But I don't know whether that's been.
двумя имперская любовница, такая ленинградская, жена, года между прошлым и будущим. Мне кажется, настолько как бы
And then she did that.
плохо, что не вел
Ее
Йова, она живет рядом с Средним Штатом. Она хоть и молодая, она умирает. У нее больное сердце. Она вытаскивает его. Там есть замечательный факт, когда счастливая физиономия
Which creates a problem. On the one hand.
Марата. А как ты себя
Absolutely.
такой шапочки на фоне новых обоев. И вдруг меняется кадр, и мы видим шевелюру Нью-Йорка, который за решетками. Перед филфаком и сзади кого и она его вытаскивает опять и гуляет по городу. И тут бывает машина. Я тоже 15, но меня вот это аллегорическое, я бы это аллегория странных как бы, а так когда как бы мне нужны примеры. И я хочу проконсультироваться, потому что у меня было 3 примера романов, в которых является аллегория странных. Писатель Любовь Мария, иностранка и понятно, процесс. То есть такой поздний советский ворот, когда нам вдруг интересно будет у нас. С помощью женской социальной героини. Когда прямо в центре, понятно, могу такого там много. Может быть, есть какие-то другие доктор Жуан. Там вот как-то это была рада.
Там постоянно Лара и Сроды. Лара а потом Лара как меняется на ее изнасилована. Надо, к сожалению, на эту тему довольно глупо рассуждал. Он там придумал у него шаг наблюдения обобщения, короче, воробьиного носа. Так вот, он сразу сказал, что вся Русь берется после 17 года по изнасилованной России. И вот в центре внимания изнасилованных миров, значит, доктор Живаго, Лолита, который имеет в России, прям скажем, несколько. А вот, значит, Тихий Дон. Ну, это уже совсем. Мне кажется, у всех уже там много женщин. Я знаю.
Ну, это можно сказать, что Маша. Совсем простой пример такого. Ну, нам уже это как бы игра, бедный девочек.
Весь мир
Мне уже дороже России, это американская дурочка.
Ну,
да, вы как совершенно монструозен. Он перерабатывает текстов, и выдает мне я ни одного мне было очень какой-то все читали, что-то, я не могу. Я
его можно слушать.
And while she was very enthusiastic and she was a good sport.
Да, ну где еще? Есть еще один вирус совершенно сумасшедший.
Anyway,
Ну, и он сильно как бы на границе. Это было во время Шарова, где в центре внимания мадам Сталь, которая, значит, 3 раза сама себя воспроизводит, там сложно. И она как бы сама, она одновременно является любовницей Федорова, любовницей Сталина, и одновременно Сталин это ее сын. Почему он взял себе Сталин? Он мадам де Сталь. Нет, там очень сложно. Вот, но это безусловно такая более там. Про нас. Но мне нравится наблюдаться.
Ну вот и мой дорогой друг Миша Куничика, и Кукулин, я пытал, я полчаса мне звонит желание меня по какому-то поводу подвергнуть спектаклю, я и поставил такой возможность, я там не умею кино, и когда я этим занимался, и наверное, это было как-то и то, что я убежден, что это правильное поощрение, потому что совершенно неизбежно. Это было просто опыт, Герак выбирает между добродетелью и пороком, две женщины, это еще то есть я начинаю с грехов, и дальше там и гранель, он уже понимает добродетель, но голова какие пороки.
Но мне кажется, что оно окрашено не так, как мы сейчас говорим, революционная интеллигенция, что-то такое. А как плебейская.
Да, она безусловно советская, она, то есть у Неёловой есть самый условный монструозный, ее как бы сторожитники монструозный, который заставляет,
которого играет Николай Крючков, который сам по себе как бы символ советского кино и советского искусства.
Да. И этот как бы монструозно его одногодка, который сам в центре города живет, и значит его туда вот честно связано как с молодой, вроде бы привлекательной, совсем похоже на Верону. Но это когда не воспроизводится, не то, что там истории какие-то, просто потому что это вот опыт работы вызывает разные прочтения. Да, ну почему-то.
Although, you know, the training, you can work.
А кавказская пленница,
Unless she's worried about.
конечно, этот вот лист на камне, да, это такая броневой памятник, да, на пьедестале, но надо жить.
О чем говорил Фукуэль? Героиня она, в принципе, оттуда. Она должна говорить кавказским. Они об этом спорили, это первая роль. Да.
Который вообще там озвучивает
другой человек. Вот они думали, не нужно ли ей дать какой-то местный сценарий. И когда я вот решительно я закричал, ну вот, это подтверждает мое использование. Ему нужна была вот эта обобщенная
не национальная.
Он так потом
Не, по-моему, там очень абсурдно, что она приехала, непонятно откуда, но она приехала к дяде на каникулы. То есть она не там же, она вот в таком там духе. И она же там у нас туристическая
I wish it were a tenure track.
живет при этом.
We had Jose Vergara. Bryn Mawr snagged him.
Yeah.
Happy end for Bryn
One of
Mawr.
our alumni.
Вот здесь
Yeah,
же
yeah.
там
Oh, he's
гениально.
super too. Enjoyed having him.
Они ведут разговоры
I met him several
когда он
times.
говорит, кудаки, перевод неизвестного.
We are part of the same
И
circle.
после того, как это делает, он проходит через
Yes, then she's been
галифе своих
that boy, you know.
ставках, да? И танцует тоже. И он неожиданно начинает танцевать. Он совершенно органично не лозает, он прекрасно танцует, даже органично. То есть там тоже гибридность, там тоже нет.
We basically submitted our drafts to.
Я
the
однозначно
folder
это вот.
The day before I left for this conference. and
И
we
там
had
не то,
to
что
have
еще
a
за
good
невесту
discussion
берется,
couple of days.
в том числе
That
финский,
was great. I'm teaching the work on when I teach
чуть ли не разжигает.
Шевский.
Это,
No, and she,
по поводу балета, там,
taught a
что
really
это
interesting
идет
course
под
in the
музыку,
spring.
кажется страшно. А вот что еще
Thank
почитал,
Feminism
что
and radicalism.
написано
Yeah.
Yeah,
в
very nicely. chosen.
сценарии
They went
про
through
ворон, который летает,
with lots of
да,
rhetoric. Very,
летает
very.
ворон из птичков. Ворон из птичков. Бывает,
That's a
там
lot of
сценаристы,
students,
там,
right?
то есть они специально снимали вот эту
Yeah.
это,
So how long is
архивные желания разобрать, я понимаю.
And then she can be reviewed
Ревность,
for
когда
another
ты ничего этого
student.
нет.
So I'm writing
Неограниченный
letters.
материал.
Я не читал.
It's really frustrating. We taught a course on children and he,
В архиве вам?
and decided he was going to do it in the spring of 2020. So actually that was bad. But over the summer, HBO had that Chernobyl
Yeah.
series. He had 43 students wanting to take the class. 43. And
Там
sophomore is like a biology class.
лишь
And we broke it
Это
into
такой
two
спорный
and some
момент.
people couldn't take it.
как
And then Bryn Mawr still,
счастливо
but Swansea
победа
should
или
have
добра
said,
или нет. Там,
it's ridiculous that this
в
is.
Америке одиночество ставят, не знаю,
It's been 20 years now where I'm the only tenure person.
Yeah.
Just
и
not good.
там должна
Yeah.
существовать
I mean, we can get
традиция,
super
и
people like
вот
Helen Jose
накапливать,
in the
и-
Знаешь,
position,
просто
just
тема
because the market is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Там
Оно идет прямо по
последняя-
телевизору.
Последняя сцена, прибытие этого злодея, который
Job.
И на телеэкране идет именно последний.
Well, she'll be on maternity leave in the spring, so
Да,
that's
да,
good.
там идет
Yeah, yeah.
And
Там
at full
так.
salary, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, that's good. I don't think I ever, whether I actually ever met her in person or just over Zoom, because it's been so long with the Zoom.
Я
thing.
скажу,
Yeah,
что меня поддержали.
Я поддержал. Миша, а вы на институте?
Нет, я не поеду.
Yes, we hired her without meeting her. in person.
Я же просто боюсь.
And when she showed up, she was much taller than I expected.
Ну, если большой, а вы-
Right, I also sometimes.
Я
see that
понимаю.
They must be the chair,
Поэтому
she
мне
sits in.
ставить.
Yeah.
She's at least as tall as I am.
Ага.
Я не люблю больше.
Да, да, если сохранить, это бал.
Такой бал, я не знаю баллов.
Станция. Бал станция. Панель это такой полонез, да. А дальше идет кабинет. Но все не только растопчено. Как мы тосковали, когда все было онлайн.
Да.
Ведь это же будет, ну да, это будет первое после. Не, была в Орлеане, я там был. Мы все были в масках.
Yeah, no.
Да, ну было немного в Орлеане. А тут мы были в холодном Чикаго.
Как я вас совершенно не понимаю. Ну, я уже обнаружил, мне нужно спокойненько сидеть, книжечкой, никакой суеты.
Включить свет.
Кто это детективщик, который снеговик, который все время пишет о мрачном и опасном осле?
Да, это знаменитый, я его не читал.
Я много его читал. Я и слушал. Я его слушаю. Господи, не забыл, все знают. Но у него постоянно монстр такой, город, очень опасный, маленький, но очень опасный.
По-норвежски так просто, что мы любому понять. По-английски?
Я
Нет,
смотрел
нет, по-норвежски.
на Netflix этот сериал по реальным событиям про норвежского миллионера, который то ли убил, то ли не убил свою жену.
Да, да, я знаю. Что
Я знаю историю, но не знаю сериала.
Вот там
сериал
сериал с настоящими именами, все с настоящими фигурами, в общем, все как-то это самое, да, про то, какой ужас, да, вот это вот такой хоррор благополучной Норвегии.
А норвежцы обожают.
Как самой со сферы, да, пору.
Они так жутко снимаются, я даже с моим опытом родительским, я не могу смотреть на ребенка. Слишком неприятно.
Но это все скандинавский нуар. Там
Да,
холодно
да,
всегда.
скандинавский
Там
нуар.
обязательно замерзшие трупы. Извините. Не за столом, конечно. Но это как бы необходимо.
Замерз, это еще не так страшно.
У Грегора есть рассуждение о том, что какой-то, значит, комьюнити, который изучал в Мадагаскаре, очень счастливо, гармонично построили коммунизм. Все у них как бы хорошо, и проблем нет, войн нету, и вот они друг другу помогают. А мифология у них вся про духов, которые стремятся каждую секунду уничтожить все сообщество, и все время туда, не туда войдешь, не туда пойдешь, тебя убьют, и вот это все. И он как раз рассуждает о том, как достигнута социальная гармония, взаимодействует с этим как бы миром мифологии, которая как бы должна, ну потому что надо сохранять эту гармонию, нельзя расслабляться. Да, надо постоянно работать, чтобы...
Это более общая проблема, почему советскую литературу тоже к Марку вопрос. Как бы хоррор, это такой давний жанр, это жанр благополучный.
Да. Ну,
В целом, только вот это самое Ви есть, наш главный хоррор.
в смысле, кино. Нет, сейчас есть уже. Был такой сериал «Мертвое озеро», настоящий, снятый в этом городе, в котором родился литературный популярный первый. И там
Я из Петербурга, мне это совершенно
не действует. Ну нет, есть уже даже вот этот последний фильм «Серебряный». Да.
Слушай, какой?
Но мы можем с вами объединиться по исключению.
Вот.
Кто во всем виноват? Москвич. Кто пересутствует пожирает? Кто только по ресторанам какой-то радости? Петербург страшный.
Улица Рубинштейна там.
Как умным мерзким городом. Да, москвич.
Есть это приказ. Оно же было мрачно, меланхолично, все время шел дождь.
Главное в Петербурге. Никто не мой опыт. Это главное, что это Петербург.
Вообще, в принципе.
Я никогда не мыл. Никогда в жизни. За последние 30 лет ни разу не мыл.
Потому что это улучшит настроение.
Ну вот сейчас, может, я не поеду, но бывает, я ездил.
Но не мыл.
Когда? Нет, мы не моем, это идет внимание.
То есть просто, чтобы был фильтр, разделяющий.
Ну, дождь иногда пройдет.
Чтобы солнце не проникало. Зачем? Это очень сильно.
Когда я был маленький, я помню, в начале 70-х мыли.
Культурная антропология чистого и грязного.
Где-то я читал, что это с Петербурга.
В Нью-Йорке это просто невозможно. Потому что очень захотеть.
Ну, там тоже высокий опыт, нам вставать на подоконниках, знаете, вот это вот делать, это... Нет, это я не могу. Если честно, к нам приходил из народа представитель, когда я был маленький. Сейчас у меня уже практически мои воззрения не позволяют нанимать. А там я боюсь.
Слушай, ну это правильно. Насчет боюсь, я одобряю. Большую роль играет фильм Серебренникова, изображая жертву. Я героиня из сквозняка, ее вываливается из окна. Одна из моих любимых. Нет, ну это другая. Это одно из дел, которые расследуют там, значит, она мыла окно, серьезно. Он пошел в институт, хлопнул дверь, сквозняк, и она не слышит. Вот. И проводятся следственные эксперименты, там, этого Валю привязывают, там, колготками, к батарее. Он выходит, хлопает дверь, и сквозняка нет. Ничего не подтвердил. Да, и вот как но как бы сама мысль изображая жертву. Как там
Сама.
Мой ли домой?
Сейчас я давно не была. На самом деле, туда, мне кажется, позже все доходит. И в этом смысле хорошо, что туда позже все доходит.
Ну, да, ще. Ой, ну, надеюсь, что все ваши родственники, друзья, знакомые, безопасны.
Уже в Ереване.
Как бы легко.
Да.
Надеюсь, но только на это.
Мама тоже?
То есть это те, кто делает сначала, еще один отдел, потом, значит,
Что
совет,
потом
совет.
будет? Я действительно мои одноклассники уехали деньги то потом они все делают.
Кто работает по-прежнему онлайн?
Ну, вот то, что здесь называется, это нормально. То есть это вот поворот вправо, шведы там все вообще фашисты. Что будет с моими Норвегией, я поэтому. Я как-то в Норвегии даже иногда учусь норвежский.
Кстати, попадает.
Да.
Нет, у нас не было.
Нет, там очень радикальное современное искусство. Поскольку вот парк с теоретическими статуями.
Ну что там такое радикального? Я знаю,
Это
какие
для городской культуры.
Мне было приятно. Я рад, что
вы были вот,
что
Нет.
там как бы главное это наш этот, Папашевский видела огромный парк, который был во время оккупации доделан с огромным таким столбом из человеческих тел.
Вот я на этом примере. То есть там никакой роли не было.
Это просто очень это антикоммунистическая сила. У меня нет вообще никаких денег. Потому что идея в том, что чтобы было честно, никому не дают денег.
Норвежская честность.
Они ужасные скряги, и получить деньги очень трудно. Такой огромный грант как-то вытребовать из Советского Союза, тогда ты какое-то время приглашаешь. Но я как-то...
Как норвежская нет. Она никуда не.
Они ее откладывают до будущих поколений, до будущих норвежцев. Они ужасные скряги. Вот мы сейчас беседовали с Мишей из Украины. 3 месяца приезжается, вот из Мариуполя приезжал, 3 месяца, да, любому, без каких-то протекций, но только 3 месяца, а потом что? Делаешь, потом делаешь что хочешь, но зато там жилье бесплатно, специальные, которые делают туда. Поэтому такой как бы, вот вам 2 года.
Несколько.
А как это? Вы там- А вы преподаете?
Я вот это вот
Уточкой. Понятно.
Про уточку я не знаю. Что у вас было с уточкой?
Вторник, по вторнику. Да?
Сегодня был Славик Open House.
Нет, ну это же будет весну.
Да,
Нет, я знаю. Как называется? Уточка прекрасная.
А вы аспирант команд?
Нет, Таня
Я буду-
защитила интерпретацию.
Я учился
на двоих.
Так там же не аспирант.
Таня живой пример того, что есть.
Так вы знаете Илью? Выложите?
Конечно.
Я Самуилович у нас был позавчера. Прекрасно. Но Таня писала в Эйре.
Да, я знаю.
Ну, правильно. Понятно. Тоже занимается современным.
Ну, в общем, знаю.
А у вас был такой человек в Норвегии, который писал про вот этих питерских националистов, про Курсанова, такой из русской аристократии.
Давно?
Не, ну, он только-
Наверное, если не вот, то там вообще
не Вослов. Ну и у вас же там еще
может быть.
Андрей Рогачевский.
Да, ну вот совсем далеко.
Андрей заслали за полярным.
Знаете, это страшно.
Там далеко, на севере, в Париже.
Ой,
Да,
да.
кстати. Мечтатель. Это некрасиво. Ручку давай. Надо разрешить вас.
Ну, я
Ви-
делала
ви-
контакт с
ви-
студентом, я оставила вот приводят.
Увидел на время.
Записывался. Ой, сейчас не придется говорить.
Да, готов.
Ага.
Yeah, we got them back on some. I love that movie. Probably not, because I think that. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think what's so interesting is actually. Right, that's not what does it mean to incorporate? The first 3 days. That's right, it's a song. Whereas. You know, those 4 planets are. They have. It's a lot of powerful visual imagery, but it's not. Probably a- But I like, maybe not this, I don't think because I read about that elsewhere, but I'm like, more I wanted to do. There are other examples, just actually got out in this night. I loved colleagues one boy where it's about Alicia Bruskin, and I was reading him, and she wrote about him, and it got, and it took this meeting, and so she got a book, which integrates. Definitely photography. So.
Yes. Fun. Fun.
So, I'm sorry, since I'm not chairing, I lost track of all of that, and Jonathan is fantastic about all things, but he's determined to like geography, I tea and. Don't give up, that's what I was gonna say is.
I can.
Yes.
Very much so now they should have announced this thing, which I see pretty well. That actually.
I think it's a mistake because, for example, I said, I'm sure to be invited. No one is listening.
Well, I can believe that's interesting. They did, I did get a solicitation, but it might have only gone to. But I mean. A lot of people must have Harvard.
But Harvard, we're gonna keep, I shouldn't say that, because it's very difficult to get charitable contributions. I don't know why. There's some category. Like, so for example, when I renew my ASCO membership, I contribute, to the poetry fund. So I renew the membership, I do.
Вот
they
вам
will reimburse me.
название.
Unreal.
There's another category.
Что это за конфета?
Да, я
Нет,
это-
нет, пожалуйста. Да, что с тобой станет?
Сейчас должен выступать, я решил, Все, что будет просто
Боря
всё
перед
происходить.
выступлением съедает конфету под названием Unreal.
I don't.
Unreal.
Actually,
Is it really good?
I'm like.
Is it unreal?
Find your.
How real is it on the scale of mustard?
Похоже на
I don't know.
шоколадки Баунти. Вот выступил.
Ah. Too real. We made it. Предлагаю тебе поделиться печеньем.
Давай, давай. Ты можешь есть тут, да?
Могу, могу, и
Аккуратно.
Maybe we would.
вот ты видела на Бориса?
Нет, я просто заинтересовался, кто это такой.
У Бориса Годунова, но я не
How most things do.
Так.
at university.
Я теперь очень дома иметь. Because what kind of
Right.
Yeah, I don't, I just.
Так а что это за мероприятие? Это надо просто сидеть смотреть?
Приятно, потому что
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Это не связано с нашим мероприятием.
нет, это надо на
А чтобы нас листалось еще.
I'm sure this one.
Отвлеклись, развлеклись. Мало ли где мы сидим. Только нет.
Это не слишком страшно.
Well, I can, you know.
Это не фильм.
Театральный конкурс.
Там,
Они перед нами разыграют это.
но будет не на экране.
Значит, запись какой-то театральный конкурс.
Его. И она передавалась, когда он Stage Rush. Теперь, наверное, они самые интересные.
Phone a lot.
Yeah.
And I was,
But это интересно.
Да. Если честно, да, вот нравится цитата из Дорошенко в конце главы Кирилла. У меня такое меланхоличное. А потом ничего не получилось.
Я знаю.
I'm amazed. I was told that this event is closed to outside.
Well, somehow word got around.
I was just thinking of,
But the
of
papers-
sending this to you, but
The
then
papers
it's just
are
not good enough.
recirculated, but you are quoted.
No, just I reread it and thought it's so awful. I should first fix it and then send it to great Professor Meadow, the Columbia University, because it's not really ready for critique.
Well, it's very good that you're here in the audience and you can attack what is there.
Without even reading it.
Yeah. Well,
I
that's
can
what
send it to you now. You're so good you can just read it in
5 minutes.
9 minutes.
like, so everyone's circulating.
Yes.
Yeah, but there are 5 or 10 minutes when the writer summarizes the main claims and posits some questions and then people discuss, and I think
Posits some question.
poses, sorry.
You said posits.
I did, but I'm also not the native speaker. It happens to me.
No, but I like it. I will posit some questions.
I'm the person who thinks sexuality is just fine.
Which I think is strange. We've been speaking English for so many years.
And it still happens.
Not just it's systematically happening.
Yeah. And then when I get
Almost every
really
meeting
tired,
we have.
I cannot. I want to say live and I say live. That's when I'm tired. Yeah.
No,
I just
after,
can't-
after 2 hours of speaking English, you no longer can read the content. That's what my experience.
Or I need to drink a lot more water when speaking English than when speaking Russian.
It makes kind of feel dry in your mouth.
I know.
No, you can't forget something.
In Russian, well,
I mean,
no, actually Russian is also difficult.
For 2 hours.
No, but just anyway, difficult because I'm not native. I'm not fully native.
well, that's a kind of a defense strategy, which is not really Russian, not really Russian. That's not true. Well, unfortunately, you have to bear the burden of.
Russian.
Nobody is. Everybody is.
But I'm so not English. I'm from Turkey. I've never lived something.
Yes, and my greatest grandparent is from here. But
None of my parents or anyone in my family has ever lived in that. I don't
Well-
have a single Family member who's never lived in.
Well, doesn't mean it's upgraded because it was your choice.
Well, I mean.
It was your choice to adopt Russian. Whereas for me, it was yes, which just legally speaking, we should stigmatize people like this one.
But I'm already.
Who have this-
stigmatized because I'm the chair of the Slavic department, the referee, that's already done, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Your name?
I bear. I bear this burden. Yeah. Imperial burden, I bear.
And on top of that, we need to speak English all the time. Consider the fate of the immigrants. With our mouth getting dry every 2 hours.
No, actually.
This is place drink.
I think right thinking about it.
For how many hours in speaking English? Not interrupt.
For me, it's a
It
matter of
depends on the
5
scale.
minutes. And I have to make it people want.
You're much better in Russian than in English. You're only making no mistake. You're doing basic mistake.
That is
Present
so
perfect
much.
is too far for me. I
Oh
can
my
do
God,
the
I
wow.
hate present perfect. I hate it. But especially present perfect. Past
But
perfect.
good. I've seen her, but she doesn't seem to see me.
So he's trying to invent allegories for something that kind of is not. You always call evolution.
Let's go on that.
So you try.
We have been signed up.
Yeah, see, that would. But the entire thing is now yours. Actually, and within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You're still
Right.
right.
Okay.
Yes. Have you seen all the? Angelo comments?
2 papers and then we each get.
So you remember we received. The
What do you mean?
We are.
So.
Well, we have to.
We are
Getting the
Now, my father said, you know, Moscow, but some of the commentaries that were supposed to be the next volume, the next one.
It's just 1.5 hours.
So the second doing it.
That's a great.
Instead of.
my God.
And
To your mouth,
Joe.
Oh, It's
That's all in our.
It would help.
Yeah, no, that was happening because.
That's mine.
If you drink, then you could.
Then I'm like, yeah, try that. And then I'll want water.
I agree that we need moisture for Russian.
Why?
I felt
But Angelo contaba that.
It's different. Must be.
really tired. I gave a talk to everyone, and I really didn't think.
But.
I just never felt no face.
He works a lot.
Or I should have
Well,
won.
Explain to me something, lazy mouth in English.
Yeah.
Lazy mouth.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And for those coming out by.
The amount of Russians.
Yes.
It's amazing. It's a kind of one line follow.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ой, ради бога,
No, I mean. Of course.
конечно, ничего страшного, я сам скажу.
Не, я все прочитал его.
But yeah, no.
Все такие вежливые.
Это поэма.
Ты
I tend to not, I teach in that.
Я вчера перечитал, я был в ужасе. Я был в ужасе.
Почему?
Это так.
Я даже не знаю, что сказать. Я стараюсь какой вопрос задать. Это совершенно.
Нет, ну, вот давайте что-то переделал. Вот то, что не любопытно. Потому что это совершенно.
Was, yeah, no. that's their thing.
No,
Connect with them. Connection.
It's 1/3. But they only have to.
Но как бы для нас это с точки зрения редактора прямое попадание.
Yes.
Дякую, я просто
читаю.
Да ладно.
Нет, Марик вчера даже не
У меня
успели.
там ушли.
Мы уже вчера успели обсудить полностью Марик, что хороший сатир.
У нас был полночный дебат, полуполночный.
я американский раз.
Нет, ну, просто разница во времени большая. Для Любы это было 9.
Я просто поэт социальности. Мне много точно. Ну, мы же не по-русски.
Ну как это сказать по-английски? Poetry with the social world.
What?
World.
The social world, yeah, that's good. It's direct without making it reality. Because that's the problem. Even actually, when it's flipped, you can argue that it's social world.
The social world is definitely not speaking. Then you
В данном случае
a long time.
So it's in particular context, not just any. It's really under special.
After all, not begin to really read paper, couldn't understand paper, didn't know what he was saying. So why should we be so careful about it? No.
I think social poetry is a real doesn't sound that way.
Reality.
Да, и это
The poetry real sounds like something like that.
I think social reality.
But then that's.
But then it doesn't.
Or not. Well, they have their own. But that's not social reality.
It's social.
It's for societal reality.
Maybe the poet versus social reality.
But they have the dialect of using like.
I like that, the poet. Because it's both
Да,
poet
different
thought and
relations.
the poet again. Maybe that's it.
Пиши на все.
That's not bad, right?
I also like poets. I thought that made everything. Poets.
Because
But
it's
that
the
includes symbolism, that
structure of the
includes-
art. That's right. No, it's-
Actually, Harriman-
No, I said
For example.
that's the way.
I thought we didn't have the as a framing device.
But what I think is that
I was too pissed off by the last.
so it's obvious.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But before you got, I thought that
It's
right?
So that was very important.
It's also nice that it's both in the Pushkin story, but not necessarily. I feel.
Right.
They're both
That's
kind of-
right.
both- yeah,
Yeah,
they're both
right.
complicated.
Yeah.
Because you can find.
Would you like to go first?
Sympathy.
The
My
poet
dear
versus-
poet. Besides.
Premise.
Oh,
What they have in
Question after.
oh.
the poet
Well,
versus social.
Is everyone
just
here
social.
or,
Yeah.
oh, yes, everyone is except.
Michael. Oh, Michael's, yeah,
Michael's-
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, apologize.
He told me.
So, perhaps we should begin. We are switching from performances to forms, rubric forms. And we have two essays on form by Yusmasa and Mila Friedberg. And I was amazed. I was advocating for so long. We have this section called intersections, and I kept saying we need an essay on poetry and politics. And everyone is writing, it seems, about poetry and politics in these sections, and even in the section on forms. And I think that's a really great thing to see happening in both of these texts. But the first we'll start with Boris's essay, series of poetic form. So.
Yeah,
would you like
well,
to read it, or-
Thank you for reading this. As I mentioned to Luba, I reread it after reading all the other chapters. And felt that it's bit confusing, and I was so upset I decided not to send it to Jessica, because I thought it's not really it had to be redone. In particular, so I'll just refresh your memories and go through. The plan was to begin with a kind of more general section on what makes Russian poetics different from other approaches to literature, and there the risk is a kind of essentialism, right? In the sense that is it justified to generalize and say that Russian poetics is different from Western poetics, in the sense that somehow I would end up saying that new criticism is a sort of ideologically dubious, and the formalists are on the contrary politically on the left, and therefore to be embraced. I felt maybe it's too simplistic. Plus, the third chapter section is trying to do two things, relating Shklovsky to a particular kind of reception of Aristotle, so not the first part of the better known part of the poetics, where it speaks about mimesis, but the chapter on diction, and that also becomes a kind of a distinctive Russian trait. But now that I reread it, it seems that Shklovsky's appearance earlier on is not really maybe justified. It's more like a kind of an inevitability that I need to give Shklovsky in diplomatization, but it's that was one worry I had. Plus, I wasn't sure that this point about three sources for theorizing form, discussion of patent elements of poetic language, such as you would find anywhere. There are kind of meta discourses about style, meat, and diction in all possible contexts and cultures, and you don't even have to have scholars to have that sort of poetics. Poets produce these poetics themselves. Then there is philosophical tradition of thinking about form as an abstract pattern, and then there is ethnography, sociology, and this newly emergent way of talking about cultural form. I'm not sure that was really very clear in that first section, and then it becomes more satisfying because it's all somehow built around one poem by Pushkin, and my idea maybe was to give just please 2 extra pages for a little appendix where I can do the whole poem, because probably nobody really knows this poem.
Yeah.
So maybe that is worth adding. And so then I go through Bakhtin's very general theory of architectonics, architectonic forms, then the chronotype as an example of a compositional form. Again, staying with Bakhtin, and then Veselovsky and Ginsburg make their appearance, and then I go down to the kind of micro level of rhythmic forms. And there it sort of connects to Nila's essay and meter. So my idea was maybe trying to do a kind of Shklovsky reading of the same poem, so that it's all around one poet somehow. Then I'm exactly 1 century after Zhermunsky wrote that the Dacha Poetiki, redoing this an analysis of this poem by Pushkin. Because basically Pushkin is reacting to Zhermunsky. That's why he chose this poem to argue with the formalists. He thought Zhermunsky is the quintessential formalist, making it easier always to criticize the formalists. That it's really not doesn't read well. Seems it's very out of date. So that's what I wanted to say by way of introduction. And I'm ready for further kind of flagellation, or what's the term?
Flagellation.
Flagellation.
Oh, I said adulation.
Did you rehearse?
No, that's the beauty of it.
It's the translation.
Mr. with flagellation. Yes, I feel like our essays are aligned in the same part of the map of this corpus of essays submitted for this particular workshop, what is in our mind, and that we are kind of doing a similar work of making explicit the theoretical implications of the poetic form. And one point that I wanted to emphasize, it doesn't have page numbers, right? So even everyday life takes on an aesthetic quality when individuals model their behavior on social norms or etiquette rules. Ginsburg considers imitation of literary characters in real life in the same context, and this is a commentary not just on what happens to text in real life, but also on what form is, right? And going back to Mikhail's reference to Ginsburg's Lyrike, right? And I just reread the introduction to that book, happened to read it randomly a couple of days back, and I was surprised by how clear and explicit Ginsburg is in saying that poetic subjectivity, not just the subjectivity of the poet, but the subjectivity of the form shared by readers. So a public model of subjectivity is a kind of a mapping of political subjectivity, right? She's speaking about the generations of activists, Decembrists in the 20s, intelligentsia in the 50s, but those are just two of the myriad of different types and subtypes that you can bring up. So lyric is about projecting and constructing political subjectivity, which I think is also kind of what is essay is going to, and I think that will be very interesting to discuss. I guess my question here, and kind of your next sentence here, is this line of inquiry can be paralleled in Grigorij Vinokur's study of the genre of biography, but my question is, why not bring in Lotman at this point? Somebody who wrote on lyric in different ways, in ways that are absolutely isolated from history in the original kind of structuralist book, but also as a historian of culture, поэтика бытового поведения, театр и театральность в русской культуре, right? So specific formal modeling of what Lotman calls поэтика бытового поведения is very often a poetics of political subjectivity on different stages. You're a nobleman or something. So it's also a politicized. So kind of my question is how Lotman worked, but also just kind of, I guess, I'd like to emphasize this connection of form to political, social subjectivity and subject for that this essay also kind of
that's somehow implied in this little reference to Kalugin 2015. But I was thinking of maybe expanding this to this larger issue of where life imitates literature, and of course through Ginsburg to Paperna, and is it not in the footnote for Chernyshevsky book? So it's obviously the same tradition. So how do you model your behavior because literature gives you certain scripts? So this is obviously the Lotman essay on the Decembrists, and yes, I should probably add that, and certainly on the introduction on the lyrics book by Ginsburg. But it, again, I just need maybe half a page, please. It's already too long. I think I should be cutting things.
It's really hilarious. That when you turn to Yuba and you forget that she is the most beautiful.
Yeah.
I have some kind of a way of putting pressure on Luba.
We've only started because we 12,000 words, but.
And
But
it was also the very best, actually, a brilliant suggestion about where you can trim this and that to get it. And then you've got all this stupidity.
But I think there are some pieces that need more space and others that need less.
No, let's not even go there. Michael had a question. Because then you would suggest that I cut my piece to let somebody else like.
No.
Don't even. bring it.
Well, I don't think we made clear that we follow up these meetings. with
Oh, yes.
Very focused.
Okay, we'll talk
Ideas,
with Peter about that after kind of sort it out. You know.
Big space for, yes.
I think Michael had it.
Yeah, two things. The first was sort of more of the teeth of an abstract you put at the beginning. I think of the big words. Maybe Chris is still there, but that's obviously so, which is simply that the people you choose, this idea that Russian formalism really seems to pertain to prose more than poetry, of course, crazy, right? Most of the formalists worked on poetry, almost exclusively on poetry, so it's kind of weird that you're choosing Shklovsky and Bakhtin as your sort of key figures when you could be choosing Tomaszewski or you could be choosing Finyanov, right? So that seemed to me just strange, and I didn't know whether you were saying that sort of with an eye to the English-speaking reader who probably does know those, Bakhtin certainly better than the formalists, but it doesn't seem accurate. It seems to be that the majority of formalists is actually focused on poetry. So that's just a broad comment, and a very specific comment. Of all bizarre things, I was teaching the poetry seminar for graduate students with an eye to the rhythmic profile of that poem. So I was sort of astonished to see you happen to choose that very poem. But what we don't talk about, and what seems to be the most important, the two most important lines of the poem are the poems that are the things that can't be scanned based on this because they have a stress on the very first syllable, not the first but the first syllable. And those two words, you remember, are smiashne list.
Well, the monosyllables we don't really consider.
Well, that's exactly the problem, that they should be considered.
This is a newest territory, yeah.
Exactly, they should be considered. And to ignore them, yeah, well, then they don't matter, right? But it does seem strange that you have these two places where you have a stress on the very first syllable of the line of an iambic line, and they're two pretty important words.
Yeah, well, it's there. Maybe I don't have time to go into detail. Maybe what I need is really just a sense that what Pushkin is doing is specific to his time, that particular written profile, and then I just randomly chose a poem that is very important and therefore really deserves more discussion. Maybe I should just say generally Derzhavin has this written profile and then not go into detail.
That would certainly be a way to save space.
Yes. But I agree with you that there are all these rhythmic effects that where we need to take stock of the nouns that are monosyllable too. This wouldn't be reflected in the chart.
Exactly.
Because it's automatic.
But that's precisely why it's been ignored by Russian metricists from day one, because it was too complicated to take it. But that's not really a very good reason for not taking it into account if it is significant, right? Just if it doesn't fit into our scheme, so we leave it out.
On the question of formalists, my point was that it so happens that formalists, their reputation in it seems to me, and also the case of Bakhtin, rests on the work on prose, not poetry. Obviously, they worked on poetry. Tomaszewski for me is not maybe the most interesting theorist, but yes, that needs to be clarified. I didn't mean to say that the formalists didn't write on poetry. They did, but just so happens that they cannot be really appreciated in translation. Whatever we think about the value of Finyanov's book on the problem of poetic language in the original, I think it's extremely uneven, and there are these moments of brilliance, but then it's again comes in comprehension.
I agree. Completely. But there are other articles on poetry. most of these things.
Yes, well, that's maybe really something just can be clarified.
So,
Mila wants to jump in, but can I just ask, just quickly, that when, at the very beginning, when you mentioned this phrase, the Russian method,
Yeah.
it does prompt me to wonder, and given Michael's question, it prompts me to wonder whether the way in might not profitably be adjusted to start with the idea that there is such a thing as the Russian method and say what that is, rather than setting up the prose versus poetry distinction, which maybe for this audience is a kind of false signal. So it's not where you're going. Because I remember as I was reading later on, when I got again to that phrase, the Russian method, I kept thinking, what is that? And did that get defined? Which Russian method?
Yeah, well, I just think it's a very ultimately kind of a marginal part of the Russian poetics. Or maybe I'm just saying it because I care for this, but it doesn't seem that it's really so important to non-metrists. The Russian method being the statistical method of studying meter would doesn't really deserve to more prominence earlier on. If it's just this kind of yes, even Michael has sort of reservations about the kind of statistical but it's just one little niche field where it seems that something specifically Russian is identifiable in the study of poetry as opposed to literary theory more generally.
well, I mean, I
Should be identified as statistical method.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
right,
I
because some
mean-
people don't know what.
Yeah.
I think that's.
Yeah. And it could serve to set up what, how different what you're doing. It's like if you're gonna argue for a Russian method, what you're offering is much more compelling than statistical analysis. So it could be used to set up what you're.
Okay.
And also because you move back to the charts at the end. I mean, I don't know, I agree with what Kathy just said about somehow the framing what you're doing, because again, our fantasized professor of English that reads this might imagine that the Russian method is a more capacious thing than.
Yeah, no, I agree. Maybe it's it certainly needs to be kind of
And the professor of English would have no idea about statistical work on Russian poetry. They have no idea.
let's see. Yeah, I thought I'm kind of clear. This is just a little thing. Is research on meter, where the Russian method going back to Andrey's statistical investigations of rhythm is a term familiar to specialists.
Maybe.
Just a kind of a little thing. A kind of an exception that proves the rule, because even there the Russian method doesn't really work very well for other positions, because basically with the pentameter you cannot really do things like that. That's why I think we are reacting to this something that looks like trochaic inversion in Russian. So the English here is very sensitive to this. It's common in iambic pentameter, but not really obviously important in iambic tetrameter. So there is just this. My point earlier is just translation and translating poetry is a challenge that then translates to the difficulties of translating theory, and which leaves us kind of impoverished because we don't really know how to read poetry except by talking about images.
But again, what you're proposing is that by appreciating this broader tradition of thinking about poetry in Russia, you are enabling the translation of a Russian method to other study of other national literature.
I'm glad you seem to be buying this essentializing move on my part. I felt it's very tendential and ultimately kind of dubious.
Mila.
All right, Anila, been waiting. Sorry.
Yeah, what I was really excited to see regressive dissimilation term in print. So I want to start with the Russian method. If we think of the Russian method as statistics only, then yes, it probably had limited impact on the field of like English literary studies. But if we think of it of strict rules, which were in Jakobson, which were in Tarandowski, right? The rules that are kind of not necessarily never violated, but perceived as bad meter, all of it had tremendous impact on how American generative metrics evolved. If you look at Kiparsky's work on English meter, it's very much like Jakobson's rule. If you look at Bruce Hayes from UCLA, it's very much like it's all formulated differently to accommodate the English data, to include information about phonological phrasing and so on. But fundamentally at its core, they all come out of Jakobson. So I think that the impact may have been much more important than we think.
No, yeah.
So
I agree. I always tell students that look, Halle has just kind of taken the formalist idea, rhythm versus meets up, and this abstract pattern template that then is transformed from the, yes, either Jakobson or via Jakobson from others. I'm not quite sure.
And of course, Morris Halle worked with Jakobson, and that was a very direct kind of transfer of information. So that's one point. Second point that I was very excited to see is how you take this rhythmical form number 3, right? Which, like in metrics, we know it as rhythmical form number 3, but that's the rhythm of the line «А с ними поцелуй свидания». Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. So it's 2 clashes at the end, 2 clashes in a row. Pushkin uses it 10% of the time, if you look overall, right? But what's interesting is if you look at prose, that same form appears in prose 2 times more. And I don't remember what exactly was counted. Maybe it was, I think it was Pushkin's prose versus Pushkin's poetry. But that form is perceived as very prosaic. And that is, I think, part of the interpretation, right? Because when he says «Твоя краса, твои страдания исчезли в урне гробовой, а с ними поцелуй свидания», that kiss becomes something quite prosaic and no longer relevant, right? So I think it's really relevant what that form stands for and how that form may be perceived. And what happened after Pushkin, I think, is also important, because when poets in the 20th century started using that rhythm more often than the regular rhythm, the kind of the wavy line, right, that you talked about, the regressive dissimilation confirming lines, it was very much tied to meaning. And I once wrote a paper where I kind of traced that the poems where this rhythm is predominant, right? So what do we get when we have those like clashing stresses at the end in a iambic tetrameter? We get Biely writing about hunchbacks. We get Tsvetaeva writing about alcoholics and binges. We get Tsvetaeva, like she did it a lot, like she loved this rhythm. She talks about deformed faces. And then there is also Khodasevich, and in Khodasevich, that rhythm, correct me, but you know, let me check what it was. There is some kind of deformation, you know, when you see that rhythm being used as the predominant one. And it's interesting for me to see that what you say is that we don't have to have it as the predominant line that kind of overrides all other rhythms, even when it's only one line. And in the world of that poem, it creates a contrast to other rhythms. That's important. That's valid, right? I never thought of it this way. I mean, it never occurred to me that the meaning of that specific form might be significant. But now I realize that it is, because 10% overall means that it's rare. Once it's rare, the context of the poem can define what it is. So I think that's super interesting.
Well, thank you very much, Nila. I need to read that article of yours.
Yeah,
But of course, what I'm doing, I'm kind of selling the real thing to an English language audience. So I'm producing a closed reading of one poem, which is a kind of sellout, right? Is that the term?
So you are
To
the
make it
sellout
kind
for
of
the
a,
book.
yeah, which is not something I would ever do in a non-handbook context.
You would have.
well, I think, you
Just a
know,
reading of one poem, never.
I think, you know,
Because the
when-
point is to talk about forms,
Right.
talk about not
You use a
one
corpus.
poem. Yes.
I think selling makes a lot of sense. My experience is from just studying all that formal stuff is that you always have to sell it. And I think Michael Wachtel will agree that you have to sell it and justify it with some, you know, meaning related connections. So I think it's totally right to sell it.
Well, that's what I'm doing. So I guess. Thank you very much. I'll get in touch with you about that article about the hunchbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is the best moment, or maybe it was kind of, I would bring it up in discussions of Nila's talk, but here it goes. I think we're going in this direction. We were going in this direction, and I'm specifically wondering about Tanyanov's theory of verse. You already mentioned your skepticism towards it, and I haven't reread the book in a while, so you know it better, but it always felt to me like this is actually an alternative to the metrical system. I'm the student of Mikhail Gasparov, so I was sort of schooled in the metric statistical thing. I was never schooled in it, but I was exposed to it a lot. I would read it a lot, right? Let me put it this way. I've never did it myself. But it felt to me that Tanyanov is suggesting a sort of a different different school of thought as to what verse is, right? And more focused on semantics, but also syntax on kind of, and I'm going into again into the Ginsbergian direction of the verse as public utterance, right? And Gasparov also sort of writes about that. I'm not going to go into what exactly he thought about Tanyanov, but verse as public utterance that has public impact, that kind of that words have resonance, and that is what verse is about, the resonance the word has. And then if you look at Mandelstam's Разговор о Данте, which is a sort of builds on Tanyanov's theory of verse and develops a very complicated theory, obviously, of poetic language, but also language that exists in history, language that is, for example, about what does it mean to make poetic utterances in a situation of state terror, right? And in Mandelstam, for example, the multiplicity of meanings of the words is illustrated by the jargon, the thieves' jargon, right? Воровская музыка, in the kind of first chapter of Проблемы стихотворного языка. So I'm wondering if we could collectively talk more about the implications of Tanyanov's theory, because of course we needed to sell it to an English-speaking audience. But who is in a better position than we are to do it, to actually explain what it is about? Because I absolutely agree that you don't understand the text and translations. I actually gave a lecture in German based on the German translation of Tanyanov's theory. That wasn't kind of too well received by the audience. I didn't know what was going on. But what I'm saying is that I think there is a core in Tanyanov's theory of verse that can be productively explicated in the context like this, like your article, like our handbook, like our conversations. And should we kind of think about it?
No, I agree completely. And remember when we were last time in Moscow, and I gave a talk and related Tanyanov to this ancient tradition of thinking about density. That's where we began talking about that. So yes. Yes, well, I wonder if Neil sees a way of doing that. Let me reread and think. Maybe I can at least maybe just one paragraph. Include a little bit.
Don't hold us to this in public. Behind the scenes negotiation.
Yeah.
Then, you will have to cut something from your.
They're telling me to add stuff.
If you want to you have to cut. Them.
Okay, can he write with Tynyanov and I not write about the 21st century?
Okay.
I think we kind of
Let's get
agree
the-
that we should do that. Yeah.
Let's tell our cop-out, but let's not.
So Mark, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I really like this article and I think that it is incredibly informative and conceptual. And I like the same plan being treated from different perspectives. I think it holds it together. I just wonder if the omission of Eichenbaum's melodic русского лирического стиха in the chapter on prosody is strategic or is it just a lapse?
Well, I wrote my BA thesis in part on this, trying to understand what he meant, and I'm still not quite sure. I really believe that he is onto something with those distinctions. So I think it's just well. Let me reread it. I am a bit skeptical about that book somehow.
But it's translated into English and it's available and it's known beyond Slavic studies. It's present.
Wonderful. Wow. So
It was translated back in this.
then I can just pretend that it's a very good book and
No, you may not.
refer to it.
It's not bad. But let me check, maybe I'm right.
I don't know this translation. Is it in English?
I was not aware of this translation. I've never heard.
I think
I'll check. Maybe I'm wrong.
Isabel.
Well, I was gonna say just regarding the Tynyanov, the Converse and Eichenbaum, it's kind of like they're both. It's like one of the things that they're just both kind of really in dialogue with other things happening at that time, right? So like kind of really in ways that are really impenetrable, I think, to English speaking audiences and anyone who's not sort of schooled on all of the arguments that are happening around melodics or rhythm during that period. Is kind of, that's I think what makes them a bit kind of problematic maybe as text in their own right, because you sort of, they're making these quite specific interventions, I guess. But that's what I found really interesting about your piece, which just overall was really interesting. I think in a way, even though you're sort of sidelining the Russian method, like one of the things we do is to situate that, right, and to say that it's not just statistics, right, it's actually coming from this place of real interest in the history of poetic forms. And so even though that becomes like very narrow, right, you situate it really nicely, and maybe that's the way to bring it to Tynyanov and Eichenbaum and this kind of yeah, sort of in the way that you do in this piece, sort of making it part of the discussion that was happening over those several decades, right, in the early century. Yeah.
It's actually by Eichenbaum is never mentioned somehow. No. I need to think of a way to maybe mention him in that context, because he is looking for historical kind of a categories in the analysis of kind of a prosodic form, but just doesn't seem to be successful.
It's kind of, I mean, one thing that you don't mention, but or maybe these like really empirical studies, right? So with the linguistics, like Sergei mentioning and people like that, doing that work with them and kind of all this machinery that was invented to sort of measure it and stuff like that. So I don't know necessarily that would fit in here, but perhaps it's a way to sort of triangulate that.
Yes, I was thinking about Bernstein in relation to one of the chapters where живое слово, звучащее слово was mentioned.
Yes, because Isabel has actually worked on that.
Yes, you also don't mention him.
Yeah, well, no.
In the interest of this negotiation, I think Isabel will mention him.
Quotas, quotas of actual Baba being distributed.
I'm not sure they really kind of discovered something about kind of historical change in literature to what they recorded. But at least they tried to record things. Yeah. No, I'm just not sure how encyclopedic I can be, given that it's already, I think,
so
too many names and just can become.
But we've just decided, this thing is in the book.
Okay. Yeah. And then we can just refer
But then it's
to each
a
other's
wonderful
chapters.
dialogue. Yes,
Yes,
exactly. So you can say
absolutely.
C. Palmer in this one,
Yeah.
just as you say C. Friedberg now. you can say
Yeah.
C. Palmer.
yeah, cool.
Oh,
No, but just
and
because
Mark
they
can
started with,
confirm Yarkov was now translated into English, so he doesn't exist as far as this handbook is concerned, right? Just for
English speakers.
English speakers, no?
No, but the English speaker has to be introduced to things that they don't know.
No, that's the.
Well, Yarkov is so wonderfully kind of reincarnated in Gasparov, and then newest chapter is it's so Gasparavian. I feel this is something that Neil can mention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we haven't talked, there is also the late Gasparov, the syntax book. Which is sort of, I feel like a move in a.
Again mentioned in the very beginning of Neil's essay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Have that conversation in maybe 20 years. Feel rejuvenated.
So, we could take a quick break for, Mila's essay. Are you satisfied now, ladies, that we are all buying your argument?
no, I'm no. I'm eager for more criticism if it's something that must be a kind of private attack, because it's just too painful. I'm
Public,
ready.
in the interest of public adulation, I would say I found it quite useful for some of these discussions, in the non-Slavic space, because of course there's all sorts of when forms came out, right? And so Marietta Božović published this review of the thing, and so though they don't, Caroline Levine doesn't know about the formulas, right? But that seems to be a little bit on the surface. Maybe I thought this was a much deeper engagement with, like, what could this English language tradition really know about the formalists, and not in the way that the formalists have been received. So this what you criticized as reductive, I think, is actually precisely where the handbook resides, right? You need some level of useful reduction so as to make certain things, kind of palpable, right? And so to say that this is a tradition that's politically involved and that's also interested in history, fundamentally throughout interested in history rather than in close reading, right? That it's not for the sake of close reading, but for the sake of historicizing of forms, right? And so that I think is tremendously.
The one recent English language work which does this productively is Anna Kornblue's book, which has a chapter which called, I quoted, yes, it's called the chapter called, it's on English Victorian novel, which she's an expert on, and a great one. And her introductory chapter to this one is called Political Formalism. And she reads Shkovsky in English, but I think very interestingly, and kind of brings them together with Lukács and Marxism. So formalism is not the opposite of Marxism, but in being dialogue with on a theoretical level. So she doesn't have historical argument to make about Shkovsky, but she reads it as a theorist, and this is the very kind of most productive and recent. And so she knows formalism, unlike Caroline Levine.
Wonderful. So I noticed that book, so I'm going to.
Yeah.
Okay, do we need break or should we keep going? We have until 3:30, so we have 45 minutes.
We have till
Oh, we do have more.
So we could take a.
No, no, I guess we'll-
Mila wants to.
Okay.
Okay.
You'll be such a good-
Борис, вы набрал? Нет.
Нету, да.
Видимо, вы говорите, что по-немецки.
Кажется, есть, да, сейчас.
Я так поискала, но не нашла.
Ну, Хинбаум надо как-то.
I'm just going by the schedule.
Ищу там, где вы на очень
Oh, I had the original one, so
истории романа.
I was going by the old.
Oh, yeah, look at this one. Because he
То есть
wants-
там
И-
как говорить,
да, да.
но в принципе он показывает,
А.
как если гибридность.
Okay, I will read the
Это про.
Yeah, this is the one.
Там несколько.
It's got useful addresses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Да, замечательно.
Мне нравится, как ты- как
I
твоя
stay
манера.
how many minutes?
And so all of those
15
minutes
minutes,
have to
15
be
minutes.
converted into
15
words.
minutes get
Yeah,
translated to
I-
page.
Two
You
pages.
get
Extra
15
pages,
more
right,
words.
exactly.
15 more words.
15 words, you're very sweet.
Yeah.
So you should give it, let's 30.
I think we should
Multiply
say
6,
8, no?
A word per minute.
8,000.
So that.
Wait, but we just
Sounds
a lot
good,
that are
sounds
8 to
good.
9.
Yes.
Yeah, and so
And-
we really.
And that other thing that, and everybody will get this comments is that because we're requiring translation into English
Yeah.
for anything that's quoted, like poetry that's.
Yeah,
quoted in
poetry has to
Russian,
be Russian, yeah.
Or like, for Mikhail, who's writing everything in Russian, right?
Oh,
So
it's
he's
good,
also
yeah.
all of those
Mm.
translations. So that's one of the things, places to think about economizing. You don't have very much that's quoted.
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Russian.
No, there's not a problem.
I will just cut through the Russian originals, by the way.
No, if
No,
it's
we want
poetry.
to-
we
So
don't
it's
have
important to
Russian
keep
originals.
the.
Russian originals and English translations for poetry. For
Absolutely.
prose, no, but.
By the way, I have 2 chapters on.
Yeah, that's another, well, I think we need to think about it, it's something
Yeah,
because
just a lot.
Neil is using a linguistic
Потому что
convention, like using like either bold or capital letters or whatever. Right. So we're gonna need to think about how we do that.
Yeah, because what are the difference? You just highlighted, yeah, bold,
Yeah,
but not capitalized.
but that's a late stage. It doesn't exactly, doesn't it work, but in terms of the word count, the translation thing. So, like where Kirill, I think you quoted the German original for something as well as the translation, there is one place you. we
But
don't
the
need to-
entire thing has to go.
Oh,
So, no, I thought you'd say that, but I was hesitant to, okay, until the last moment, I wouldn't keep the hair there.
Yeah, no, that was very useful.
Yeah.
No, it's not that the hair there has a presence. has to go,
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
think the direct quote, I think we should leave the direct
Well,
quote.
I will
as
try
Russian
to, he's
quote.
very concise, the way,
I
the reason
know.
is quote, it's just hard to actually, because it's a complex argument that is really, but I'm gonna see what I can do, yeah, I'm not gonna.
It's not the hair
I'm gonna do
there.
my best.
It's not the hair there that I thought needed to go, but there was something
Yeah,
that
and-
was not poetry. And I thought,
I can do the разъезды на лбах чуть-чуть убрать.
Yeah,
Вот
чуть-чуть,
это, да.
оно все
No, I'm sorry,
да, но.
Ну, там прононсировано, да,
Просто
там
очень получилось, что надо в русской поэзии, ну, не то, что меньше, но примерно.
Потому что, слушай, когда я даю огромную читать в Лондонском, там остается несказанно.
Окей.
Ну, я понимаю.
Сколько, то есть как бы, когда
Я
ты...
тебе и говорю, увеличить пятый из русского. Я тебе говорю,
Брать, да, я понимаю, да.
увеличить.
Маяковского я цитирую, значит, стихов, собственно, всего там.
Там очень
10
быстро,
строк,
там
да.
очень быстро было.
Ну да,
Здесь
10.
там были такие названия, и
Ну, именно потому
читатель
что надо,
может не знать.
да. В смысле, нет, у меня там из облака в штанах 10 строк.
да, это просто так, это
But it wasn't
такое
really as serious.
одно место, где мы это желтое, да. Да.
Make it less painful because
Не то, чтобы Если хочешь не начинать с меня, но мне кажется, что это уже есть.
Нет, оно это не братство. Оно такое, я согласна с тобой абсолютно. Оно такое немножко толстовское. Оно такое вот.
А я не понял, что это.
Это то, что вы объясняете, и удобно, и так, и совершенно ясно. И то в начале выступления. Я бы
Вот
просто убрал
Толстой
это,
боится,
потому
что не
всё равно
поймут, и он
понятно.
начинает.
Это просто снос. Ну, я не
В
знаю.
смысле, в
это
начальной части, там где-то не
Да,
да?
то есть вы даете introduction, которая хороша для статьи академической,
Так.
но она медленно очень развивает действие. И когда вы приходите к Беккеру, ко всем вашим примерам, абсолютно ясно, что вы хотите сказать, даже я имею в виду толстовские философские
Да, хорошо.
что они разъясняют то, что и так вытекает из текста.
А я думал, что
Оно
такое
было-
должен быть американский
А мне показалось, что оно какое-то тяжелое. Не дошел до примера, уже такое вот. Ты думаешь, когда мы дойдем до русской поэзии, а ты потом доходишь, это все уже интересно, но такой вот пресс. Это мне показалось, кстати, русская частота, но мне показалось, что она не совсем нужна такой длины именно об этом. Я понимаю, для чего ты это. У тебя есть там цитаты, и это не можно.
Вот смотри, я вопрос на что такое Восток. Да, Восток это политический патриотизм. Чтобы доказать этот тезис, нужно дать такое определение патриотизма, в котором ты четко выделяется политический Восток.
Ну, можешь ли ты
Ну, наверное, могу, да. Ну, вот это, например, честолюбие и форум политической жизни. Мне важен комплекс летней жизни, потому что это из ара, целая экспирия. Вот это все.
Нет, я понимаю,
Ну, вообще
так
пересечение,
вот,
как бы, да.
да, показать каждый, оно
Да,
имеет,
да.
поэтому,
Но если я просто напишу без утверждения, что Беккера политический восторг, это и есть политический патриотизм. Ну, как, что? А как это доказать?
А не надо. Это академическая статья.
Смотрите, я взялся за это написать, потому что мне важно поговорить о некоторых точки пересечения между литературной и политической теорией.
ну, мне кажется, что можно тоже подумать, как сделать это handbook, а дальше еще.
Когда ты говоришь, что тут надо сократить, я с этим не спорю. Сокращу, надо сократить. Если да.
Ну и, конечно, если вы употребляете эпиграф в главе,
Да.
то должны быть все другие, кто употребляет
Нет, каждый свое по-своему.
Или то есть это может быть не существует.
Милый тоже эпиграф.
Да. Нет, на самом деле очень легко можно взять, скажем, нету милый эпиграф, я могу легко
Нет, мы не будем сейчас заставлять делать эпиграф.
Из немецких идеалистов.
Да, пожалуйста. А вот картинка отличная.
Да.
Считаете, что хорошая
Картинка.
Да, она прямо иллюстрирует все.
Да. Ну, надо быть права, получается.
Ну, я не знаю, это плакат, советский плакат. Это я буду разбирать?
Ну, извини.
Но я попробую.
Подожди, а сейчас вообще непонятно.
Абсолютно. И сейчас
Слушай, я советский плакат есть.
вопрос в том, как ты заплатишь, если права в России, обходя санкции.
Да.
Если тебе нужно что-то из российского архива,
Нет, ну вот этот плакат, например, ну,
а это кто обладает? Или это вот что?
я не знаю.
Что ты? Прости, ну, я думаю, что как-то
Раньше писал в какой-нибудь музей.
нет, но
В последнее время
в издательстве должна быть какая-то служба, которая.
Они брали.
Да, в последнее время, да. Мы всегда платили research Пикассо, и наши все предупредили, не могут ничего.
Ну, сейчас вообще контакт непонятен. Конечно.
Есть выходы, конечно, независимых от организаций, с которыми университеты имеют дело, они могут купить от твоего имени права. И это вроде бы абсолютно легально.
А картинка при этом хорошая.
Или вообще, что
Лучше, как правильно.
On the right,
Huh?
on the copyright, for the image that. Oh, then maybe I have no idea. I haven't. And I don't know, it's blurry. Yeah.
Her former colleague was. I think.
Она к нему узкий видела, на самом деле он как-то была а на самом деле он была краще, он белый, и он с этим танцем, у меня было представление, царя небесного, который, конечно, потом пишет, типа, выглядит потом. И на самом деле, это как не так надо говорить. Штувалов мягкий, не уступает, он как бы ему продавливает своего подобного.
I guess we're starting at 3.
Yeah, yeah.
There is a lot of difference.
Это ваша. Нет, это ваши людей.
Все такое, с одной стороны, анекдоты, Штейн вроде надежно, как постоянно промежуточное. No, there's no Wonderful. We can do the.
No, I was. I was typing in my university.
Really tired, a little bit tired.
One of our graduates get this thing like you have been exposed to someone that I COVID tested. You have to do that with us. See, the graduate students, they leave. So they said they were leaving speak, but the process. So you did have to you had to read it. But he wasn't. He didn't have it like 2 months before. And you know, before where he tested negative, but he was getting so that's why but then he was. He had tested positive. So then, but 2 months later, he tested positive. He was not allowed to go to the university. So it's all about this.
And are you required to sit in a town where they let you?
Email, yeah. Не, ну, конечно, был ученый, я имею в виду,
Yeah.
в этом общем.
Yeah, that's tough.
Чем он мог
I mean, in Amherst now,
сначала сборные
we
стихи
don't have a
зажились,
book.
они издал
You don't need it unless you're stuck in this situation of dying. But the
Действительно,
students and undergraduates, of course, never do this because they don't.
И дальше
They'll be
внимание,
down. That's actually what it's quickly a second along.
Yeah, we got it.
Stay away from their sports for
Wait,
5
wait,
days.
wait. I gotta tell you that.
They got
Back off.
Мне кажется, что Ломоносов более бывает. Он открывает эти яркие,
Yeah, I'm now able to get
довольно-
live in.
We
We were supposed to wait 2 months.
That's it. Oh, see, I got the news. I got it this year. Yeah, I got it. We have only 2 months because I
Well,
just
that-
told it out. Yeah, I wasn't a child. Terrible habit, so, yeah, but I don't know if that's gonna help. Yeah.
Right.
The vaccine that was about, you know, by Leon and.
I don't know, it's hard to focus. Hard for me to focus on the COVID, you know, I'm just overwhelmed thinking about our politics, domestic politics. And I mean, it's just every day. Oh,
Never.
Просто намного хуже справлялся с стихом, потому что у него хуже случайно стих просто бытовой практики. Раз.
oh, God,
То есть на самом деле, просто взял, что то есть все, вот я
oh, that's not.
То есть все часто, то, что ты говоришь, историческая вся презентация в кодах Петриковского 2-3, там не так много. А, Бенедикт, это не я, Бенедикт, там есть, наверное, что?
Yeah, I mean, we.
Нет,
Explaining to them, like, you know, we had a great meeting.
А что такое привычка? Это отдельная компания, просто речь, которая является собакой. Речь очень интересна, потому что он там это сразу не от того, что их брали, не от того, что она дочка, а от того, что мы ее обожаем, состояние юридически, заменяет собой республиканскую опцию и опцию теории наследования. То есть это целая это паники, который представляет собой политическую теорию.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, but when you all our work.
Yeah.
Yes. it is. Yeah, we had.
У меня был доклад.
They now encourage this.
Поэзия,
No one else.
как сюжетами состоят.
So I actually did the whole semester, did nothing but.
I know. I know. It is.
Я придумал вот этот политический подход, и он же придумал формизм, который заключается в чем?
Pretty safe topic.
I know. That's actually fascinating. to have a record. Realize, like, I'm shocked. Realizing things out of my brain. Ooh, good idea.
You're one.
Let someone else. Okay, is everyone here? We probably should start soon.
Yes.
Come on here. Yes. Yes.
Да, спасибо. Такие вы дела.
А еще и
Отличный типа народный, да.
Okay, let's move on to Mueller's essay on versification. I just wanted to say another essay that I kept saying we needed was an essay on poetry and prose. So you actually did it. Thank you. Thinking about this boundary or not, or how to think the relation between poetry and prose. So I was very excited to see you taking that on. But perhaps you'd like to frame the essay as a whole for us?
Yes. So as our editors stated in the introduction, our volume has two goals. One is to reanalyze or reread old texts, and another is to analyze new verse. So I will talk briefly now about three directions I took in order to do that and in order to sell the meter to the masses and graduate students and scholars. So the one question I thought I would like to answer in this essay is, what does it mean for a meter or rhythm to mean something? And one way to interpret this question is to think about Ustanovka Tynyanov and also the Mayakovsky quote that Borya had in his paper. And that example is, here is from Mayakovsky: социальное задание дать слова для песен, идущим на питерский фронт красноармейцам. Целевая установка разбить Юденича, орудие производства огрызок карандаша, прием рифмованная частушка. So in this case, the poet consciously thinks of the form that will be used for a certain purpose. The second way to think of meaning and meter is when meter acts as a pillar supporting meaning, and that is reflected in a correlation between a certain meter and certain kinds of lexicon or motifs. And that was investigated, as you know, in Michael Wachtel's book and in Taranovsky's article of взаимоотношения ритма и тематики, and numerous works by Mikhail Leonovich Gasparov. But there is also the third way, which I thought I would focus on in the paper. The third way is when meter is not a pillar, but the meter is subversive. When the meter is a dissident that kind of questions what semantics is saying. This is cryptic meter. This is the meter that needs to be decoded. And what I was trying to show is that if we use the theory of metrical halo combined with our understanding of the monosyllable rule, of how rules are broken, how we sometimes create those expressive broken meters for a purpose. If we combine everything that was researched in the 20th century metrical studies, we will have a new vision of what Mayakovsky's Broadway was all about. And I was quite surprised when I reread Taranovsky's work. He did talk about Mayakovsky. He did talk about trochaic pentameter in Mayakovsky, but he never said a single word about Broadway. It was mostly about про это, and those were very obvious cases where the lines that talk about death use trochaic pentameter, which, as we know, is associated with the motif of the road, possibly leading to death, lonely traveler, and so on. So as you saw in my paper, the last stanza in Mayakovsky's Broadway is a sudden switch of meter. Suddenly, he is no longer using dolnik and uses what seems like trochaic pentameter, except one deviation in the second line may make some people question, is this really it, right? But since I'm gonna just look at the text. Я в восторге от Нью-Йорка города, но кипчонку не сдерну с виска. У советских собственная гордость, на буржуев смотрим свысока. So сдерну here is this kind of a disruptive element that may make you question whether this is trochaic pentameter, but as I shown in my paper, this has been done by many poets for aesthetic purposes. This is associated with kind of a limited number of meanings, sometimes abrupt movement, sometimes some sort of a violation of harmony. So it is still trochaic pentameter, even with that violation. And once you accept that view, then you interpret the poem in a new way, that the speaker returning back to Russia is not that enthusiastic, that the speaker is a lonely traveler, possibly expecting death. And my question, of course, about this is, do people notice this change in meter? I was thinking that maybe one way to elaborate this paper further is to ask people to read and tell me if they see a change in meter. If they, I wouldn't frame it as meter, but I would ask, is the last stanza more regular, less regular than the text preceding it, or the same? Anyway, so this was kind of one direction that I took, where meter allows you to see something that seems to contradict the words, where meter is providing some additional information. The second direction of my paper was to look at the relationship between Russian meter or Russian verse, and even texts that don't seem to have a meter, and their relationship to constraints that are operative in the phonologies in various languages. And as you know, the text I looked at was Lenore Goralik's poem, which was posted on Vavilon website as her representative poem, and which is written in free verse. And not only is it free verse, she also gives up on the last defining characteristics of verse as verse. There are no lines, right? And maybe I'll just actually project that text, so just to remind you what this was all about. So I included a screenshot of how it looks on Vavilon website. Добрые люди, извините, что мы к вам обращаемся, мочи нет. 20 лет старались быть интеллигентами, верой и правдой. Мать моя работала в конструкторском бюро, отец ветеринар. Сами мы на носу очки, в ушах визбор. И вот что новая власть с нами сделала, посмотрите, пожалейте, отберите у нас кто что может, благослови вас Бог. And so on and so on. When I read this text, I was struck by how some analysis of oral narratives in other cultures were relevant. And as a linguist, I've studied two kinds of texts that seemed very relevant to me. One was biblical Hebrew chants, called in Hebrew Tameh Mikra, and that's what you learn for bar mitzvah when you chant. And the second kind is Native American oral narratives. And since I teach general linguistic courses, I often look at Native American oral narratives in various languages from Chinook to Ojibwa and Lushootseed. That's a Pacific Northwest Native American language. And what has been done with those texts by linguists is they propose that the relevant notion to explain why this is verbal art and what is organized about them is prosodic hierarchy. In other words, in language, we group together words into a larger unit called phonological phrase, and word itself is understood differently than a word in a dictionary, right? A preposition plus word would be a prosodic word if some phonological rules apply across. Anyway, so words are grouped into phrases. Phrases are grouped into larger units called intonational phrases, where you kind of change the pitch, and there are markers of that, right? So in Russian, Брызгунова's интонационный контур would be a marker of an intonational phrase. And then you further group those intonational phrases into larger units that mark episodic structure, and that is called phonological paragraph. Anyway, so those theories were applied in a wide varieties of contexts. They were applied in Hebrew to show that you mark edges of those constituents with specific tunes, right? So when you sing the Torah, phonological phrase edge on the right would be marked with one tune, but if it's intonational phrase, it will be marked with a different tune. And I can illustrate if you like it, because I just learned it recently. Anyway, and in Native American narratives, you will mark left edges. So left edges would be certain particles that mean and so, and then, and there is like a really large repertoire of those particles, and some would be used at the beginnings of larger units, some would be used at the beginnings of smaller units. And also those narratives are incredibly patterned. So if you split them into phrases and group those phrases into larger units, there would be 3, right? Or in some cultures 4, but not 5 and not 7. And then when you take a larger unit, there would be 3 smaller level units again, right? So it's all very patterned, very predictable. And when I looked at Goralik's text, I decided that I am going to do the same and split it into paragraphs. Introduction didn't quite work. My introduction was 7 sentences, which was a little bit more than the rest. But I noticed repeated use of pomogite, which seemed very much like that discourse particle in Native American narratives. I noticed that in paragraph 1, after pomogite, she uses exactly 4 sentences, which would be intonational phrases in our terminology. Paragraph 2, again, is exactly 4 sentences, that is 4 intonational phrases. And then in paragraph 3, that looked curious. She stopped using all punctuation marks, and it was just like a string of consciousness, really, really, really long paragraph with only 1 punctuation mark at the end. So I thought, how do we possibly parse it? Who will tell us how to parse it? It turns out she tells us how to parse it, because at the end of her poem, she repeats the same word 3 times, and I will call it reduplication, just to differentiate it from parallelism and other kind of repeated structures. So this would be just the same word repeated more than once. And of course, we know that when we repeat the same word more than once, usually we mark it with intonation in some way. So in English, if you say, is she nice or nice, nice, right? Intonation makes it very clear that that repetition is kind of, it's a marker of something. And you could do the same with Russian. So once you split that text and look for those cases where she uses reduplication, again, it's the same structure. A paragraph has 4 parts, 1, 2, 3, each ending with a repeated word with reduplication. So all of it is extremely patterned. And I haven't looked at more texts by Goralik or more texts of that sort where a poem looks like prose. But it seems to me that looking at edge marking as a concept may be a very useful term in looking at texts of that sort, because it allows you to see organization in a kind of a less restrictive way. If we keep looking for ghosts of meter in free verse, we will fail because they will be used in some places, but not others. They will be used by some poets, but not others. If we keep using for syntactic parallelism, again, it will at some point fail and not everyone will use it too. So maybe edge marking is a less restrictive concept that may actually help us deal with that kind of verse and with new kind of verse that we see more and more. Now, the question, of course, when we see something like this, and an analysis that I proposed is, well, did she know it? Did Goralik know it? And I don't know how to answer this question. Goralik is bilingual in Russian and Hebrew. I don't know whether, she studied Kabbalah, because some of it is reminiscent of that kind of stuff. But as a linguist who looked at patterns around the world, I believe that it actually doesn't matter. So it's a bit of an anti-historical approach, but I think that when we discover some patterns of structure that are popping up around the world in different, maybe unexpected places, that in itself is an interesting finding because it tells us something about how we organize information, about how we as humans make patterns and make order out of chaos. So in a sense, when I think of it, I always remember Propp's work. Remember when in Historical Roots of the Wonder Tale, he would look at something like Moroska, right? Or some fairy tale where a kid is abandoned in the forest. And that would be a Russian tale, but he would say, well, there is connection between this and a New Guinea ritual, initiation ritual, where a kid is taken to the forest. Does it matter that the storyteller doesn't know it? Storyteller in Russia, it probably doesn't, because it kind of reveals some common patterns of culture. So that was my kind of 2 directions in the paper, and I tried to do the same by applying non-clash constraints to Pushkin, to Сказка о рыбаке и рыбке. At this point, this is still very rough. The analysis is not finished, and my major problem with it is I don't know how to come up with some independent criteria for when you stress pronouns. So pronouns and monosyllabic words is a little bit of a problem, but I clearly feel that it's time to reanalyze this tale, even though there were debates going on for over 50 years. Between 1915 and the 60s, there were debates that were especially passionate about it. And I feel that most analyses I know were kind of prisoners to syllabotonics, where there was this attempt to relate the meter to anapestic verse, even though only 30% of the lines there are anapestic. So there must be another way, either by looking at clashes or by looking at phonological phrasing. And I think no matter what results we come up with, even if we don't believe in clashes and look at phonological phrasing, it will give us some evidence for structure that maybe even language itself doesn't give, that maybe poetry will reveal something about constraints you see in world languages that maybe natural language phonology in Russian doesn't show. So to me, it's an interesting topic, no matter what results I will get in the end. What else? I think I'm over 10 minutes, right? Yeah. Well, one last comment I have is I felt that it was impossible not to talk about the war and how people write about the war today. And I connected Slutsky's broken meters and his wartime poetics to what is done now by Vera Pavlova. But at the same time, I feel like we don't do justice to this tragedy if it's just mentioned as a kind of a one of the many topics. So perhaps that should be a separate paper. So that's all I have to say.